from New South Wales made the semi-finals, with a team of Silvio and Sandra Brazzi and Rocco Vancini won the title for a second year, with Morwell's Jim and Maria Fava and Pino Tortora was knocked out in the semis. Matthew Russell, Win News.
Swimmers are taking the plunge for MS in a 24-hour event in Shepparton in Victoria's northeast.
For Damien Stevens, the annual fundraiser has been a personal mission in aid of his mother who's lived with MS for 30 years.
The last 5 years, she's deteriorated a little. She's in a wheelchair pretty much full time now. For the first 25 years though, she lived without any signs or symptoms.
To make this year's MS Mega Swim another successful one, more people needed to join the cause. Each team must always have one person in the water during the 24-hour relay.
I'm a pretty strong swimmer, but like to spread mine out, do half an hour, rest for an hour or two, and when you don't have more than 7 or 8 people, you can't rest a lot.
There's no pressure to be the next superfish or have the best technique. Damien says it's all about participation and there's still plenty of time to register online or on the day.
We've got 37 people in the pool, we've got room for up to 100, so there's plenty of room to come on board. Even with a brand new team, you get a group of friends together.
So far, swimmers have raised $3,500, but they're hoping to reach $20,000.
There'll be music playing during all of that time. We won't let you sleep though, so bring a tent if you want. You can stay the night and act the moves. The Lions Club barbecue will be there in the evening and in the morning.
The event will be held on February 6 and 7. More information can be found on the MS Mega Swim Facebook page. Ashley Kanowski, Win News.
After a stellar fight back at Townsville, rider is heading into the last rounds of the BMX series, tied for first.
3 weeks out from the first 2 rounds of the National Series, doctors told Shelby Green there was no way she'd be a starter. But the teenager had other ideas.
So I did 2nd grade ligament damage. Told me to stay off the bike for 6 weeks, but I didn't have that time because, this year is a really important year.
Understandably, Green had a slow start on the opening weekend, but raced back into contention during round 3 and 4. Claiming 2 firsts over the weekend in Cairns to tie for the overall lead.
Been training more and getting my fitness back up and getting my strength back up, so I think that's what the outcome was.
With 3 rounds remaining, the 15-year-old is confident of securing her 2nd straight series victory before stepping into the junior elite category.
That's where the Olympic squad gets selected, that's where the world squads get selected, so this year was really important to, make it a good one, I guess.
Shelby will travel to regional Victoria for rounds 5 and 6 next month. She'll be joined by fellow Townsville BMX rider Lucy Woodbury, who shocked herself by making 3 of the possible 4 finals in her maiden series.
Definitely this year is kind of one of the years that I'm just doing it to enjoy it, and then next year I might come back and set some goals to kind of achieve higher.
Meanwhile, locals have a chance to get on the bikes themselves for a 2-day competition and open day in the middle of February. Tim Morgan, Win News.
A karting event for women and girls has been staged in Lithgow on the New South Wales Central Tablelands.
More than 50 machines and their drivers came from across Australia for the Zigzag Motel National Karting event. Unlike other meets, under every helmet was the element of girl power. The competition running as Australia's only all-female karting event.
It's very different competing against boys to girls. I prefer personally against the girls because, both females, you kind of bond fit in that way. But it is tough out there. The girls are still very, very fierce.
So it's been a bit of a tradition, and the event also does a great job towards raising money for breast cancer research.
Once again, little Stevie Smith made the trip from Hobart, Tasmania.
We have a few problems with the cart, but I reckon we're going to get them.
After winning her class last year, confidence was high.
The next shows me I was going to be an off-runner and I'm going to win the pink plate for Tassie.
But she had to settle for second, tipped at the post by Ruby Gibson. Male or female, the bar is still set high.
Yeah, I want to end up racing V8.
While numbers were down from last year, organisers say it's due to the recent rule changes and not a reflection on female participation in the sport.
A little bit disappointing compared to past years, but at the moment there's a few challenges in karting with some changes to engines and tyres, and that's knocking the numbers around a little bit.
Despite the drop, the weekend still raised more than $13,000 for breast cancer research. For Steve Henry, News.
And that's all for now. I hope you're enjoying the program. I'm Bruce Roberts, and thanks for your company. We'll see you next time.
Australia's largest regional television network. They are places that will take your breath away, where your greatest adventure may be just around the corner or a million miles from home.
Like it is the selfish there in the water.
From the desert coast to a jungle stream and everywhere in between. Fishing Australia on Wind.
Hello, I'm Tracy Grimshaw. Welcome to A Current Affair. We begin with breaking news involving a footy star caught out in a disgraceful video. Dave Nolan joins me with this exclusive story, so now let's say who this is and what he's done.
Well, Tracy, the player in question is one of the biggest names in the code, but tonight this video leaves serious question marks on his future with the season just weeks away from kick-off. His name is Mitchell Pearce. He is the captain of the Roosters NRL side. He's won premierships and played State of Origin. But last night, his Australia Day festivities took a turn into insanity. He's been captured on video and what could only be described as alcohol-fueled madness. He's slurring his speech, trying to kiss a woman, and then does something with a pet dog that really defies belief. We received this video today and are playing it to you in its entirety without editing, so you can decide if this is appropriate behaviour for a highly paid football star.
What's your name? What's your middle name? Exactly. How many men do you like?
Get out.
Enough for you.
Get out. I care. If you ping on my couch, you ping yourself the out.
It really is quite unbelievable stuff. Now, we've shown you that video in its entirety so you can see exactly what we have. The only thing we beeped was the swearing, obviously, as well as the names of some of the other players who this group was saying they were. Basically, they were throwing out false names of players who weren't there. To give you some context, earlier yesterday, Pearce posted these pictures on his Instagram account. One said, heading out to the boat cruise with the boys, happy Aussie Day. The next one, love these blokes, and he's there with a big crew underneath the harbour bridge, and in there are some other Roosters players. It would seem some of those who'd been drinking there earlier have kicked onto this party, and once the behaviour started to deteriorate, someone started filming on their phone. Now, we'll show you some of those key scenes again because it really is hard to take it all in on first look. And remember, this guy is the captain of one of the highest profile footy clubs in the country.
What's your name? What's your middle name? Exactly. How many men do you like?
Get out.
Enough for you.
Get out. I care. If you think on my couch, you leave yourself the out. Rick, you want to do that?
We have a review.
Not bed first. We're not playing landlines. Yeah, get out.
It doesn't get any easier to watch. Dan, we should underline the point that Mitchell Pearce is not some green youngster sort of learning how to deal with fame. He's old enough to know better.
Absolutely. I mean, he's the captain of the team. There is no bigger leadership role within the club. He's also rugby league royalty. His dad, Wayne Pearce, was a legend of the game. His dad was also, or now serves on the Rugby League Commission, which controls rugby league in this country. If ever a player should have known better, it would be Mitchell Pearce.
He does have a troubled history with alcohol, though, doesn't he?
He does. An alcohol incident cost him his place in the State of Origin team 2 years ago. That was in King's Cross. It involved a woman and it also involved the police. Now, on that occasion, he copped a $20,000 fine and then went on a self-imposed alcohol ban, then got himself back together, got back in the Origin team last year, but clearly the wheels have fallen off again, it would seem.
I must say the young woman in that video kept an admirably cool head. She really prevented the situation from escalating, didn't she?
Definitely. We're told this happened at about 1 a.m. this morning. That many guys, that much booze, anything could have happened really. And a lot of the time when people see videos like this where they see their footy stars misbehaving, they often jump straight in there to blame other parties, but it's really hard to see how anyone could blame her. She was calm and she handled as well as she could.
Well, let's get a crystal ball out and wonder now what the league and the club will do once they get a chance to digest this video.
Well, we informed the Roosters about this video this afternoon. They are now investigating it, so their integrity unit will also be looking at it. No doubt the NRL and its integrity unit will also investigate. We know that the chairman of the ARL Commission, John Grant, is aware of the video, as is the Roosters boss, Nick Politis. As for Actionable, it's really hard to tell. Incidents like these have ended in people's careers being finished. We all remember the infamous bubbler incident involving Todd Carney. Mitchell Pearce has had issues with alcohol before, but it just really defies belief that someone with one of the highest profiles in all of Sydney could behave like that.
Okay, thanks Dan. We'll watch and see what develops. Well, now they're drunk, disqualified and dangerous. Australia's worst drink drivers, putting everyone's lives at risk, but you won't believe how many times two of them have been busted behind the wheel.
You've been caught 20 times before. Now in court for your 23rd time drink driving.
They are our worst drink drivers, creating records with numbers that defy belief.
It's an incredible amount. Experts say you should be dead.
In 2015, our road toll rose by nearly 5% to 1,209 deaths. And it's drivers like these who cause the most fatal accidents.
This is a disaster waiting to happen. You fear terribly for the people they might kill and injure.
Some have even racked up more than 24 drink driving related offences, like Paul John Cyril Dellett.
I don't want you in such a hard because you're putting everyone's lives at risk when you get on the road.
We caught up with him outside court as he went in to face his 26th and 27th drink driving related offences. This time it's driving disqualified while drunk after he blew a whopping .188.
What's going to make you stop? What's it going to take? Your record is one of the worst going around. Do you have any excuse at all? Do you have anything to say to people who also use the road?
But wait until you see Paul Dellett's full record, which includes failing to wear a seatbelt multiple times, speeding more than 30 k's over the limit, going through a stop sign, and 3 counts of driving unregistered. What's worse, Paul Dellett has been caught driving while disqualified 13 times, and drink driving 14 times.
What do you think you deserve? You think you deserve to go to jail?
Paul Dellett's breathalyzer readings are just as shocking. He's blown .085, .093, .098, .110, .135, .136, .162, .171, .175, .188, .193, .215, .225, and the biggest, a massive .237.
You're an accident waiting to happen, aren't you? A menace on the roads. They say if you drink drive once, you're a bloody idiot. What does that make you?
If they're not going to do the right thing out of society, the only way you're going to cure it is take them out of society, put them behind bars.
V8 supercar driver and road safety campaigner Russell Ingle says there's no place for drivers like Paul Dellett on our roads or in our society.
A lot of people are dying on our roads, and will continue dying because of drink drivers, not only themselves but everyone else.
But the punishment Paul Dellett actually received from a magistrate will shock you. More on that in a moment.
There's not a lot of evidence that many things break the cycle. The evidence is that almost no matter what we do, no matter how severe the punishments, they persist.
Professor Jake Najman runs the Alcohol and Drug Research and Education Centre at the University of Queensland. He says it's very hard to stop people like Paul Dellett getting behind the wheel.
We need to get used to the idea that they're going to be in and out of prison, in and out of treatment, and that some of them will eventually change, but some of them will end up dead because they won't change.
Angela Bisson is one person who experts say is lucky to be alive. When she was found slumped over her steering wheel outside her hair salon here on the Gold Coast, her mind-blowing reading of 0.48 had police wondering, is this the highest Australia has ever seen? Indeed, Angela Bisson is now making headlines across the world. From a current affair, we'd like to ask you about your driving. 0.48. You should have been dead not driving a car.
After Angela Bisson's blood test returned that astonishing reading, she's had one court appearance, but is saying nothing about the charges she's facing.
While we were in the car, Angela, can you tell us how much you had to drink? It was an incredible amount. Experts say you should be dead. Do you understand the gravity of that?
Yep. What people don't realise, cars are like a loaded gun. In the wrong hands, you pull the trigger, you kill someone.
Hey Jason, Tim from the current affair, we'd just like to ask you some questions about your driving history.
Jason James Maloney is another with a hideous traffic record, including defective, unroadworthy and unregistered vehicles, as well as speeding more than 30 k's over the limit. He's been caught driving unlicensed 6 times, driving disqualified 13 times, and drink driving 10 times.
Do you have any explanation? Will jail stop you from doing this again?
His readings are another long list. .051, .062, .088, .122, .126, .138, .154, .165, and another 2 times when he was too boozed to give a sample.
Do you understand how dangerous you are to people on the roads, Jason? Do you have any excuse for your driving history?
His criminal history is another sorry tale. Fraud, assaulting police, entering a dwelling with intent, public nuisance, willful damage, breaching bail, and possession of weapons without a license.
Will jail stop you, Jason? Can you give us an explanation? What will stop you?
This was Jason Maloney's last taste of freedom, though, with the magistrate sending him to his 4th stint in jail, where he'll be behind bars for the next 6 months. for Paul Dillard, who has a longer traffic record? Well, unbelievably, despite it being a 14-time caught for drink driving and a 13th time for disqualified driving, the magistrate has allowed Paul Dillard to walk free. Paul, you must be thanking your lucky stars for that decision today. Paul Dillard appeared before a different magistrate and was handed a 15-month jail term, but he was given an immediate release without a day being served. There was no fine and no community service.
How can you have any guarantee you're not re-offending again when you've been done so many times for?
Paul Dillard did have another 3 years added to his current driving disqualification, which means he won't be able to apply for a licence until 2024. Though you have to wonder if that will stop him.
The story is usually that they try many times to stop. They're usually unsuccessful.
Hopefully you're staying in the passenger seat, Paul. Keep everyone safe on our roads, eh?
Angela Bisson will face court in February and Jason Maloney is due to be released from jail in July. Well, now the new IT diet that claims you can activate your skinny gene by eating certain foods. And the good news, chocolate and wine are on the menu. But does it really work? Tonight, medical experts weigh in.
You could lose between 3 to 4 kilos in the first week of this diet.
There are a number of genes that can help people stay thin.
We've all heard of skinny jeans, but do you know our bodies have their own cellular version? And it's thought activating these genes helps us lose weight faster and live longer. Sirtuin genes are a type of protein linked to bodily processes like aging, inflammation, and weight management, earning them the nickname the skinny gene. And they're at the centre of the latest eat diet, the Cert Food diet.
So the theory goes that the more of these cert foods that you eat, then the healthier your body's going to be.
Nutritionist Amelia Phillips says while she's not usually a fan of diets, the Cert Food program has a lot to recommend it.
I actually quite like this diet. Now it's only 3 weeks, so you don't see it as a whole lifestyle change, but rather a bit of a tweak to what you're already doing. So pretty much most of the green leafy vegetables that you see out there contain polyphenols. So kale is a big one, spinach, rocket, parsley is another one, celery is great as well.
Other Cert foods include extra virgin olive oil, walnuts, dates and strawberries, tofu, chicken and salmon, and spices like turmeric and bird's eye chili.
There's also some unexpected ingredients.
Yes, yeah, you'll be pleased to know that you can actually have moderate amounts of red wine. You can have chocolate, dark chocolate of course, so 80% cocoa or higher, and coffee.
Not on the list.
Highly processed foods such as your crisps, your soft drinks, your high sugar foods, all the processed baddies that we know.
This is how it works. Phase 1 is the hyper-success phase. For the first 3 days, you consume just 1,000 calories a day, 3 Cert Food rich green juices, plus 1 meal rich in Cert foods. Days 4 to 7, your intake increases to a maximum of 1,500 calories. You drink 2 green juices and eat 2 main meals. Phase 2 is maintenance. For 14 days, you eat 3 meals and drink 1 green juice. You can have as much coffee and green tea as you want, as well as the occasional glass of red. Amelia says as long as you've got a blender or juicer, it's easy to follow the diet.
What we've got here is a green apple, some celery, some parsley, some rocket. But you could use whatever vegetables, whatever leafy veggies you've got in the fridge. And we're going to put some matcha powder in, and I've also squeezed some lemon in as well, just to give it a bit of zing, a bit of flavour, okay? There we go, thank you. 1 Cert Food juice coming right up. Cheers. Cheers. It's very healthy. Yeah.
They're basically talking about what is really the next big thing in diets, which is polyphenols.
Medical expert Dr. Ross Walker says Cert foods are rich in polyphenols, or plant chemicals which have proven health benefits.
These foods are good for you Whether there's any proven weight loss benefit or not is yet to be seen.
We have hundreds of genes that determine our body weight, so what I'm in fact. And your genetic makeup determines your risk of obesity, but there's a large environmental component to that.
Professor Margaret Morris is the head of pharmacology at the University of New South Wales. She says while some people have a genetic predisposition for thinness or obesity, how well they eat can override that. However,
whether you can change your diet completely to a point where you increase the tool levels to the extent where that's driving your weight loss, I think is a really hard to defend.
One food fad her own research has dispelled is the idea that eating healthily all week gives people a free pass to pig out on the weekends. A recent study she did on rats found that those that binged 3 days out of 7 did as much damage to their gut health as those that ate badly all the time.
If you're being really careful all week and then blowing out every weekend, you're probably undoing a lot of that good work.
At the end of the day, the experts say there's no substitute for a balanced diet and regular exercise.
I don't think there's any magic bullet. I think what works is having a total program of how you look after yourself. And it's having a lifelong commitment.
And for more information on that story, just head to our webpage. We're now the Gold Coast meter maids gearing up for a battle in their bathers, all because they now want to feed people, not just parking meters.
Hey guys, it's the food fight that has the Queen of the Gold Coast meter maids, Roberto Aitchison, at war with the council.
The council threatening me with jail and a fine.
I think they probably feel they found a loophole in the law.
It used to be their teeny tiny bikinis getting into trouble.
We're no strangers to controversy. When I was 65, the council didn't like it. No, gosh, girls out there feeding the meters, which we make revenue from.
50 years on, they're still topping up parking meters and still clearly tickling the fancy of tourists.
Yes.
But thanks to a new app called Made to Order, these golden girls of the glitter strip are now also delivering food to beachgoers.
We don't just feed meters, we feed people.
And this is how it works. After opening the app, pick your restaurant of choice, set your location, then select your order. Sit back, relax and wait for your food to arrive. It'll cost you just $5 for delivery. We had a group of teenagers test it.
And what does that include?
Oh yeah, we'll use this and we'll get it delivered.
Oh sweet. Restaurants list their menus and the girls collect the menus.
Hi, we have 6 hot chips on this for 6 kids on this. Thank you.
It's extra business for the meter maids to bring them back to life again.
While beachgoers are loving it,
So the girls over there, they were delivering your food to you on the beach in that bikini. I think it might be a good
I think you're right.
council bureaucrats are threatening to shut them down. You see, the Smart app has cleverly given the meter maids a very smart way to get around council bylaws, which ban commercial activity on the beach.
I give them credit for trying to do something innovative and different.
Councillor Lex Bell was mayor of the Gold Coast for 6 years and is a huge fan of the meter maids.
They certainly are an icon. Some people think that they've had their day. Personally, I believe there's a place for them.
We should be recognised a lot more for what we do. People are synonymous meter maids with the Gold Coast.
But Roberto, who's relying on a legal loophole to avoid fines of up to $10,000, says some council officers would prefer to see meter maids relegated to the history books.
If they're not going to find me, they're going to find the shop owners that are going to get involved with my app so that they can't deliver food through my app to the beach. What's pretty pathetic, isn't it, this day and age, when all we're trying to do is keep up with the times and offer any service already done to keep their tourists happy on their beach.
It's expected the Gold Coast Council will now review their policy on food delivery services. After the break on a current affair, the ultimate fake tan road test.
It's really easy to use, it's really easy to apply, and it's got a really good bond that you can see when you apply it really easily.
I was Sergeant Mackay. CIB Garrison, Mantle Police Sergeant Kennedy speaking.
What? Crawford Productions created some of Australia's best and most iconic cop shows. Division 4, Bluey, Matlock Police, and Homicide are now available on DVD. Secure your piece of Aussie TV history.
And make no mistake about it, I'm exactly.
Order now, exclusively from crawfordsdvd.com.au or free call 1-800-597-996.
And here, in the magnificent pure air of Cape Gwen, millions of years of evolution have come down to this single moment. The time is now, and the place is the Roaring Grill.
If you're tired of leaking, bursting hose fitting and getting wetter than your garden, then I have an incredible offer that will solve your problem forever. You get 2 legendary hose link starter kits for your hose, 2 quality metal spray guns, 3-year warranty plus free delivery. All this for only $39.90. That's a massive 40% saving. You can only buy direct from us, so visit hoselink.com.au or give us a call. I promise you'll be glad you did. Don't put it off any longer. Get the time-saving Pressure Pro today from Teledeals. Call now. The first 50 callers pay absolutely no shipping or handling costs. You'll love the Pressure Pro, the amazing automatic pressure cooker that lets you cook fast, healthy, and nutritious family favourites not in hours, but in minutes. All with the touch of one button. Cook a tender, juicy roast in just 30 minutes, or 2 frozen chickens in under 35 minutes. The secret to one-touch cooking is the Pressure Pro's 10-in-1 Smart Steam technology. Chops, roasts, rissoles, chicken, lamb, all cooked to perfection. Don't pay hundreds of dollars for space-wasting, time-consuming appliances. Get your one-touch multi-cooking Pressure Pro today for only 5 easy payments of $39.99. But that's not all. Get the Pressure Pro today and we'll give you an exclusive Pressure Pro cookbook absolutely free. But that's not all. Call now to get free shipping. That's right. Call now to get the Pressure Pro free exclusive cookbook and free shipping, but you must call now.
Who designs the amazing technologies that create your world? Who keeps you connected with those around you, wherever you are? Who brings your favourite sports to life? Right to the light! Who powers you through your fly? And gets you home safely at night? Who makes the technology that cools and warms your home and keeps your food fresh? Mitsubishi Electric. Our world is your world.
In the best countries, Australia, right there, people.
What's up with Australia's best breakfast?
Welcome back. Now, fake tans put to the test. Forget the smelly orange formulas of the past. Today's products produce some of the most natural-looking results you've ever seen. Tonight, our guide to the best budget-friendly tans in a can.
I'll eat up in your can. It's great.
Welcome to the tanning revolution. The hot weather's here and we're all showing a bit more skin. But with Australia having one of the highest skin cancer rates in the world, more and more people are faking their summer glow. Oz beauty expert Bonnie Gillies says her top pick, the most innovative new tanning product, is liquid gold.
Liquid gold sold out really quickly. It's actually quite hard to get your hands on at the moment.
The formula developed by Aussie brand Bondi Sands.
This product is different because it's in a solution which is a dry oil. It dries instantaneously, so you can get dressed and walk away and you don't feel like you've got anything on your skin.
So we decided to put it and some other big sellers to the test, revealing the cheapest per 100ml and the best, according to our road testers, 10 fitness fanatics from CrossFit Rise Up in Melbourne Sunshine. First up, Saint Tropez with their gradual in-shower tan for $20 per 100ml.
It's applied in the shower, so it's quite strange to apply a product onto wet skin. It's also a chilly 3 minutes while you wait for it to process.
The verdict, 4 out of 10. Up next, Garnier Ombre Solaire at $9.30.
It looks kind of real. I'll give it an 8 out of 10.
The Tan Instant Fast Tan is under $10.
It's really easy to use, it's really easy to apply.
The rating, 8 out of 10. The Sans for Palmer's Cocoa Butter Natural Bronze Instant, a bargain at $5.60.
It's pretty natural looking. It's not too orange, it's more natural.
Bondi Sands light to medium foam is under $10.
They went on really easily and had a nice even tan, and it's not very nice. I'll give it 8 out of 10.
Their $13.33 liquid gold also rated well.
I really loved it. I'd give this product a 8 out of 10. Like, I'd use it again. I need more practice though.
Next, under the microscope, Rimmel Sun Shimmer Mousse at $11.33.
It doesn't have to be expensive, but I think it's one of the best ones I've ever used.
It scored a 9 out of 10. The same score, iconic product Saint Tropez Bronzing Mousse for around $33.
I loved it. But this one's really nice, it smells good.
Two products got a perfect score. The first, Dove Summer Glow, the cheapest product at $3.
I hadn't had any streaking, which is awesome.
And Jade Blonde's Tanning Mousse, around $23.
I think it's fantastic. It's been really good.
So, any tips for the novice tanner?
Good preparation, so making sure your skin is well exfoliated, so no moisturiser, no deodorant. And the other thing is, after your tan's developed and you wash the product off, is maintaining your skin with moisturiser. This will prolong your tan, because the drier that your skin gets, the quicker your tan will fade.
Your action-packed, total luxury holiday awaits aboard this $1 million cruise liner, Australia's mega cruise ship, tonight at 11:30 on Win.
In Volume 3 of the box, promiscuity is the order of the day. It's just the order. It's one scandal after another. Expect the unexpected. The Box, Volume 3, is now available on DVD. Order exclusively from Corbett'sDVD.com.au. For a free call, 1-800-597-996.
I've been working about 8 years now. Very nice people, they help me out all the time. They're pretty kind, we always have a joke around, you man, so it's awesome.
Everyone really, really friendly and nice. My next goal is find a volunteer mission to help people.
I'd love to do a full-time job here one day in the future.
I really love working at Oak. Nice, friendly, good people.
Oak Tasmania, empowering people with disability to achieve their goals.
Have you ever looked for a hotel online? Did you notice that there are so many different prices out there for the exact same room? Well, Trivago does the work for you and instantly compares the prices of over 600,000 hotels from over 200 different websites. So instead of searching for hours or spending too much, Trivago makes it easy for you to find the ideal hotel for the best price. Just go to Trivago, type in where you want to go, and with 2 clicks, select your check-in and check-out dates, and search. It's that simple.
Trivago searches hundreds of websites at the same time
and shows you the most popular hotels. You can adjust the price so that it fits in with your budget, or select the number of stars, or filter by average guest ratings from over 100 million reviews. Remember, Trivago shows you all the different prices for the exact same room, and that's how you can be sure that you find your ideal hotel for the best price. Hotel Trivago.
Shiley Hose and Handling are hose and fitting specialists. Whether it's hydraulic, power steering, rubber, PVC, metallic, Earl's Hose and Speedfly fittings, our factory-trained staff can repair or manufacture any hose assembly while you wait, with all the latest crimping and fitting equipment on site. When you need it done right, call the hose experts. We will better any genuine quote. Conditions apply. Riley Hose and Handling, 1 Lambton Avenue, Derwent Park, and 130 Foster Street, Invermay.
Can I help you with anything?
No, mate, I'm all set. Got everything we need for a paddle.
Have you thought about what type of paddling you want to do? And safety equipment. You might need these. And it's worth checking out the Marine and Safety Tasmania website for water safety tips and about the next paddle safe session in your area.
Thanks, mate.
Get informed. Visit mast.tas.gov.au for your nearest paddle safe session and tips on how to stay safe and have fun on the water this summer.
If your shower dribbles like this, you might think it's a pressure problem. The real cause? Calcium buildup. So CLR it. CLR cleans and removes calcium, rust and soap scum. which will have your bathroom running and looking like new. CLR is tough on stains but gentle on the environment, so it gets dishwashers and washing machines working like new. CLR is great on outdoor furniture. A few scrubs with CLR and rust stains on driveways disappear. With CLR, calcium, lime and rust are gone.
Can our heroes sizzle in the next prime-time T20 Spectacular? Australia, India, Friday, live on Win.
Before we go, we have just received statements from the Roosters and the NRL regarding our story on Mitchell Pearce. The statement from the NRL reads, the NRL has asked the Sydney Roosters for a report into an incident involving Mitchell Pearce after the club advised the NRL about the matter. A spokesman said the integrity unit was aware of the matter and has asked the Roosters to investigate. It goes on to say that the integrity unit will work with the Roosters to ensure the matter is dealt with appropriately. You will find both of those statements on our website. Thanks for your company. Good night.
I never should have done that show on females and women.
Well, we're fine if you call your agent.
That's it. Always the way Oh, God. I think they hit the gas now. He shot you on anyway.
Are you okay?
You know, they need the beach with you. This whole day at the beach.
You guys don't understand, I got a lucky punch. I'm not a bodyguard. But we are. It's good for your head. We probably never even leave the office.
You help us pull the different things. What do you do?
We professionals. We take care of all the tough stuff. So never been on it? Never.
Val, is that you? Where are you? I'm sleeping. Do you know what time it is? It's 11:30 a.m. Oops.
Eric Collier. He's America's Richard Branson.
The chief financial officer, I handle day-to-day operations. And Mr. Collier is the genius. He just celebrated his 50th year on the Fortune 500.
Not to mention, winner of the Winter Triathlon, Vienna Motorcycle Rally, a dozen rock climb records, an impressive individual.
Very. And with more than enough money to indulge his every whim. Lately, that means a growing fondness for extreme sports.
As in bungee jumping?
As in plummeting from a blimp purchased just for the occasion.
So, the board of directors is worried profits will plummet if the golden goose gets cooked.
We wanted someone who could keep up with it, and keep them in one piece. Our computers ran a check using every available database. Mr. Collier insisted on proving our decision. And even he had to admit there was only one clear choice with the necessary protection skills and superb athletic mastery. Valley Irons. As it says in your corporate brochure, Valley Irons. Special skills, skydiving, race car driving, combat technician, military analyst, world-class skier, mountain climber. May I go on?
No, you need not.
Miss Irons is so modest. I mean, yeah, she is bragging. But you obviously realize great talent comes at a great price.
Just fill us on completion.
You haven't even heard our fee.
This briefcase is a birthday gift from Mr. Collier. Carved in a single piece from the last remaining stand of ginkgo trees in the Amazon rainforest. Priceless. Trust me, whatever you charge, it's pocket change. I'll arrange everything.
Corporate brochure.
I just had them printed up. We have 2,000 out.
Val.
Remember that? You know the coffee one?
Explorer Adventure. There is no challenge too extreme for billionaire businessman Eric.
Yeah, so what we found this case. Colin's biggest threat is Collier. So, what are you protecting him from? Himself?
Girl, you are getting way too Oprah. But we got a good gig here. Luxury pen powers, jazz, expensive cows. What you need to be doing is making sure that Mr. Moonlight invests in our maximizing line of casual wear. Give it to me, show you. Okay. So you're at the field, right? You've been dodging bullets, and you're suddenly stuck. You have to freshen up. But with all the guns and the brass knuckles and everything, where do you put your lipstick?
My Chanel backpack.
Wrong! In your secret pocket. Look at here. You can put your lipstick in there. You can put a cute cocktail in there. You can put your makeup in there. Look at you. I'll take that.
But the 9 million couples out there choose.
If he comes in, the table is ready for him. But I'll do it once a week because it keeps his presence here in my house.
Chris Maharaj was sentenced to death for the murder of 2 men in a Miami hotel room. Now, new evidence has emerged. He believes shows he was framed.
I want to be vindicated. I don't just want to be released. After 27 years in prison, I want to be vindicated. I want the whole truth to be exposed.
It's showtime at Santiago Williams Prison in the Dominican Republic. Inmates are putting on a performance for local dignitaries, including an elderly nun. It's a regular event and something for the inmates to look forward to. But Nicole Reyes, doing 12 years for running over her husband, does not feel like joining in. She spends much of her time in the prison library, reading books brought to her by the British Foreign Office.
Basically, they bring me a bag of books, I store them here, I read what I think I'll enjoy, and then when they come back in 3 months' time, they swap them over for me. It just gives me a bit of reading material because I've actually read all the English books in here. I don't get involved in anything because that's not me, that's the way I am. I'm used to interacting, and here I feel I can't interact very well because of the language. And there's times I feel so frustrated because I want to say something and I can't say it. And that's what I find really difficult. I'm here for something I didn't even do.
"4,000 miles away, Nicole's family are doing everything they can to get her out. They're trying to raise £55,000 in bail.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
And if they succeed, the Dominican authorities have said that they will release Nicole while she waits for an appeal date.
We're trying to get her out of prison to get her medical help. It's just taken over my life, really. It is just so time consuming. But when it's your daughter, it doesn't matter what it is, as long as you can sort of help her, you'll do anything. And I've realised that more than ever now. My mum is the most special person in the universe to me. She's just been there all the time. She won't give up. She said that as long as she got breath in her, she won't give up. She just wants me home.
In London, it's time for Dan McDonald's day in court. He's facing a European arrest warrant from the Czech Republic. They want to put him on trial for smuggling 10 kilos of hash into the country. He still hasn't found the police officer or the letter she handed him, telling him the case had been dropped.
My life's in 3 other people's hands today, and I've got no control over it. Just trying to comprehend what I'm about to go through. It's going to be hard to figure out how to do. And my life will either get back to normal, or it's about to have the biggest change I've ever had to deal with, which is scary in itself.
If he loses, he'll be extradited to the Czech Republic. Dan is one of 3,000 people facing extradition from the UK this year alone. It's a record number. Dan loses the case. The judge rules that finding the police officer who told him the case had been dropped would have made no difference. If convicted, he now faces up to 12 years behind bars in the Czech Republic.
Oh, it's terrible they extradited me. You look fucked. It's the worst thing I've had in my life. It ain't right.
We you to smuggle drugs, you dumb cunt.
How can you be ready to face such a terrible time in a terrible foreign jail with all sorts of people, rapists, murderers, kidney piddlers, all in the same place, and there's no separation like over here. And I've now got to deal with that. And I've now got to deal with anything from 6 to 12 years.
Dan has been given 2 weeks to put his affairs in order. After that, he'll be told to hand himself over to the police at Heathrow to be extradited.
On CI. Ever wondered why serial killers do what they do? Could have had it stopped. Serial Killer Sunday presents Inside the Mind of a Serial Killer. The hit British series is back.
Extorting people.
Uncover the new season of crime.
I mean, I don't think that's unfortunate.
Irma Rivera is a
Really?
decorated New York City detective. Look back at her toughest
Trafficking
cases
drugs
in the
across
premiere
international
special.
borders is a mule, mate. Fuck, that's just ridiculously fucking
Had someone that really loved me. I started noticing something was wrong.
Now I know this is a psycho.
What would the world be like without the modern technology and conveniences that we take for granted today? The untold story of how we got to now starts Monday, February 8th on History.
Get top brand tyres at online prices. Go to tyresales.com. Tyresales.com will change the way you shop for tyres. With drivers saving hundreds of dollars, it's no wonder we're Australia's favourite online tyre store. Genuine top brand tyres at online prices delivered free to over 1,750 installers nationwide. And with a tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee. At the click of a button, you can find the best tyres to suit your vehicle and your budget. There's no ringing around finding the right tyre at the right price. Plus, you can instantly locate the installer who is nearest to you. The easiest way to get a better deal on your new tyres. Genuine top brand tyres at online prices, delivered free to the installer of your choice. And with a tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee. Buying tyres has never been easier. For top brand tyres at online prices and the best deal in tyres, go to tyresales.com.
That's just not sure. I've never seen anything like it.
All the major Hollywood studios on 9 dedicated movie channels. Plus, stream over 1,000 movies anytime. Just connect your IQ to the internet. It's all included in the movies pack.
The whole town was in uproar. Frustrations just built up in him, and where are they going to go?
This was a crime that just exploded.
Killer Kids, Friday, 9:30 on CI.
I can't imagine a more horrific experience to go through.
Crimes that are hard to imagine.
For a father to have committed this horrendous crime, it just is beyond comprehension.
But impossible to forget.
As soon as I saw the fire, I knew it wasn't an accident.
Never thought anything like this would happen.
episode Monday 8:30 on CI.
Artifacts unearthed. New evidence uncovered. Old theories undone. Rome Unwrapped. New episode Tuesday 7:30. Part of Rome Month, only on History. In Florida, Chris Maharaj has spent the past 28 years behind bars. He's one of 12,000 lifers in the Sunshine State. Chris and his wife Marita came to the United States from Peckham, full of hope. They were wealthy and successful.
We had a lovely time. My life with Chris was beautiful. He was a fantastic husband. Of course, I got married with him, and you could not ask a better husband.
Chris's history was quite an extraordinary one. He set up his own business. He became a millionaire through his own work. Then he and Marita decided, because business wasn't so great in Britain, that they were going to invest in property in South Florida. And I think, they sort of thought they would spend half the year in sunny Florida and half the year in Britain. So he did that investment with someone who was meant to look after his property, Derek Moo Young. And that was how things all fell horribly apart.
Chris's case is that he fell out with Derek Moo Young over a property deal and began looking for new business partners. One day, at dawn, he went to discuss a deal in downtown Miami. It was with someone he'd never met before.
That particular day, I went to the DuPont Plaza and I waited there until 10 o'clock. The guy did not arrive. I left the DuPont Plaza and went to Fort Lauderdale.
Chris says he went for lunch with friends. At the same time, a grisly series of events was unfolding at the DuPont Plaza. Derek Moo Young and his son Dwayne were gunned down in a room where Chris had been due to have his business meeting. A few hours later, he was having dinner with Marita.
A detective walked in and said to me, "You're under arrest for murdering these two people." I said, "What the hell are you talking about? I didn't murder anybody. I never seen them."
I really didn't know what was going on. I thought it must be a mistake, That night was the end of my life.
The prosecution alleged that Chris had killed the Moo Youngs in revenge for the property deal that had gone wrong. Chris, who claims that 6 people had seen him on the lunch at the time of the murders, accepted a public defender. His lawyer says it was a terrible mistake.
Innocent people are their own worst enemy. Someone who's innocent is willing to go along with almost anything. And one of the things that Chris went along with his lawyer was not putting on all the alibi witnesses. His lawyer told him not to. Chris saw no reason to, because, come on, he was 100% sure he was innocent, so why would anyone need to testify?
The state and its witnesses succeeded in painting Chris as a man who killed in revenge. He was found guilty.
When the verdict came through and they said I was guilty, I fainted. Because I couldn't believe that in America you could get convicted for something like murder that you did not do.
Then came the day of sentencing. It was the worst possible news for Chris.
When the judge ordered the death penalty, once again I passed out, I fainted.
I got up and I screamed. And I think, and they brought me out of the court. I'm sorry, that was very painful for me. And they sit me there and I saw the jury go and say, "You convicted innocent man." Was the first time in my life that I really lost my control. I was shouting at these people. I said, you convict the innocent man.
In the 3 decades since his conviction, Chris Maharaj had maintained his innocence. And Marita has stood by him. the morning of Dan's extradition to the Czech Republic. He's facing a trial and up to 12 years behind bars. He's feeling desperate.
I'm going. About a minute ago anyway. I've got to be at Heathrow Airport at 12 PM. Let's assume then I'll go into custody and then get flown out at some point today. That's their plan. I'd rather not be here right now than go and face that. My head's so jumbled. My heart's killing me. It'll be alright. I hope. I pray.
Dan vanishes. Several minutes later, he puts up a post on Facebook. He's willing to do almost anything to avoid extradition. He should be on an aeroplane to the Czech Republic to face drug smuggling charges. Instead, he's up an advertising boarding on the South Bank. His banner is a cry for help. He still wants to find the officer he believes can prove he should not be extradited. Concerned for his safety, we call the police. Officers seal off the area. Fire brigade and specialist paramedics arrive. Then the police negotiators get there. They call Dan's solicitor to see if he can help talk him down.
I think the good news is we're here, because part of where he has been feeling is that nobody cares. So we're not even able at that point that you've come straight down.
Well, take my cue from you.
Steve Law says it's common for people in Dan's situation to take extreme measures.
Some will threaten suicide, some will say that it's affected them psychologically, there may be section of the mental health act, I've had that happen. I've had people disappear. I've had other people try to fight it unsuccessfully, and that's caused them almost as much grief than if they hadn't done.
Eventually, they managed to talk Dan down.
Not been searched. He's very hard to search. Gary's got mine.
Okay, I'm Nick from the Vice President of the airport today, right? I'm under arrest of you for breaching bail, okay? You don't have to say anything, just say anything. Right, I'll take you to Nick, get you a cup of tea.
Would you like to sit on the ambulance brief first?
Right? You'll sit in the police car and get the ambulance up again.
I think when people are abroad, they don't consider that an alleged crime is going to come back and haunt them in years to follow. If you're granted bail, you're going to have to finance it. And then, of course, when you face a sentence, chances are their parole regulations are harsher than they are in this country. And you're facing life in an unfamiliar jail, but invariably it's harder time.
Dan is taken to Brixton police station and then to court. He's told that he will now be extradited.
Our little girl, quiet, watched this. 30 years ago, the unspeakable happened. Crime Investigation Australia, the Anita Cobby murder. Next Tuesday, 8:30 on CI.
They carried devastating weapons, took millions to the heart of war, and inspired terrifying cruelty. The 8-part series exploring how these metal monsters transform the art of war. Combat Trains, Tuesday, 8:30 on History. From the first footprints on our continent to the present day, what did it take for an ancient land to become a modern nation? An extraordinary tale of adversity and triumph. The people, places, and events that have shaped us. Australia, the story of us. Wednesday, 8:30, part of Frontiers on History.
Get top brand tyres at online prices. Go to tyresales.com. Tyresales.com will change the way you shop for tyres. With drivers saving hundreds of dollars, it's no wonder we're Australia's favourite online tyre store. Genuine top brand tyres at online prices delivered free to over 1,750 installers nationwide. And with a Tyresales.com money-back correct tyre guarantee. At the click of a button, you can find the best tyres to suit your vehicle and your budget. There's no ringing around finding the right tyre at the right price. Plus, you can instantly locate the installer who is nearest to you. The easiest way to get a better deal on your new tyres. Genuine top brand tyres at online prices, delivered free to the installer of your choice. And with a Tyresales.com money-back correct tyre guarantee. Buying tyres has never been easier. For top brand tyres at online prices and the best deal in tyres, go to Tyresales.com. It's a gracious old girl, absolute stunner.
Gobsmacked, it hasn't sold.
With an 80s hangover.
That's not sharp. Oh, maybe it's not everywhere.
Brand new selling houses Australia.
It's a slide. Oh my god! Make over on steroids.
Totally sharp.
It's beautiful.
The brand new season of Selling Houses Australia starts Wednesday 8:30 on the Lifestyle Channel.
Serial Killer Sunday presents Born to Kill. Sunday 8:30 on CI.
This February, history visits the Eternal City, Rome.
Such a colossus in the story of human history.
How did they rise from humble beginnings to create the greatest empire man has ever seen? Groundbreaking architecture.
This one had to be the best.
Underbelly.
Without structures like this, we wouldn't have Rome.
The most famous of ancient towns has never seen before. Rome. This February, only on History.
Across London, another case is moving towards a dramatic conclusion. 12 years ago, Clive Stafford Smith got Chris Maharaj's death sentence overturned. Now he's uncovered startling new evidence. It leads to the heart of one of the world's most ruthless drug smuggling networks.
We've finally been able to make contact with some of the big name drug dealers who have come forward and put their hand up and said, look, this was not Chris Maharaj doing this murder, this was us. It was Pablo Escobar ultimately was behind this murder.
Pablo Escobar was head of the infamous Medellin cartel. It generated so much cash that murder and corruption spread through Miami.
In the mid-1980s, the place was awash with dollars, and the corruption was concomitant with that money.
Evidence not available to Chris's defense team shows that the Muyans, whom he was convicted of killing, were money launderers for Pablo Escobar.
Instead of the Muyans being businessmen making $24,000 a year, as was told to the jury at trial, they're trying to offer money around the Caribbean to the tune of $5 billion. And immediately you begin to see something very different is going on here.
Chris's case is that the Muyans weren't content to just launder the money.
The Muyans, it's clear, were trying to skim 1% off the top of the money that they were laundering for Pablo Escobar. Now, if you rip off Pablo Escobar, you're dead. What we now can show is that Escobar knew, and he would have done it.
After 28 years behind bars, Chris hopes he can finally prove his innocence in a new court hearing.
They have amassed a load of evidence which is, I would say, impossible for any sane person who's seen the evidence to say, I'm not innocent, that I was not framed for the murder.
It could be his last chance to get out.
I am not going to ask for mercy. I did not commit the crime. It was a conspiracy and corruption of unspeakable magnitude. It's difficult for me to plan what my future is now. Things have changed in 28 years. And my wife tells me it takes me 6 months to get used to the cell phones and everything else. I don't know. I'll decide as I go along. She, as I said, she's the heroine of this tragedy. And we go from there. I'll sort of decide what she wants to do and not what I want to do. I think I owe it the rest of my life.
That is life at the end of the tunnel. Actually, I start to pack things to go home. So I just can't wait and Chris can't wait that we go home. We don't have much life left, but at least whatever we have, I hope that we can live in peace, quiet, and without worrying every day what's going to happen. I tell you more, I will not walk, I will run to go back to London, go back to England, where I wish you never left there.
But Marita and Chris's dream will only be fulfilled if the judge overturns the verdict. And that would be a monumental admission of a miscarriage of justice. In Santiago prison, Nicole has been given a job by security.
At 11:30 and also 5:30 when it's lunch and dinner, I have to get the spoons, make sure that there's 51, go and wash them, hand them out to the people that don't have any plastic spoons. Once they finish, wash them and count them in front of the supervisor of the day to make sure that there's still 51.
Nicole has to guard the spoons in order to stop fellow inmates turning them into weapons and attacking one another. Nicole's family is increasingly worried about her safety and health. They feel abandoned by the British government.
I pray every day. I pray. I pray every day that we're going to get good news, because she's been in now nearly 2 years and we've never had anything positive, because you were fighting against a brick wall. And I really believed if you were abroad, if you ever needed to go to the government for help, that they would be there for you. And I've really, really been shocked. All you get from them is, we can't interfere with the judicial system.
In desperation, they decide to spend their life savings on bail money.
We managed to raise the equivalent of £55,000, but unfortunately there was another tranche of money required by the lawyer, of just over £7,000, simply to lodge the appeal to the Supreme Court in order that we could pay the bail.
With the bail paid, Nicole is released. She goes into hiding, she says for her own safety. The room she finds is in a slum controlled by drug dealers. She and her family now have to work out what to do next.
This final appeal now, this is the last ditch to the Supreme Court. It could take up to 2 years. That if they find the court was correct, then she remains convicted and she's picked up off the street and taken back to prison.
Mike and Jeanette decide to take radical action. They're going to try to get her out of the country. They film their journey.
Just pulling into Heathrow now on our way. At last. It's the beginning of one journey. I hope it's the end of another for Nick.
Mike and Jeanette are not confident their plan will work.
You have everything going through your mind. Is this going to go wrong? Is that going to go wrong?
Mike and Jeanette arrive in the Dominican Republic. They head straight to the slum where Nicole is hiding.
So even Santiago, leaving the town to pick Nicole up in the barrio.
Nicole emerges from the barrio.
So that moment when you first saw your mum,
rather strange. Just being able to cuddle my mum and not have wardens looking at me, or it was just the most weird experience, just being able to be out in the street, and then I was with my mum.
It was amazing. Just to see her walk up the road and she was free and I could just run out and grab her. And I thought, I've got my daughter back, I've got my daughter back.
In Cardiff, Nicole's family, who've not seen her for 2 years, are waiting.
Right, I'll be here in 5 minutes. I'm going to give Jeanette the biggest hug ever. And your bump, I'm even going to hug your bump.
100 yards from home.
Here we are, here's the car. Here they come.
Come on, Nick, you're dressed.
For me, I never want to go on holiday abroad again. I'm happy to go to Butlins. It's scary to think that you get stuck in a system. Come here, For me, I would tell everybody never go abroad again, but I think that's not going to stop people. But I would just say if people go abroad, they have to seriously think and to really be careful. Wow, it could happen to anybody.
Nicole Reyes says she won't return to the Dominican Republic to appear in court. As there is no extradition agreement in place with the UK, it's unlikely she'll be forced to do so. In London, someone else appears to have staged a dramatic last-minute escape. Dan MacDonald was due to be extradited to the Czech Republic. Just as he was about to be loaded onto a plane, his mum found the vital missing letter. It said the case had been dropped.
It's crazy. Things changed quite drastically. Oh, I told you as well, I told you. I said everything about it.
I said all along, didn't you?
Oh, I'm shocked.
I'm not sure how many people believed it.
I'm not sure many.
Dan's case is very unusual. When a client who goes so far is actually vindicated, it shows that there's still some worth to that system.
You know, you'd read a story or you'd see a story like mine and you wouldn't believe it. You'd think, oh, as if he's guilty or they're guilty. This just proves that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, and I'm innocent, which is the best feeling in the world.
But for Chris Maharaj and his lawyer, it's the worst possible news.
But it's such a disaster. I flew across the Atlantic absolutely certain that Chris was going to get a new trial, and what should happen, the judge denied it all.
The judge ruled that the new evidence in Chris's case is hearsay, so inadmissible.
It clearly wasn't hearsay. It was a bunch of people saying, we did it. And it's the sort of evidence that puts people in prison every day of the week beyond a reasonable doubt. And yet it wasn't even enough to get poor old Chris Maharaj and his wife Marita a fair shake. Chris always had such an optimistic, positive attitude, and he said, look, if I have to live to be 100 years old, I'm going to live to get myself exonerated of this crime.
Unless he can persuade the Florida courts to overturn almost 30 years of findings against him, Chris Maharaj will die behind bars.
No parent ever wants to say these words.
I have never felt so free.
He took Katie.
I didn't protect my little girl.
No parent wants to think the odds are against them.
Timing in these cases is critical.
We listen to the clock ticking away the seconds of my daughter's life.
But they never give up searching.
You don't want the bad guy to win.
And they never give up hope.
That's when the sunlight did birthday.
They took our child. We got her back. New episode tonight, 9:30 on CI. Murder is anything but perfect. Something is always left behind.
That's what we got.
The trained hunter knows that the devil is in the details. Once he catches your trail, the hunt begins and doesn't stop till justice is served.
Could you be the person I'm looking for?
Homicide Hunter. New episode tonight, 7:30, only on CI.
Anthony Hardy nursed an ambition to follow in the footsteps of Victorian England's most notorious criminal, Jack the Ripper. When Hardy took to the evening streets, no prostitute was safe.
Jack the Ripper, he did talk a lot about. He was fascinated by his brain. When he went into deep things, like, murders and Jack the Ripper, well, that could go on for hours.
One night in November 2002, Bridget McLennan, a sex worker, was looking for punters. She did not spot Anthony Hardy furtively watching her. 2 weeks earlier, another prostitute had disappeared and Hardy's neighbours had heard mysterious sounds coming from his flat.
He had an electric jigsaw, I think, and a hacksaw, so he used both.
What puts Bridget's life in such great danger is the fact that Hardy, seen here on CCTV, believes he shares the same destiny as Jack the Ripper, to escape justice.
Perhaps he was teasing people. Perhaps he was teasing the police. Come and get me. I'll beat you again.
Hardy asks Bridget if she'd like to go back to his flat. Her answer will decide if she lives or dies.
For more great crime programs, keep watching CI.
The following program is classified M. It is recommended for viewers 15 years and over. We recommend the use of the parental lock system.
People always say, be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. But what if you meet someone who can make your dreams come true? You're on vacation at a ski resort with your new best friend. You spend time together. Do some business together. You even buy each other gifts. But what you don't do is catch on to him before he checks out. In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere, in the first 72 hours. RCMP officers receive a call from a local businessman. Corporal John Stein takes the report.
From the appearance, he was a successful businessman, and he had a public company that he was looking for investors. I think over his lifespan, he had several companies that he had taken public and profited from them.
The businessman, Martin Gifford, tells Stein he was shocked to find $50,000 of unexpected charges on a recent company credit card bill. His friend and major investor Michael Van Hoven has just gone missing. Gifford fears there may be a connection.
Michael Van Hoven was brought to him through another person and introduced as a potential investor in his business because he was looking to invest in some companies in Vancouver.
The two men first met 5 weeks earlier. Gifford needed investors for his latest invention, a groundbreaking advance in ultrasound technology. The more Gifford told Van Hoven about the invention, the more enthusiastic Van Hoven became. He said it was the kind of thing that could make a man rich. Van Hoven insisted on paying for the meal. Wealthy and eager to invest, Van Hoven looked to be the perfect partner. Gifford asked Van Hoven to come by his office as soon as possible to work out the details.
They talked terms of contracts and everything else and what he was looking for in an investment, and they came to some sort of terms.
Van Hoven's initial investment was to be $5 million. His family's bank in Switzerland would wire Gifford the money. Van Hoven wanted their business dealings kept private. He asked that Gifford sign a confidentiality agreement. Gifford agreed. To celebrate their new partnership, Gifford presented Van Hoven with a $28,000 Rolex watch. When Van Hoven left his office that day, Gifford says he was excited. With Van Hoven's backing, he could start planning an early retirement. Two weeks later, Van Hoven's wife and son arrived in Vancouver. Gifford helped the family find an apartment in his building. After years of living alone, Gifford was happy to have people around him again. He felt he'd found not only a business partner, but a friend. Van Hoven and his family included Gifford in everything they did. Van Hoven even bought Gifford a new pair of skis. He insisted he join the family on an upcoming holiday in Whistler. Gifford rented an SUV so they could all drive up together. But Van Hoven said there was a problem. He couldn't book a hotel room without a credit card.
Michael Van Hoven said he didn't have a credit card because he doesn't carry credit cards with him. So he had used the businessman's credit card to hold the hotel.
Gifford was happy to put the Van Hoven's reservation on his card. Van Hoven said he'd pay cash once they got there. In Whistler, Gifford saw Van Hoven, his wife Teresa, and their son Jean-Marc every day. They skied together, and when Van Hoven and his wife went out, Gifford babysat. A few days into their vacation, Van Hoven introduced Gifford to a local businessman.
He had hooked up with a real estate agent in Whistler and was going around to see properties.
Van Hoven was looking to buy a house in Whistler. 2 weeks into the Whistler vacation, Van Hoven announced the Swiss banker father wanted to meet the man his son had invested so much money in. So while Van Hoven and his family remained in Whistler, Gifford flew off to Geneva. But the Geneva meeting did not go as planned. Van Hoven's father had scheduling problems. Every day, there was another delay.
He ended up spending about 3 or 4 days in a hotel in Geneva, but the meeting never materialized.
When Gifford returned home, He was surprised to find the SUV he had rented in the apartment garage. The Van Hovens were not due back from Whistler for another week. Anxious to discuss his Geneva trip with Van Hoven, Gifford knocked on his friend's door, but found no one home. He called the family a couple of times and left messages, but no one called back. Finally, he slipped a note under Van Hoven's door, but days later, there was still no response. Gifford then received his $50,000 credit card bill. He says he felt at that point he had no choice but to call the police.
They see the vehicle, it looks like it's abandoned. They leave a note under the door and they can see it hasn't been disturbed. So then all the alarm bells, I think, start to go off.
Corporal John Stein must now find out what has happened to Gifford's friend and to Gifford's money. February on CI. Ever wondered why serial killers do what they do?
I hope nothing suspected.
Lurking deep within their psyche are the triggers that kickstart their psychopathic behavior.
Had he had the right type of intervention, could he have stopped?
Serial Killer Sunday presents Inside the Mind of a Serial Killer. The hit British series is back.
They're stalking people.
With dramatic interviews, reenactments, and rare archive material, uncover the complete story of crimes that stunned the UK. The new season of crimes that shook Britain. Irma Rivera is a decorated New York City detective.
If I was a victim of a crime, I'd want Irma on the case.
She looks back at her toughest cases, where her intuition and drive found justice for victims. The premiere special, Miss Homicide.
Doesn't have to be a victim like that. Who do you trust?
February on CI.
Get top brand tyres at online prices. Go to tyresales.com.
Tyresales.com will change the way you shop for tyres.
With drivers saving hundreds of dollars, it's no wonder we're Australia's favourite online tyre store. Genuine top brand tyres at online prices, delivered free to over 1,750 installers nationwide. And with a tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee.
At the click of a button, you can find the best tyres to suit your vehicle and your budget.
There's no ringing around finding the right tyre at the right price. Plus, you can instantly locate the installer who is nearest to you.
The easiest way to get a better deal on your new tyres.
Genuine top brand tyres at online prices, delivered free to the installer of your choice. And with a tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee.
Buying tyres has never been easier.
For top brand tyres at online prices and the best deal in tyres, go to tyresales.com.
This world will change itself. It's here for us to take it. The faith that we've been waiting for is here for us to make it. Waiting for the world to break.
All the major Hollywood studios on 9 dedicated movie channels. Plus, stream over 1,000 movies anytime. Just connect your IP to the internet. It's all included in the movies pack.
I had someone that really loved me. I started noticing something was wrong.
Now I know. This is a psycho.
The whole town was in an uproar. Frustrations just built up in him, and where are they gonna go?
This was a crime that just exploded.
Killer Kids, Friday, 9:30 on CI.
I can't imagine a more horrific experience to go through.
Crimes that are hard to imagine.
For a father to have committed this horrendous crime, it just is beyond comprehension.
But impossible to forget.
As soon as I saw the fire, I knew it wasn't an accident.
Never thought anything like this would happen. Ever.
Britain's darkest taboos. New episode Monday, 8:30 on CI. Vancouver RCMP investigators are looking into the disappearance of venture capitalist Michael Van Hoven, his wife, and his child. Corporal John Stein first tries to determine whether Van Hoven is still in the country.
We contacted to our border to see if they could verify whether or not there was a Michael Van Hoven that crossed at the border. On top of that, I made calls to Whistler, to the detachment up there to see if they had anything.
Whistler police talked to real estate developer Don Wensley, the last person to do business with Van Hoven. Wensley recalls the first time he and Van Hoven met.
I said, "Hi, how are you? What are you looking to accomplish?" But he said, "I want to buy a house. I want to buy a castle." And I said, "Well, we're not big on castles, Whistler at the moment." And then it dawned on me, there was a castle. Private gate, butler's quarters, coach house for the cars and the little. It was a gorgeous, gorgeous place looking out over the lake, totally private. And it was $10 million. He had an emotional orgasm when he walked in the front door. And he just said, "This is perfect. This is exactly what we need." The next day, he wrote an offer for $8 million and it was accepted.
Van Hoven had a Swiss bank make the arrangements. He told Wensley a $500,000 deposit would be arriving soon. Wensley tells Whistler police Van Hoven then presented him with a confidentiality agreement. While Wensley found this unusual, he thought about the large commission he stood to make on the sale and let it go. Police discovered that Van Hoven's favorite Whistler hangout was the Barefoot Bistro. Owner Andre Saint-Jacques remembers the client very well.
He would walk from, like, to the bar to his table like it was almost like some people that never in the restaurant could have possibly thought that he was the owner. He had this sort of like air of like feeling that, this is where he belongs and so on. And he used the Barefoot definitely as his headquarters.
Police learned Van Hoven entertained at the bistro constantly. In just 5 weeks, he spent tens of thousands of dollars here.
He would actually charge his bill to the hotel where he was staying at. And I guess he'd go through pricing on the wine list, and ones that were more expensive, he would just sort of order. The Monte Chandon 1914 is $10,000. Patriot 70 is $3,200. Don Perignon 59 is $2,500. But if you sort of like start asking him any questions, I think he had this way of like sort of having two sides of one is very charming, and then one of it could be like very aggressive, and you felt like this guy's gonna kill me.
We were driving in the car, and he said, "What's that on your arm?" And I said, "It's a tattoo. I was a fighter pilot." He said, "Have you ever killed anybody?" I said, "What kind of question is that?" He says, "You have, haven't you?" And I pulled the car over to the side of the road. And I said, "Michael, if you mention it again, I'm going to throw you out of the car."
Don Wensley also saw Van Hoven's dark side. Wensley tells police that the last he heard, Michael Van Hoven had left Whistler. Wensley has given up all hope of ever seeing the $500,000 deposit. The story Stein hears from Whistler police confirm his suspicions. He pays Martin Gifford another visit.
I think the first part of it was trying to convince the businessman that this didn't appear to be a con artist and that he wasn't going to be coming back.
Gifford wants to believe that it's all been just a misunderstanding.
He still thought that the deal might be going through, and that was part of his concern for bringing the police in, because if he brought the police in and Michael Van Hoven had showed up with a check or several checks, he would have been embarrassed.
Stein is familiar with fraud, but he's never come up against anyone quite like Michael Van Hoven.
It's rare in my job to get an actual con artist that does this traveling roadshow type of thing. He's probably found we might not catch him.
The only evidence Stein has is the rented SUV. He has a team search the vehicle for clues. Stein's partner, RCMP Corporal Carl McMillan, leads the search.
It was all, their personal belongings were in there, and in the suitcases that were inside the vehicle, but there were no fingerprints.
Within 72 hours of receiving Martin Gifford's call, police get their first break. Inside the suitcase, Corporal McMillan finds several passports, bearing different names, and a checkbook belonging to Christopher Rocancourt. Cara McMillan begins to process the evidence. Late that afternoon, she does a search on the internet.
I just thought I would try these at the end of the day before going home, one last ditch attempt to locate this guy.
Nothing comes up for Michael Van Hoven. But Christopher Rocancourt is a different story. Investigators are astonished at what they find. Rocancourt is a French citizen. In America, he's posed as a French member of the Rockefeller family and the nephew of film producer Dino De Laurentiis. He has defrauded almost everyone he has ever met, from Hollywood film stars to fortune seekers in the Hamptons. He is wanted by Interpol, the FBI, and various American police departments. But that's not all.
We ran the name Christopher Rocancourt as well on the U.S. database that keeps track of criminals. There was a hit that stated that Christopher Rocancourt was considered to be armed and dangerous.
Rocancourt once threatened to kill a Los Angeles police officer and his family. When cornered, he has always shown a willingness to use violence. Stein and McMillan contact Martin Gifford. They tell him Michael Van Hoven's real name is Christopher Rocancourt, and that Rocancourt is one of the world's most wanted con artists. Then they tell Gifford what he needs to do if Rocancourt is going to be caught.
I instructed the businessman to act as if everything is normal, to think that the deal's still going to happen. That's what happened, actually. He ended up making a couple of calls.
Rocancourt says he's busy sorting out the money transfer in Geneva. Once the conversation's over, Gifford enters a special code that allows police to trace the call. Police discover it was made on Rocancourt's cell phone, which means it could have been made from anywhere.
Our biggest concern was tracking him down and how far ahead he was going to be ahead of us, and we thought maybe he'd be out of the country.
Police know Rocancourt could be armed and dangerous. They just don't know where he is.
Aussie officials are calling it the worst massacre in over 100 years.
Nothing can pay you for what you're about to see.
These horrible crimes just simply taken across the line of what society could tolerate.
Those things were simply horrific.
And changed the way we live our lives forever.
I felt that I had to do something.
Crimes that shook Australia. Tuesday, 7:30, Heart of Frontiers on CI.
From the first footprints on our continent to the present day, what did it take for an ancient land to become a modern nation? An extraordinary tale of adversity and triumph. The people, places, and events that have shaped us. Australia, the story of us. Wednesday, 8:30, Heart of Frontiers on History.
Thinking of diamonds? This is as close as you'll get to perfection. Flawless cut, exclusive to Shields. 1 carat of gorgeous diamonds, just $3,499. And this forever pendant, brilliant for only $999. Flawless cut collection, just perfect from Shields.
Selling the family home after so many years was hard.
How do you find an agent you can trust?
Open Agent took all the hard work out of choosing an agent.
The agent we chose sold our house in just 5 days.
Find your perfect estate agent at openagent.com.au.
You think that Gifford's madness?
Then we all have it. Somebody did that.
I've never experienced anything like it before.
You are Countess in Coffin. It is for the young ladies to make themselves pleasing to you now.
If your heart surrenders, you need me to.
I'm in love, my friend.
We are strong.
What shall I do?
Love is a battlefield.
This is your future.
War and Peace starts Sunday 8:30 on BBC First.
Our little girl, quiet, watched us. 30 years ago, the unspeakable happened. Crime Investigation Australia, the Anita Cobby murder. Tuesday 8:30 on CI.
This February, history visits the Eternal City, Rome.
Such a colossus in the story of human history.
How did they rise from humble beginnings to create the greatest empire man has ever seen? Groundbreaking architecture.
This one had to be the best.
Underbelly.
Without structures like this, we wouldn't have Rome.
The most famous of ancient towns has never seen before. Rome. This February, only on History.
Dangerous con man Christopher Rocancourt has robbed Vancouver businessman Martin Gifford of his money, his future, and his faith in people. The object of a worldwide manhunt, Rocancourt is now on the run. Rocancourt's phone calls are the only lead police have. For those calls to be traced, Gifford has to keep Rocancourt talking.
He's going to buy us time in order to get the transcripts from this telephone company and track down where these phone calls were being made from.
The calls are traced, not to Geneva, but to Victoria, British Columbia, just 100 kilometers away. Sergeant Alan Cochrane, then head of the Victoria Police Emergency Response Team, now learns that a dangerous fugitive is at large in his community.
What we try to do is to use the best trained, best equipped people when we're going to deal with high-risk violent offenders, and that's why the emergency response team was brought in.
Rocancourt and his family are staying at the Oak Bay Beach Hotel. Cochrane places the hotel under surveillance. At 9 o'clock, Cochrane decides to move on Rocancourt.
Our plan at the time was to call up to the room and say that his car was broken into, and if he could come down to see if anything had been stolen. And then when he came down, we would do a high-risk takedown arrest on him. He had been eluding the police for quite some time, so not only violent but an escape risk. So weren't sure exactly what levels he would go to evade being arrested.
Cochrane and his team set out for the hotel.
Just as we were getting onto Beach Drive, Mr. Rocancourt pulled out, and we ended up passing each other nose to nose.
Cochrane decides to take down Rocancourt right away.
He was really shocked, I think. It happened so fast and kind of overwhelmed. The first thing he said was, they brought the FBI SWAT team in to get me. We kind of had a chuckle about that. That was the local Victoria team.
The man Alan Cochrane and his team now have in custody has eluded police capture for years. Christopher Rocancourt's arrest makes headlines around the world. Gifford is relieved to hear the news, but he still feels like a fool.
Once you realize that you've been had, it probably hits home harder knowing that, everything in here was kind of a prop used to rip you off.
Rocancourt won Gifford over with his charm, his acts of generosity, and with his displays of wealth.
Big it keeps him off his feet. It keeps him from having time to think about what's actually happened. And that's, why he was effective commerce. And once you, it's, like fishing, once you hook the fish, you have to work the fish.
The confidentiality agreements were just a distraction, designed to demonstrate that Rocancourt had serious intentions.
Like any con, you have to keep the person at bay, and you do that by throwing different things at them. And in this case, buying the houses, $10 million, it kept the businessman from learning the truth.
Don Wensley is philosophical about the experience.
All of us got had, basically, because of our own greed. And when he was arrested, I almost felt sorry. It's nuts. I should have been ecstatic that they've corralled this little bugger. But I think I'd almost hire him as a salesman. He is so good.
Unlike Don Wensley, Martin Gifford has had a much harder time coming to terms.
The businessman suffered from this. It affected his life. It affected his livelihood. It affected the public company. When you say no one gets hurt, just because you don't have the bruises doesn't mean it doesn't affect you.
Christopher Rocancourt has apologized to no one. In his autobiography, he says, "The shinier the hook, the more the fish bite." After serving a year in Canada, Rocancourt was sent to prison in the United States. Once he has completed his 5-year sentence there, he will be deported back to France to face further charges.
The stories on 72 Hours are true. The detectives and forensic scientists are the ones who actually worked on the case.
Murder is anything but perfect. Something is always left behind.
So yeah.
The trained hunter knows that the devil is in the details. Once he catches your trail, the hunt begins and doesn't stop until justice is served.
Could you be the person I'm looking for?
Homicide Hunter. New episode tonight, 7:30, only on CI.
The following program is classified M. It is recommended for viewers 15 years and over. We recommend the use of the parental lock system.
A woman's body is found floating in a canal.
What made this case so difficult was a killer could literally be anyone.
And the woman's lifestyle only adds to the list of possible suspects.
It appeared that the killer really controlled what occurred in this crime. I believe it may be something he thought about and planned.
Now investigators fear it may be a plan he'll try again. Palm Beach County, Florida, is normally the setting for posh homes, sparkling water, and picture-perfect sunsets. But that's just one view of Palm Beach. Across town, a fisherman has reported seeing a half-submerged body in a backwater canal. Palm Beach County Sheriff's officers converge on the scene. Detective Robert Zychek is the first investigator to get there.
This area is known as a lover's lane. It's kind of remote. This is one of our many canal systems that we have. And in this area here is where we found the body at. I observed the body laying in this position. The feet were here, and the head and upper torso was at approximately 18 inches of water. I observed that she was a white female, about 30 years of age approximately.
Detective Zychek suspects he's looking at a homicide.
And I did notice some trauma to the neck and the shoulder area, which led me to believe that this wasn't an accidental death, with some struggle or violence involved. So my first thought was it could be a lover's quarrel gone wrong. Due to the unclad condition of the female, I figured it had something to do with lovers.
No purse or wallet is found with the victim, but on her body, detectives noticed one possible clue to her identity.
On her chest area was a tattoo, a blue pink squirrel, approximately 1.5 inches long.
The description of the unusual tattoo alerts lead detective Wayne Robinson to the victim's identity.
I remember the information being put out by radio indicating that the individual had a squirrel tattoo on her chest, and I had dealt a lot with the people on the streets and got to know them. I, at that point, probably figured it was going to be Lucy Pate.
The victim, 33-year-old Lucy Pate, was a prostitute. She walked the streets that Robinson patrolled. Occasionally, she'd even provide him with information.
I was a patrolman, and she was one of the people that I had associated with on calls and seen her in the area on the streets.
At autopsy, fingerprints officially confirmed the victim's identity. Medical examiners determined the cause of death, blunt trauma to the neck. They also find traces of DNA, possibly the killer's. Her murder is a sad end in a life that had been going downhill for years.
I'd say up until the point when she was in probably her junior, senior year in high school, she was like the normal, average, all-American kid. Did everything they did, Girl Scouts, church groups, friends, and she seemed to get kind of involved with the wrong crowd.
A failed marriage and a losing battle with drug addiction followed.
She'd have periods where her life would seem to be back on track, but it was, looking back, a downhill spiral from that point on. It just progressively got worse.
Lucy eventually turned to prostitution, and that only complicates the investigation.
Lucy Pate's lifestyle did make it much more difficult. The fact that she was out and dealing with people and strangers, she could have been a victim of opportunity with anybody passing through the area, so that type of lifestyle makes it much more difficult to isolate anybody that's a possible suspect.
Robinson calls on Special Agent Dale Hinton. She arrives in Palm Beach to help him find a needle in a haystack.
What struck me immediately when I reviewed this case was how far the victim ended up from where she usually worked. I wondered if the offender had taken her there because he planned to kill her.
Hinman notices something even more significant about the killer's MO.
The possibility that the killer planned this crime was disturbing. Based on my experience, when a killer plans a crime, he may try to claim another victim.
To develop her profile, Agent Hinman visits the crime scene in person. She wants to see what the killer saw.
What really strikes me about the scene is how many turns it took us to get here. This is really a remote area. I wonder if someone would be able to find this if they were just driving around. Did she have any reason to be in this area?
No, knowledge she wasn't from this area. She worked a long ways away from here. I doubt she even had any knowledge of this area out here. She's 11 miles from where she would normally be.
Then it's likely the killer has some association with this area. What was happening in the area at the time?
Well, this is the backside of a housing development to our east here. And the roads were all in, but there were probably only half dozen homes, and they were on the far east side at the time.
So there would have been a lot of people associated with construction that would be coming into this area, having to do with the roads and the building and the plumbing and contractors.
In a case with dozens of potential suspects, Agent Hinman thinks she's found a place to start looking.
I think it's really likely that your offender is associated somehow with the construction in the area, and that's why he's familiar with this location.
I agree with you.
Back at Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, Detective Robinson starts compiling a list of people who worked in the area around the time of Kate's death.
You deal with the fact that everybody that was in that area at that time is a suspect and start eliminating them one at a time. All the suspects is amazing.
The search could take months. Robinson needs a way to speed up the process. Hinman thinks she has just the clue that'll move the case forward. She takes a close look at the photos and forensic reports.
There were marks on Lucy's arms and wrists, and some of the marks appeared to be defensive, but others suggested that she might have been bound. And we were wondering why, because prostitutes don't need to be bound to get into cars, they go there willingly.
To Hinman, the marks on Lucy's arms, the location of the crime, even the way she was killed, all appear to be part of a plan.
One of the aspects that appeared to be very critical in this crime was the element of control. The offender controlled every aspect of this crime. He drove the victim to a remote area. He used some type of restraint. After he killed the victim, he took the restraint off of her and took it with him. We wondered if it was all part of the killer's plan.
Hinman thinks the police should be looking for someone with a history of violence, especially toward women. And there's someone in Lucy's life who fits that description. Her boyfriend, Howard Humphreys. Investigators learned that Lucy and Howard had a stormy relationship, and just before her death, they had yet another fight. Could their relationship have ended in murder in a place known as Lover's Lane?
Lucy paid had her boyfriend, Mr. Humphrey, instead of very rocky relationship, a lot of domestics. A lot of times that the domestics escalated to a point where the sheriff's office had to be called to the residence. The neighbors would complain about the domestics.
And investigators learned something even more telling. The night before Lucy was murdered, the couple had another argument. And this time, fearing for her life, Lucy ran away.
It was a place like this that Lucy spent her last night, drowning her sorrows after a domestic with her boyfriend.
Too afraid to return home, she spent the night in a vehicle parked behind the bar. Eager to see where this new lead takes him, Robinson follows Humphrey's trail. Howard Humphreys is a logical suspect, but Hinman isn't so sure.
In a homicide case like this, it's just good police work to investigate everyone who was associated with the victim. I really didn't think Howard Humphreys had anything to do with this case. Even though he had been violent with the victim in the past, why would he take her out to the location where her body was found?
When body of evidence returns, investigators suspect Lucy might have been killed by her boyfriend, a theory that calls Hinman's profile into question.
February on CI. Ever wondered why serial killers do what they do?
I heard nothing suspected.
Lurking deep within their psyche are the triggers that kickstart their psychopathic behavior.
Had he had the right type of intervention, could he have stopped?
Serial Killer Sunday presents Inside the Mind of a Serial Killer. The hit British series is back.
You're stolen people.
With dramatic interviews, reenactments, and rare archive material, uncover the complete story of crimes that stunned the UK. The new season of crimes that shook Britain. Irma Rivera is a decorated New York City detective.
If I was the victim of a crime, I'd want Irma on the case.
She looks back at her toughest cases, where her intuition and drive found justice for victims. The premiere special, Miss Homicide.
Does it have to be a victim like that? Who do you trust?
February on CI. No parent ever wants to say these words.
I have never felt so free.
He took Katie.
I didn't protect my little girl.
No parent wants to think the odds are against them.
Timing in these cases is critical.
We listen to the clock ticking away the seconds of my daughter's life.
But they never give up searching.
You don't want the bad guy to win.
And they never give up hope.
That's when the sunlight just burst in.
They took our child, we got her back. New episode tonight, 9:30 on CI.
Get top brand tyres at online prices. Go to tyresales.com.
Tyresales.com will change the way you shop for tyres.
With drivers saving hundreds of dollars, it's no wonder we're Australia's favourite online tyre store. Genuine top brand tyres at online prices delivered free to over 1,750 installers nationwide. And with a Tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee.
At the click of a button, you can find the best tyres to suit your vehicle and your budget.
There's no ringing around finding the right tyre at the right price. Plus, you can instantly locate the installer who is nearest to you.
The easiest way to get a better deal on your new tyres.
Genuine top brand tyres at online prices, delivered free to the installer of your choice. And with a Tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee.
Buying tyres has never been easier.
For top brand tyres at online prices and the best deal in tyres, go to Tyresales.com.
When I started in this business, rock and roll was real and pure. From Martin Scorsese and Mick Jagger, Average D introduced the world to the music. Express from the US. I want first boys today. Let's show people how rock and roll is supposed to make you feel. Final begins Monday, February 15 on Showcase, the home of HBO. Then available in Foxtel anytime.
The whole town was in an uproar.
Frustrations just built up in him, and where are they going to go?
This was a crime that just exploded.
Killer Kids, Friday, 9:30 on CI.
I can't imagine a more horrific experience to go through.
Crimes that are hard to imagine.
For a father to have committed this horrendous crime, it just is beyond comprehension.
But impossible to forget.
As soon as I saw the fire, I knew it wasn't an accident.
Never thought anything like this would happen, ever.
Britain's darkest taboos. New episode Monday, 8:30 on CI.
Artifacts unearthed. New evidence uncovered. Old theories undone. Rome Unwrapped. New episode Tuesday, 7:30. Part of Rome Month, only on History.
Lucy's boyfriend, Howard Humphreys, has a history of domestic violence. When Lucy's body is found, investigators pick Humphreys up for questioning. He readily agrees to submit to a blood test. DNA collected from Lucy's body at the time of her death is compared to Humphreys' blood sample. The result? Agent Hinman was right.
It turned out Humphreys was eliminated as a suspect. His DNA didn't match what was found on the victim, and he had an alibi that checked out. We started looking for other clues.
Agent Hinman has some questions about how Lucy was restrained before her death, and she has an idea of where to find the answers. Hinman turns to Palm Beach County Medical Examiner, Dr. Michael Bell.
I know you're interested in looking at the photographs that I took at autopsy.
We're hoping that something in these injuries will help us to determine who our attacker was.
On her right, the lower arm just below the elbow, there was a very thin bruise that completely went around her lower arm. And that's more consistent with the ligature.
So this appears to be a restraint to you then, something to control this victim.
It was certainly on her right arm, yes.
But it's the type of device used to restrain Lucy that intrigues Agent Hinman.
We have a thin linear scrape or abrasion. You see how it branches to form two parallel abrasions?
Mm-hmm.
So when I saw this, I thought immediately of handcuffs, which is...
This is precisely the clue Hinman is seeking. The visit with Dr. Bell has paid off. Hinman has uncovered just the clue they need. The possible use of handcuffs cracks the case wide open.
When we learned that the ligature mark on Lucy's arm could have been caused by a handcuff, this opened up the possibility that the individual who killed her could have been posing as a police officer.
If the killer is on the streets pretending to be a police officer, no one is safe. The investigation takes on even greater urgency. And Hinman believes that this new theory, if true, might actually work in their favor.
When we considered all of the activity that occurred in this crime scene, we wondered if this was the first crime he had ever committed. So we decided to see if there were other women who who had been approached by a man who was pretending to be a police officer, and they were able to get away.
Robinson begins to scour police records, looking for unsolved assaults involving someone who posed as a police officer. And he hits pay dirt.
We were able to determine that there were possible other victims of this suspect. We know that he had used handcuffs and played undercover police officer, and one of these girls actually remembered a partial tag to the vehicle that was used by the suspect.
The woman's name is Sherry. Could her case be related to Lucy's? Detective Robinson brings her in and records their conversation on audio tape.
What happened? You were picked up by an individual?
Yes, and he pulled out a badge underneath his seat, real quickly. The child was under arrest. They were doing a sting operation on prostitutes.
Then he had taken her out west to a location within a half mile or a quarter mile where Lucy Bates was found.
As they prepare to get out of the car, the man tells Sherry he will have to put her in handcuffs, which he claims is standard procedure.
I begged him not to, thought it would be good, and he said he would get in trouble. So I reluctantly let him put him on, and he told me to watch after him.
It soon becomes clear to Sherry that this man isn't really an undercover detective.
And he punched me in the stomach, and he pulled my hair and dragged me. He kept kicking me and telling me to move.
He had placed her in fear of her life. She really thought she was going to die at that location.
Struggling for her life with her hands cuffed, Sherry manages to run away. She escapes into the woods. The would-be cop drives off. When Agent Hinman hears about the attack, she knows they've found their man.
There were so many similarities between this victim's account of what happened to her compared to what we thought happened to Lucy Pate. The man pretended to be a police officer, he had handcuffs, and he took her to the same area where Lucy Pate was murdered. We thought these cases were related.
And Sherry is about to give investigators their first big break.
She provided us with a description of the individual, basic description of the vehicle, and a partial tag number.
Detective Robinson runs the partial license plate number and gets a hit. David Noggle. Could this man be Sherry's attacker and Lucy Pate's killer? Detective Robinson creates a photo array that includes a picture of Noggle and presents it to Sherry.
I'm going to show you a series of pictures. There are 6, 7, 8 of them here. I'd like you to just go through and see if one of these 8 pictures might be the guy. It may or may not be.
That's him.
That's him, right?
Yes.
Without any hesitation, Sherry has identified her assailant, David Noggle. Coming up next, could this be the same man who killed Lucy Pate?
Aussie officials are calling it the worst massacre in over 100 years.
Nothing could pay you for what you're about to see.
These horrible crimes just recently taken across the line of what society could tolerate.
Those things were simply horrific.
And changed the way we live our lives forever.
I felt that I had to do something.
Crimes that shook Australia. Tuesday, 7:30, Heart of Frontiers on CI.
From the first footprints on our continent to the present day, what did it take for an ancient land to become a modern nation? An extraordinary tale of adversity and triumph. The people, places, and events that have shaped us. Australia, the story of us. Wednesday, 8:30, Heart of Frontiers on History.
Selling your property is such a big financial move.
You've got to get a great agent if you want top dollar.
But I wasn't sure where to start. Open Agent took all the hard work out of choosing an agent. They shortlisted the 2 best agents for us.
No fees and no catches.
The agent they found was fantastic.
And the price we got was well over our reserve.
Find your perfect real estate agent and sell your home for the best price with less stress. Go to openagent.com.au now.
Foxtel Arts presents the 5th ACTA International Awards, recognizing film excellence.
Let's take a look at the nominees.
This year's nominees include Kate Winslet, Leonardo DiCaprio, Kate Blanchett, Matt Damon, and Charlize Theron. A gala night of celebration, The 5th Actor International Awards, Sunday 7:30 on Foxtel Arts. Find Foxtel Arts in the Foxtel Bookers pack.
There's no place like home to spend an evening with Oprah.
Live it, love it, own it.
And there's only one place to do it.
Your life has been completely shaped by fame. Her divorce from Donald made headlines around the world. Tell me, what kind of a mom are you? Have you gotten over that?
The Oprah Winfrey Network. Own it only on TLC. Exclusive to Foxtel.
Our little girl, quiet, watched us. 30 years ago, the unspeakable happened. Crime Investigation Australia, the Anita Cobby murder. Next Tuesday, 8:30 on CI.
This February, history visits the Eternal City, Rome.
Such a colossus in the story of human history.
How did they rise from humble beginnings to create the greatest empire man has ever seen? Groundbreaking architecture.
This one had to be the best.
Underbelly.
Without structures like this, we wouldn't have Rome.
The most famous of ancient towns has never seen before. Rome. This February, only on History. What would the world be like without the modern technology and conveniences that we take for granted today? The untold story of how we got to now starts Monday, February 8th on History.
A victim who survived an attack by a man pretending to be a cop identifies her attacker as David Noggle. He also fits Agent Hinman's profile of the man who killed Lucy Pate to a T.
David Noggle was just the type of person we were looking for. He was a heavy equipment operator at a construction site in the same area where the victim's body was found. And Noggle had attacked another woman in this area previously.
Now they need evidence or a confession to arrest him. The perpetrator is brought to Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office for questioning. Amazingly, he provides a blood sample for comparison to DNA found on the body. When the lab results come back, it's a match. But in this case, because the victim may have had contact with several men around the time of her death, the matching DNA is inconclusive.
DNA evidence in many cases can be the crucial tool. In a situation like Lucy Pate and her lifestyle, it's not conclusive evidence. We're going to have to probably get a confession to support that DNA.
Her training in criminal psychology tells Agent Hinman the best approach to take with Noggle during the interrogation.
With men like Noggle, who have no regard for women like Lucy Pate, Detective Robinson knew that he really had to spend time with them to build a rapport, to get him to open up. Noggle had to feel like the detective really understood him.
At first, Noggle claims he doesn't remember being with Lucy Pate, in spite of the DNA evidence.
I don't recall.
Detective Robinson prods Noggle's memory with a significant detail.
We discussed her and the fact that she had an obvious big squirrel tattoo in her chest, and eventually he says yes, he does remember the big squirrel tattoo.
Detective Robinson continues to press Noggle in the same apparently sympathetic manner.
I tried to put myself on the level with him where I could understand why this would happen to one of these girls, and that maybe something happened that he had to defend himself, and he pretty much understood that kind of theory and loosened up and started telling us exactly what occurred at the scene of the homicide.
I still never go trying to get my thoughts together. She wasn't moving, she was just laying on the ground. After that, I figured what had happened and punched her legs. And she couldn't give me a breath. And she lay there, I picked her up, and I walked over by where I had dropped her. And I stood there for a second, like that now, pointing. Gives you all I desire.
After the confession, Noggle draws a map of where he had left the body, in the canal exactly where Lucy was found. Much to Noggle's surprise, he is placed under arrest.
He was shocked. He really didn't have an idea that he'd be going to jail. He thought we bought into his self-defense theory, and he was going home.
But in court, David Naugle pleads guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a 15-year sentence. Lucy's mother, Carol Payne, is grateful her daughter's killer is behind bars, though it doesn't really ease the pain of her loss.
I miss her every day of my life, and I always will. She was my little girl. It made me feel wonderful that somebody finally cared enough about this person to try to find out what happened.
Police believe putting Naugle behind bars may have saved the lives of other women.
David Naugle might have thought that Lucy Payne and so many other women like her were insignificant, but to us, every life has value. It is our goal to do everything we can to prevent violent criminals like him from preying on others.
She was somebody that was easy to talk to.
I had someone that really loved me.
You always hope that you find that person.
I started noticing something was wrong.
Transition was like night and day.
Detective Boone.
Now I knew this is a psycho.
Murder is anything but perfect. Something is always left behind.
That's what we got.
The trained hunter knows that the devil is in the details. Once he catches your trail, the hunt begins and doesn't stop until justice is served.
Can you be the person I'm looking for?
Homicide Hunter. New episode tonight, 7:30, only on CI.
The following program is classified M. It is recommended for viewers 15 years and over. We recommend the use of the parental lock system.
Police investigating the disappearance of a woman in Iowa close in on a suspect. But to prove murder, they must identify a severed torso pulled from the Mississippi River. In Ohio, a grave is unearthed at a construction site. A makeshift coffin and human bones are all investigators have to lead them to a killer. An Illinois state trooper makes a gruesome discovery on the side of the road. Investigators must make their case from the unknown victim's teeth. Some killers believe that they have left no trace of themselves or their victims behind. But forensic scientists have found ways to decipher a killer's calling card by reading clues written in bone. Located on a bend on the Mississippi River, Davenport, Iowa is known as a quiet fishing community. But on March 18, 1983, police were visited by a concerned citizen named Marianne Roth. Marianne was worried about her friend, Joyce Clint. They had spoken on the phone earlier in the morning and had made plans to spend the afternoon together. But Joyce hadn't shown up. Joyce had been under a lot of stress in recent weeks. Her marriage was in bad shape, and she and her husband, Jim, were considering divorce. Marianne described Joyce as a dedicated mother, not the type to simply run off without a word. For the sake of their son, Bart, Joyce had tried to keep the marriage together. But she wasn't naive. Marianne turned over a tape that Joyce had made several days before her disappearance. Joyce had planned to use it as evidence if the divorce went to trial. When investigators played the tape, they quickly realized that Joyce had secretly recorded an incriminating conversation between her and Jim. On it, she confronted her husband about money he was allegedly skimming from his chiropractic business. Responding to the threats, Jim told Joyce that if she exposed him, he would put her head under the pillow, smother her, and then cut her up into little pieces. Though it was savage talk, police are used to hearing these kinds of violent threats from couples facing divorce. To investigators, it was more likely that Joyce had decided to leave town. With the tape safe at Marianne's, she could slip away until the divorce case went to trial. That theory was supported the following day. Joyce's friends discovered her car parked near the airport. Inside the vehicle, police found no evidence of a struggle or any signs of foul play. For investigators, everything suggested that Joyce had gone missing on purpose. Corporal Jerry McCabe of the Davenport Police Department worked the investigation.
It first looked like a possible family argument where she may have taken off and hadn't spoken to anybody in a while.
But the persistence of Joyce Clint's friends convinced police to look into the disappearance. They paid a visit to Jim Clint. Jim readily admitted that he and Joyce had fought on the morning of the 18th. He had stormed out and gone to the marina where he kept his boat in order to cool off. Because of rising floodwaters, he decided not to go out on the river. He secured his boat and returned home. By that time, he said Joyce was gone, along with a closet full of clothes and $4,000 of his money. Investigators checked on his alibi with a visit to the marina. A restaurant manager confirmed that she saw Clint that morning, around 11 a.m. She saw Clint loading filled trash bags onto his boat. She said he left the dock in his boat, returned sometime later, and then went out again. This eyewitness account contradicted Jim's alibi. Detectives decided to take a closer look into Jim Clint's background. Jim Clint's drinking and philandering were well known in the small community of Davenport. Police learned that he had been having a blatant affair with one of his patients. Hoping to learn more, investigators tracked the woman down. She told investigators that on the day of Joyce's disappearance, Jim had invited her over around noon. He had a surprise. He said that Joyce agreed to a divorce and had left town. Now they could finally be together. Joyce's threats to expose Jim's alleged embezzling, coupled with the information about his extramarital affair, gave investigators reason to believe that Jim Clint had motive to kill his wife. But without any hard evidence that a crime had been committed, it was still just speculation. But on April 15th, nearly a month after Joyce's disappearance, the Mississippi River would offer a gruesome clue. Several miles south of Davenport, two fishermen noticed something floating in the river. As they got closer, they could see that it was the remains of something human. They fled the scene and called 911. Investigators responded to the riverbank and pulled the body from the water. It was a female torso, severed just above the navel and just below the tops of the thighs. For even the most seasoned detectives, the scene was difficult to comprehend. A limited autopsy determined that the victim was a Caucasian woman who'd been in the water anywhere from 2 weeks to 4 months. The cut marks appeared to have been made by a chainsaw with a 5/16 of an inch chain. Mindful of the violent threats Jim had made on the tape, investigators believed they had found Joyce Clint. But they were a long way from proving murder. To make their case, they would first have to identify the remains. And that wouldn't be easy. Investigators turned to renowned forensic anthropologist Clyde Snow at the University of Oklahoma. His approach is simple.
And basically what we try to do is look at the skeleton, all 200 bones and 32 teeth, and we're trying to answer two questions primarily. Who is this person? Who was this person? And how did they die?
Snow's expertise allows him to develop a profile from the barest of bones. Even with only the torso to work with, Snow could tell a lot about the victim. To determine her age, he studied the area of the pelvis known as the pubic symphysis.
The surfaces of this joint undergo some fairly regular changes with age. In younger people, there's a system of strong grooves, you might say, and ridges. They gradually begin to disappear in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, so on, till finally you wind up with a rather flat, featureless surface.
Based on the ridge detail in the victim's pelvis, Snow believed the victim was between 26 and 34 years old. Next, he studied the dimensions of the remaining leg and hip bones and calculated that she was between 5 feet and 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighed between 125 and 140 pounds. Even though Joyce Clint fit those measurements, police soon learned that so did dozens of other missing women. Until investigators could narrow down their pool of possible victims, the identity of the severed torso would remain a mystery. Police in Davenport, Iowa struggled with two cases, the disappearance of Joyce Clint, and the discovery of a severed torso pulled from the Mississippi River. They believed the cases were connected, and they believed Joyce's husband, Jim, was responsible. But until they could positively identify the remains, they couldn't prove murder. Using the description of the victim supplied by forensic anthropologist Dr. Clyde Snow, Davenport Police Lieutenant Dennis Kern began a computerized search of all missing women in the region. The computer returned the names of 17 missing women. Detectives were able to eliminate 8 of the women since they had disappeared after the torso was found. 2 of the women were ultimately found, and another 3 didn't match the physical description.
When we were finished with 4 people, one of whom was Joyce Clint.
With the investigation taking on a more narrow focus, investigators decided to pay another visit to Jim Clint. They returned to his home, this time with a search warrant. In his garage, they found what they were looking for. A chainsaw with a 5/16 of an inch chain, the same width as the cut marks on the body. Technicians processed the chainsaw with indicator fluid that turns pink in the presence of blood. They covered every square inch of the saw. Not a single drop of blood or tissue could be found. Either Jim Clint was smarter than investigators had imagined, or the torso found in the river was not Joyce Clint. There was only one way to be sure. Police had to find a way to positively identify the remains. Though DNA analysis hadn't yet been developed in 1983, there were new ways of identifying an individual from genetic markers in blood enzymes. Blood samples were subpoenaed from Jim Clint and his son Bart. A comparison with the blood from the victim showed a genetic consistency with Bart. Further tests of Joyce Clint's parents' blood also showed consistent patterns. The genetic information on its own was not enough to establish identity. But out of the 4 unaccounted for women, only Joyce Clint matched both the physical description as described by Dr. Snow and the genetic description provided by the blood tests. The conclusion was unmistakable.
Looking at the women that met these physical characteristics, what of those 4, what were the odds that any one of them would have matched the genetic picture? And the odds were infinitesimal.
The torso belonged to Joyce Clint, and all of the evidence pointed to her husband Jim as the killer.
So division of monies, properties, and that he was going to lose. He was going to have a lot of things taken away from him because she was done, fed up, ready to go. And the girlfriend motive was there. There were so many that he thought that were in his way of a happier life.
Serial Killer Sunday presents Born to Kill. Sunday at 8:30 on CI. February on CI. Ever wondered why serial killers do what they do?
Please have me stop.
Serial Killer Sunday presents Inside the Mind of a Serial Killer. The hit British series is back.
They're stolen people.
Uncover the new season of crimes that stunned the UK. Crimes that shook Britain. Irma Rivera is a decorated New York City detective. Look back at her toughest cases in the premiere special, This Homicide. Who you trust? February on CI.
Get top brand tyres at online prices. Go to tyresales.com.
Tyresales.com will change the way you shop for tyres.
With drivers saving hundreds of dollars, it's no wonder we're Australia's favourite online tyre store. Genuine top brand tyres at online prices delivered free to over 1,750 installers nationwide. And with a tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee.
At the click of a button, you can find the best tyres to suit your vehicle and your budget.
There's no ringing around finding the right tyre at the right price. Plus, you can instantly locate the installer who is nearest to you.
The easiest way to get a better deal on your new tyres.
Genuine top brand tyres at online prices, delivered free to the installer of your choice. And with a tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee.
Buying tyres has never been easier.
For top brand tyres at online prices and the best deal in tyres, go to tyresales.com.
Thinking of diamonds? This is as close as you'll get to perfection. Flawless cut, exclusive to Shields. 1 carat of gorgeous diamonds, just $3,499. And this forever pendant, brilliant for only $999. Flawless cut collection, just perfect from Shields.
You gotta keep my bed hands strong. It's a new year ahead. It's a new season, and this time, the gloves are coming off. All new storage wars, followed by Barry Strikes Back. Monday, 7:30, only on A&E.
Hi everybody, how you doing?
You ever run a dragster?
No, I haven't. Pocket drive bars that are really different.
This one's a death trap.
Oh, I see, because
it's dangerous to ride.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Let's do this.
All new Jay Winners Garage premieres Monday night at 8:30 on Discovery Turbo.
The whole town was in a uproar. Frustrations just built up in him, and where are they going to go?
This was a crime that just exploded.
Killer Kids, Friday, 9:30 on CI.
They carried devastating weapons, took millions to the heart of war, and inspired terrifying cruelty. The 8-part series exploring how these metal monsters transform the art of war. Combat Trains, Tuesday, 8:30 on History.
Jim was arrested and charged with the murder of his wife. Police believe that Jim executed his plan on the morning of March 18th. After murdering Joyce in their home, he drove her remains to a remote spot where he dismembered her with a chainsaw. He used his boat to dispose of the body parts and the saw. He then placed her car near the airport to throw investigators off his trail. Though he maintained his innocence through the trial, the jury found Jim Clint guilty of second-degree murder. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison. Jim Clint thought that dismemberment would keep himself and his victim from ever being identified. In Ohio, a killer tried to avoid prosecution by keeping his horrible secret buried deep in the ground. On June 20th, 1990, in the small northern Ohio town of Elyria, a construction worker uncovered a long-buried secret. His bulldozer struck a hard object, resting several feet beneath the ground. It appeared to be a wooden box. As he walked closer to the find, he was overwhelmed by a horrible odor. He realized he had unearthed a makeshift grave. He called police. Lieutenant Dan Jekyll of the Elyria Police Department was immediately dispatched to the site. Due to the construction, the scene had already been compromised.
Well, we were concerned about the evidence.
The evidence was being pushed down by the bulldozer. There were bits and pieces in wood that might have been carried 25, 30, 40 yards away, besides the initial scene that we had to protect.
That wasn't their only problem. Rain clouds threatened to destroy possible trace evidence. With the site now exposed, they would only have this one chance to get what they needed. To preserve any potential findings, investigators had to treat the scene like an archaeological dig, sifting through the earth for stray bullets, jewelry, or other identification with deliberate precision. The initial search of the construction site turned up no clues to tell investigators the identity of the victim. After several hours, the badly decomposed body, wrapped in garbage bags, was hand-dug from the grave. Despite their continued efforts, no additional evidence or identification was found. Police needed to know who was in the grave before they could figure out how he or she got there. For help, investigators called on distinguished anthropology professor Dr. Owen Lovejoy at Kent State University.
I went out and examined the body and collected some materials, the purpose of which was to provide as many details about that individual in life as I could.
From the condition of the pelvis, examiners were able to determine that the body was a female, somewhere around 28 to 30 years old. An examination into the shape and proportions of the skull told them that the victim was Caucasian. Dr. Lovejoy measured the thigh and arm bones and factored them into an equation to determine the victim's height. She was surprisingly tall, almost 6 feet. Dr. Lovejoy had provided investigators with their first glimpse of how the victim appeared alive. It was now up to them to discover her identity. Detectives started by looking into unsolved missing persons cases. But in all of those cases, none of the missing women fit the description of the buried body. Investigators turned their attention to the only other piece of evidence. Though it seemed like a long shot, they called in a draftsman to measure the fractured pieces of the makeshift coffin and render a detailed illustration of it. Investigators turned the illustration over to the local paper, along with the description of the unidentified woman. Days later, a woman called to say that she thought she recognized the makeshift coffin. The woman remembered admiring the piece in her friend Sandra Stuller's apartment. She told police it had been over 3 years since Sandra disappeared without a goodbye. She wasn't able to offer any speculation on what happened to her old friend, but she was able to give police a valuable piece of information. Like the woman found at the construction site, Sandra Stuller was 6 feet tall. Though still unsure that they'd identified their victim, it was the investigators' only lead. Detectives tracked down an aunt and uncle of Sandra's living in the area. Like the witness who identified the chest, they hadn't seen their niece in the past 3 years. The relatives said that shortly before they lost touch, Sandra had rekindled a relationship with her ex-husband, Doug Hartman. He had been a loving and supportive husband at first, but as the years went by, he grew abusive. Sandra eventually left him, but Doug wanted her back, and against the wishes of her relatives, she decided to give him another chance.
And the family told Sandra, this is a bad move. You should not go back to Douglas Hartman. In fact, if you decide to do that, you're no longer part of this family.
But Sandra stuck with Doug, and the family severed ties.
Well, I appreciate it.
They hadn't heard from her since. Now, investigators needed to pick up the story where the aunt and uncle's account left off. They tracked down the manager of Sandra's last known apartment, where she lived just before she disappeared in 1987. Apparently, the reunion with Doug had been short-lived. Sandra had been living alone at the time. The manager remembered that the circumstances surrounding Sandra's departure were strange. In December of 1987, she saw a man moving Sandra's belongings out of the apartment and into a rental truck. The manager had not seen the man before. She didn't see Sandra that day, or ever again. Sandra had abandoned her apartment without a word. Investigators suspected the man moving Sandra's things was Doug Hartman. To prove that theory, they went to the truck rental agency. They pored over hundreds of receipts from 3 years before. On one of the receipts from December of 1987, they found what they came for.
You happen to remember anything about this gentleman?
The name of Sandra's ex-husband, Doug Hartman.
I appreciate it.
It was time to question Doug, but there was no record of him living in town. But detectives managed to find a relative still in the area. He told police he hadn't heard from Doug since he had gone to live with his grandmother in Fredericksburg, Virginia, a few years back. Detectives wondered what had prompted Doug to leave town. But their theories would be meaningless until they could prove that the buried remains belonged to Sandra Stuller. Detectives in Elyria, Ohio, believed that the body and the makeshift coffin unearthed at a construction site belonged to Sandra Stuller. And they suspected that her ex-husband, Doug Hartman, had put her there. Word of the investigation into Sandra Stuller's whereabouts spread quickly. A local bank manager contacted detectives. He too had been searching for Sandra. She had stopped paying rent on a security deposit box. Investigators obtained a search warrant. The contents of the box included Sandra's divorce decree, her will, and some diamond and gold jewelry. Not the kind of valuable items a person would carelessly abandon, unless, as Detective Dan Jekyll thought, they had no choice.
And that reinforced my idea that the person that we uncovered on Shadden Road was in fact Sandra Stuller, but I had to prove it.
Detectives were running out of ways to accomplish that goal. Desperate for any information, they plugged Sandra's social security number into a law enforcement database. They got a hit. Sandra had been in a car accident shortly before she disappeared. The report mentioned that she had been taken to the hospital for treatment, which included x-rays. It was the break detectives were looking for.
From the first footprints on our continent to the present day, what did it take for an ancient land to become a modern nation? An extraordinary tale of adversity and triumph. The people, places, and events that have shaped us. Australia, the story of us. Wednesday, 8:30, out of Frontiers on History.
Get top brand tyres at online prices. Go to tyresales.com.
Tyresales.com will change the way you shop for tyres.
With drivers saving hundreds of dollars, it's no wonder we're Australia's favourite online tyre store. Genuine top brand tyres at online prices delivered free to over 1,750 installers nationwide. And with a tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee.
At the click of a button, you can find the best tyres to suit your vehicle and your budget.
There's no ringing around finding the right tyre at the right price. Plus, you can instantly locate the installer who is nearest to you.
The easiest way to get a better deal on your new tyres.
Genuine top brand tyres at online prices, delivered free to the installer of your choice. And with a tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee.
Buying tyres has never been easier.
For top brand tyres at online prices and the best deal in tyres, go to tyresales.com.
Let's just stop shouting. Next, something like
All major Hollywood studios on 9 dedicated movie channels. Plus, stream over 1,000 movies anytime. Just connect your IQ to the internet. It's all included in the movies pack.
This February, history visits the Eternal City, Rome.
Such a colossus in the story of human history.
How did they rise from humble beginnings to create the greatest empire man has ever seen? Groundbreaking architecture.
This one had to be the best.
Hidden underbelly.
Without structures like this, we wouldn't have Rome.
The most famous of ancient towns has never seen before. Rome Month, this February, only on History.
When I found out that there was a chest x-ray taken, I knew that this would help the case. And when I contacted Dr. Lovejoy, he told me if I could get that original x-ray, there's a real good chance that he could identify the remains.
Investigators visited the hospital and subpoenaed Sandra Stuller's x-rays. Now that they had a source of comparison, they turned back to the expertise of forensic anthropologist Dr. Owen Lovejoy.
Initially, when we looked at her skeleton and compared it to these chest films, we realized that there were a number of very special characters that were very rare. One of these was the fact that she only had 11 ribs, when a normal individual usually has 12. That's a fairly rare abnormality. Another is that the individual had suffered a fracture of her right clavicle. And so these were two characters that matched both the bones that we had.
It was powerful evidence, but not conclusive. Lovejoy next had to examine the very fine details preserved inside the bone. There, small features called trabecula are as unique as the characteristics of a fingerprint. To make the comparison, Dr. Lovejoy began by re-x-raying the bones with a powerful machine called a faxitron that produces high-resolution images of bone. That completed, he then compared the trabecula one by one.
We did this in this particular case and found that they were in fact an exact match, so that there was no question that these were the remains of Sandra Stuller.
The victims had finally been identified. Investigators now needed to establish and prove motive in her death. Looking through her financial records, they believed they found their answer. Prior to her disappearance, Sandra had inherited over $100,000 when her mother died. She had set up a $50,000 mutual fund and had been living off the interest. But a letter in the file, signed by Sandra after she had already been murdered, requested that her assets be transferred to an account in Fredericksburg, Virginia. That account was in the name of Doug Hartman. Sandra Stuller had been murdered for her money.
And through bank records and subpoenas, I was able to track that $51,000 into Douglas Hartman's own personal checking account. I did have a motive then.
Doug was brought back to Ohio for questioning. When investigators confronted him with all of the evidence, he began to crumble. He confessed to killing her, but claimed that it had been an accident. Police believed otherwise. After murdering Sandra and burying her body, Doug fled to Virginia, where he had all of her assets transferred into his bank account. It took a jury less than 6 hours to find Doug Hartman guilty of aggravated murder, tampering with evidence, abuse of a corpse, and theft. He was sentenced to life in prison. Though Sandra Stuller's body had been buried for more than 3 years, investigators were able to solve her murder from the bare bones. In Illinois, investigators had even less to work with. Stretching from Chicago to Springfield, I-55 is one of the most heavily traveled highways in Illinois. State troopers regularly cruise its length, hunting down speeders. But on March 10, 1986, it was not a speeder that caught the troopers' attention. Something was burning on the side of the road. As the officer approached, he thought it was a mannequin that had been set on fire. But as he got closer, he realized it was something far more disturbing. It was the charred mass of a human body. After extinguishing the blaze, the trooper called for backup. The following morning, evidence technicians from the Illinois Division of Criminal Investigations began processing the area for clues. The scene offered little indication as to who could have committed this brutal act. The only potential evidence was a set of tire tracks imprinted in the soil. But on a well-traveled highway, they could have belonged to anyone. Technicians made a plaster mold of the tread marks in the hopes a suspect would emerge and could then be placed at the scene. But finding a suspect would be difficult, if not impossible, until detectives could identify the remains. At autopsy, the examiner concluded the female victim had died from blunt force trauma to the head. The only identifying features that survived the fire were her teeth. A pearl necklace and a ring bearing the letter E were removed from the victim. Based on her petite stature and slender hip dimensions, the examiner believed the victim to be between 18 and 25 years old, and possibly Hispanic. For Lieutenant Carlos Hevia of the Illinois Department of Criminal Investigations, the information wasn't a lot to go on.
The first order of business is to identify who's the victim. In this particular case, we had difficulty because of the fact that we didn't have a photograph to go around when we were doing canvassing.
Nonetheless, investigators began questioning people in the neighborhoods around the scene of the fire. One clerk at a nearby gas station remembered selling a can of gasoline the night before. He helped investigators come up with a composite. The sketch was publicized, but no one came forward to name the suspect. Investigators launched a statewide media campaign. A flood of tips came in, but after 2 weeks, detectives still couldn't match the remains to any missing persons cases. With their whole case hinging on identification, investigators sought help from the state's Forensic Anthropology Department. After taking a life-sized X-ray of the victim's skull, they built a three-dimensional model, sculpting a face in modeling clay. It might not be an identical match, but hopefully it would bring about a spark of recognition from the public. Photographs of the reconstructed head and the victim's ring were sent to local press. But again, no one came forward to identify the young woman. Now, several weeks after the murder, chances of solving the case were dwindling away. A methodical killer still walked the streets. After several weeks, investigators were no closer to solving the brutal murder of an unidentified woman, whose body had been set on fire and left burning on the side of an Illinois highway. Desperate to identify the remains, investigators sent the victim's skull and teeth to Dr. Stephen Smith, a consultant in forensic dentistry.
In the worst of circumstances, the teeth pretty well survive. And so because of that, we become very useful for the uniqueness of the human dentition. We can find the uniquenesses that everybody has in their dentition. And that's enough to separate us from one human being to another.
The arch of the jaw suggested that the victim was most likely Asian, not Hispanic. After studying the general anatomy, Dr. Smith examined each individual tooth.
This would be the temporary cement that would indicate that this person is probably going to be going back to the dentist. And I see some bone loss in this area. This would indicate periodontal disease, and that the person probably was possibly seeing a periodontist.
This kind of dental history gave Dr. Smith new insight into the victim's age.
As I looked at this information and as I came to my independent evaluation, I thought this person had to be at least in their 40s. 38 to 40, maybe 42, 43, somewhere like that, but not more than 5-year difference.
Dig deeper into history. Journey to the History website to unlock more about your favorite shepherds. Uncover exciting videos, in-depth teaching guides. Stay informed by signing up for our newsletter. And follow us on Facebook and Twitter to chat with other history buffs. A world of information is at your fingertips with History Online.
Get top brand tyres at online prices. Go to tyresales.com.
TyreSales.com will change the way you shop for tyres.
With drivers saving hundreds of dollars, it's no wonder we're Australia's favourite online tyre store. Genuine top brand tyres at online prices delivered free to over 1,750 installers nationwide. And with a TyreSales.com money-back correct tyre guarantee.
At the click of a button, you can find the best tyres to suit your vehicle and your budget.
There's no ringing around finding the right tyre at the right price. Plus, you can instantly locate the installer who is nearest to you.
The easiest way to get a better deal on your new tyres.
Genuine top brand tyres at online prices, delivered free to the installer of your choice. And with a TyreSales.com money-back correct tyre guarantee.
Buying tyres has never been easier.
For top brand tyres at online prices and the best deal in tyres, go to TyreSales.com.
One of the great things about high-end restaurants is that they enable you to rent a wealthy person's life.
This is a feeling everybody in their lifetime should at least try once.
A restaurant, when it's at its best, should stop the world outside.
The brand new series, World's Best Restaurants, starts Monday, February 8 on Lifestyle Food.
February on CI. Ever wondered why serial killers do what they do?
Please have me stop.
Serial Killer Sunday presents Inside the Mind of a Serial Killer. The hit British series is back.
They're stalling the people.
Uncover the new season of crimes that stunned the UK. Crimes that shook Britain. Ona Rivera is a decorated New York City detective. Look back at her toughest cases in the premiere special, This Homicide.
Who do you trust?
February on CI.
Dr. Smith's detailed analysis had exposed a critical flaw in the original description of the victim. She couldn't have been between the ages of 18 and 25 as previously thought. He showed that she was some 20 years older than that.
In this particular case, we were scrambling because we were chasing an 18 to 25-year-old missing person that was not our victim. So when they came up with that, it was like somebody just opened the door, you know.
Now, almost 2 months after the burning body had been found, detectives went back to the statewide police computer network and modified the victim's description. The new findings paid off. Within hours of modifying their search, investigators received a call from nearby DuPage County Sheriff's Department. They had a missing persons case that matched the new description. Illinois State Police met with DuPage County Sheriffs to discuss the case. They learned Erlinda Anderson was a 43-year-old housewife reported missing by her sister in early March. Born in the Philippines, she'd come to the United States to marry her husband, William. The fact that this victim's name began with the letter E led investigators to believe they were on the right track. Deputies told investigators that they had met with William Anderson shortly after his wife was reported missing. He was questioned about his wife and their marriage. It hadn't been a traditional courtship. During the interview, Anderson admitted that he'd met Erlinda through a classified ad. She was looking for an American husband. He was looking for companionship. The relationship started well, Anderson said. She seemed very happy with the comforts of middle-class America. But as the marriage wore on, Erlinda became very homesick. He insisted Erlinda wasn't missing. In fact, he'd seen her board a plane bound for the Philippines in early March. Anderson's story, the Page County investigators questioned Erlinda's friends. They confirmed that Erlinda had been unhappy with her life in the U.S., mostly because of her marriage to William. And she had been longing to return home. But it was strange that they hadn't heard from their friend in months. William Anderson's inconsistent story, coupled with Dr. Smith's forensic analysis, led investigators to now believe the victim found burning on the side of the road was Erlinda Anderson. And that would make her husband the leading suspect in her murder. But so far, there was no evidence to prove it. Investigators from the Illinois Department of Criminal Investigations were getting closer to identifying charred remains found along the highway. They believed the victim was 43-year-old Erlinda Anderson. But until they could be sure, police wouldn't be able to make a case against the prime suspect, her husband, William. With only the victim's teeth to work with, investigators subpoenaed Erlinda's dental records. They were sent to forensic dentist Dr. Stephen Smith for comparison. While awaiting the results of his examination, detectives began scrutinizing William Anderson's alibi. He had claimed that he had seen Erlinda board a plane bound for the Philippines. Investigators paid a visit to the airlines. Anderson had in fact purchased a ticket to Manila in Erlinda's name. But a week before her body was found, records showed that William Anderson cashed in the ticket. Erlinda never boarded a plane to the Philippines. William Anderson had been caught in a blatant lie. But if Anderson had killed his wife, the question now before investigators was why? A further background check revealed that Erlinda had been William's fifth wife. Based on a search of Anderson's phone records, they learned that he probably didn't intend her to be his last. Many of the bills reflected calls to one of Anderson's female co-workers. The woman, who was married, reluctantly admitted that she and Anderson had been having an affair. Anderson complained to her that Erlinda was constantly spending his money, always sending gifts to her friends and family in the Philippines. The day after the body was found, William took her out for a romantic dinner. He told her to leave her husband and marry him instead.
She questioned Anderson about, what his wife. And Anderson told her, don't worry about my wife, she's not coming back.
The case was now in the hands of forensic dentist Dr. Stephen Smith. When making an identification, Smith superimposes the living dental records with the x-rays made after death.
On this case here, I can take and move it around, and all of a sudden I see a clear picture. It was fuzzy, now it's totally clear. It means that the one film overlays the other one perfectly. In myself, if I'm asked, is this a match? I could say yes. I would be assured, looking at this film, that this film matches that film, and I could say that this dentition belongs to that remains.
After months of frustration, the burned body had finally been identified as Erlinda Anderson. And with a new romance brewing, William Anderson had motive to get rid of her. Still lacking physical evidence linking him to the murder, investigators paid him another visit. They asked him to follow them to the police station for further questioning. While police began their interrogation, a warrant was obtained to search Anderson's car. Though the tire treads did not match those found at the crime scene, the trunk and the items inside it were splattered with red stains. Indicator tests confirmed the presence of human blood on a windbreaker and a tire iron. The blood was too deteriorated to make a detailed comparison, but it was one more piece of incriminating evidence. The results were brought up to police. William Anderson was placed under arrest. Investigators believe that Anderson used the tire iron to beat Erlinda in the head. After she was dead, he drove her body down Interstate 55. He doused her body in gasoline, thinking that all his problems would burn away in the ensuing fire. Without the insights of forensic dentistry, he might have gotten away without a trace. A jury found William Anderson guilty of murder and sentenced him to life in prison. Some killers are determined to keep the identity of their victims a secret. When they are successful, their deeds threaten to go unpunished. But forensic scientists can breathe life into a dying investigation and find justice written in bone.
Just built up in here, and where are they gonna go?
This was a crime that just exploded.
Killer Kids, Friday, 9:30 on CI.
What would the world be like without the modern technology and conveniences that we take for granted today? The untold story of how we got to now starts Monday, February 8th on History.
The following program is classified M. It is recommended for viewers 15 years and over. We recommend the use of the parental lock system.
An innocent victim. All she did was help people as a doctor. A possible suspect.
When there's DNA under fingernails, that person has some explaining to do.
But an unlikely twist.
That provided the defense with an instantaneous alibi.
Sends the case into a tailspin and drops the experts at North Mission Road into the middle of a firestorm. April 2001. A colleague shows up at the apartment of Dr. Laura Orson. She hasn't been to the medical clinic where she works for 2 days, and no one has heard from her.
Hello, Dr. Orson.
There had obviously been some type of a struggle in the living room. There was furniture that was messed up. A fan was broken and on the floor. Her eyeglasses were broken and on the floor. magazines strewn about.
The apartment has been ransacked. In a bedroom, a mattress with no sheets or pillows on it. Only the dead body of Dr. Orson.
The victim was lying on her back with her knees up. She had a shirt and sweater on, and from the waist down, she was naked.
Coroner investigator John Cadis and criminalist Michelle Sandberg from North Mission Road are called to the scene.
There are no two crime scenes that are ever alike. I'm there as a scientist. My job is to be unbiased and collect all of the evidence that I can find.
And science will play a crucial role as this case unfolds. For now, investigators are puzzled. Dr. Orson's apartment is strangely empty.
There were no pictures that were hanging. The place was sparse with furniture.
Especially curious are a half dozen garbage bags filled with clothes.
So I had made the assumption she had just not unpacked her items yet.
But Dr. Orson's colleague tells police she had lived in LA's eclectic Los Feliz area for some time. A detective goes to Laura's medical clinic to find out more.
The victim was from the Philippines. She was a trained medical doctor. She was a devout Catholic woman that would go to church every Sunday.
Dr. Orson was meticulous in manner of dress and makeup and hairstyle. She just kept to herself.
No one seems to know why Laura's apartment was so empty.
So that was unusual.
Back at the crime scene, every moment counts. To estimate the time of death, the coroner investigator makes a small incision on the victim's side. He inserts a thermometer.
We know that the liver will cool after a person dies. And generally speaking, we know it cools about 1.5 degrees per hour after death.
Criminalist Michelle Sandberg is also busy collecting samples of the victim's hair and fingernails.
Her fingernails were manicured, very clean, so I could only hope that there had been a struggle and that she had gotten us some evidence underneath her fingernails.
Preliminary indications are that the victim was sexually assaulted, but this will need to be confirmed during the autopsy. While investigators continue their work, they're surprised to see the medical examiner, Dr. Louis Pena. Because of his workload at North Mission Road, he rarely has time to visit crime scenes.
It helps in a number of ways when I'm able to go, but basically it gives you an initial assessment of the body found at the death scene without the body being disturbed by an outside party.
Pena studies the body, noting details he will closely examine during the autopsy.
On the right and left sides of her neck had very extensive bruising.
Her arms and her forearms, they had taken a beating like she had tried to protect herself.
When investigators examined the body that Tuesday, it appeared that Orson may have been dead for as many as 3 days.
I'm guessing over 36 hours. Take a liver temperature.
The liver temperature was a good piece of information to have, but it wasn't enough to really pin down an exact time of death.
Orson's apartment building is home to a strange array of characters, and in it, a curious number of possible suspects, like the man who lives on the first floor.
Among a number of other things, he had women's clothing in the house, and we weren't sure, well, maybe that was the doctor's clothing, because he said he lived there alone and no women lived there with him.
Could the clothing belong to Dr. Orson? Maybe this would explain why her apartment was so bare. Police are tipped off to a second suspect, an ex-con who often visited his mother, a neighbor of Laura's. He too looks promising.
This individual had been arrested for a rape a year or so before that.
Detectives are then approached by another neighbor, who says she had been living with a part-time actor who had abused her. But suspect number 3 is long gone.
She said he had moved possibly to New York.
And there's a 4th suspect, the victim's ex-husband. Apparently Laura's marriage was simply an arrangement to help her obtain a green card.
We really weren't sure if he was involved, but we still had to look into every possible lead.
A growing list of potential suspects, but no evidence any of them murdered Laura Orson. Adding to the mystery, detectives have no motive.
At this point, all we knew was that we had a woman in her early 60s that had been sexually assaulted and murdered and robbed.
Later that day, Laura's body is transferred to North Mission Road, where an already puzzling case turns into a harrowing ordeal for the coroner. Laura Orson, a painfully shy 63-year-old physician, is found murdered in her apartment not far from Hollywood.
She didn't have many friends, no family there in the area, and it just was a sad case of a lonely woman that some brutal individual came and murdered. We didn't even have a clue.
Of the 4 suspects, 3 are quickly eliminated, including the victim's ex-husband. All had ironclad alibis. That leaves 31-year-old Jamie Hendricks, the man who allegedly abused a neighbor of Dr. Orson.
She said he had moved away and that she had taken him to the bus station on Saturday night.
It's possible Dr. Orson was murdered on Saturday night, 3 days before her body was found. Had Hendricks killed her and then skipped town? The autopsy may provide more clues about her time of death and lead police to her killer.
I noticed around her neck, right off the bat, that she had some what are called abrasions or scraping areas. So I knew there was some neck trauma or perhaps what we call a neck compression event going on.
Dr. Pena lists the cause of death as strangulation. He also notes blunt force trauma to the head. Since Dr. Orson was such a loner, detectives believe any strange prints found in her apartment could put the investigation on the fast track.
I had them there 3 or 4 days of printing the entire house up and down, sideways, to see if they could find something.
While the search for prints continues, detectives dig through some receipts found in Laura's living room. They provide a surprisingly thorough account of the last hours of her life.
We discovered that on Saturday, she had gone to the post office, then to a Rite Aid where she purchased a couple bottles of water, which we found at her apartment. And then there was a hair care store that she had gone to. And then we believe she grabbed something to eat and then went home.
The receipt showed that the last time that she was seen, certainly outside of her home, was at 5:52 on Saturday, April 14th.
So in our mind, we're thinking the 14th may have been the day that the attack occurred.
But the last receipt in the file threatens to turn the investigation upside down.
She had deposited her paycheck and withdrew $100. And from bank records, it showed that the transaction occurred on the 16th, which is Monday.
Monday the 16th, the day before Orson's body was found, and 2 days after Jamie Hendricks reportedly left town on a bus.
So we thought, well, she's still alive on the 16th.
If true, there's no way Hendricks could kill her. And if he didn't kill Dr. Orson, who did?
Imagine a more horrific experience to go through.
Crimes that are hard to imagine.
For a father to have committed this horrendous crime, it just
It's beyond comprehension. But impossible to forget.
As soon as I saw the fire, I knew it wasn't an accident.
You never thought anything like this would happen, ever.
Britain's darkest taboos. New episode Monday, 8:30 on CI. No parent ever wants to say these words.
I have never felt so free.
He took Katie.
I didn't protect my little girl.
No parent wants to think the odds are against them.
Timing of these cases is critical.
We listen to the clock ticking away the seconds of my daughter's life.
But they never give up searching.
You don't want the bad guy to win.
And they never give up hope.
That's when the sunlight did bursting.
They took our child. We got her back. New episode tonight, 9:30 on CI.
From the first footprints on our continent to the present day, what did it take for an ancient land to become a modern nation? An extraordinary tale of adversity and triumph. The people, places, and events that have shaped us. Australia, the story of us. Wednesday, 8:30, part of Frontiers on History.
Get top brand tyres at online prices. Go to tyresales.com.
Tyresales.com will change the way you shop for tyres.
With drivers saving hundreds of dollars, it's no wonder we're Australia's favourite online tyre store. Genuine top brand tyres at online prices delivered free to over 1,750 installers nationwide. And with a tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee.
At the click of a button, you can find the best tyres to suit your vehicle and your budget.
There's no ringing around finding the right tyre at the right price. Plus, you can instantly locate the installer who is nearest to you.
The easiest way to get a better deal on your new tyres.
Genuine top brand tyres at online prices, delivered free to the installer of your choice. And with a tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee.
Buying tyres has never been easier.
For top brand tyres at online prices and the best deal in tyres, go to tyresales.com.
They're number one in rugby and number one in league. But in cricket, Australia rules. February on Fox Sports. A history of fierce rivalry continues. 3 one-days, 2 tests. Australia's tour of New Zealand. Every match live in HD on Fox Sports. Get an epic year of sport with the Sports Pack.
This February, history visits the Eternal City, Rome.
Such a colossus in the story of human history.
An ancient society which has created a lasting blueprint for modern civilization.
We're going to be able to uncover not just how Rome worked, but how it became the superpower of the Mediterranean.
Where leaders were born.
Nero was a person who modernized the city, gave it new infrastructure.
And made. How did they rise from humble beginnings to create the greatest empire man has ever seen?
This is the power of Rome that's on display.
Groundbreaking architecture.
This one had to be the biggest, this one had to be the best.
Underbelly.
We're going down into these underground worlds. Without structures like this, we won't have Rome.
The most famous of ancient towns has never seen before. Rome Month. February. Only on History.
An ATM receipt stamped Monday, April 16th seems to provide a solid alibi for Jamie Hendricks, the prime suspect in the murder of Dr. But when cops check Orson's bank records, Hendricks is suddenly back in play.
We discovered that that was just the date that the bank would post it on their records. The actual transaction occurred on Saturday, between 12 and 1 on Saturday afternoon.
Police think Dr. Orson was killed on Saturday, and Hendricks reportedly didn't leave town until late that evening. So determining when Laura died is now crucial.
The various factors determining time of death, the liver temperature, the temperature of the apartment or the environment, that's been the guideline used under ideal conditions. But in these kind of deaths that we face, these are not ideal conditions.
While Dr. Pena tries to narrow the time frame of the murder, detectives continue their search of the victim's apartment.
Called in our chemical processing unit, which is a section of our print unit to do chemical processing on the walls that will pick up if anyone has touched the walls.
Finally, a hit. Prints belonging to Jimi Hendrix are found at Dr. Orson's apartment, and his M.O. is becoming clear.
When we interviewed a number of women Jimi Hendrix had befriended, he would kidnap them in their own house and then rape them and hack them.
The stakes just went way up. If Hendrix killed once, he might kill again. But detectives still have no idea where he is. Then, the woman who had lived with Hendrix calls police with a lead.
He said, yes, I spoke with him, but he's no longer living in New York. He's living in Austin, Texas. I contacted Austin Homicide, and they said, yeah, he's been arrested here for assaulting women. He also pawned off women's jewelry on April 17th.
April 17th, 3 days after Nora was last seen alive. So it's certainly possible it's her jewelry. A detective in Austin follows up on the lead.
He ran down to the pawn shop to see if the jewelry was still there, and by sheer luck, all of it was still there and never been sold.
Photos are taken and faxed to Detective McCartney. Orson's co-workers confirm the jewelry is hers.
Just one shoe.
And the items are sent to LA.
The victim's jewelry that was taken from her after she was murdered.
We were getting close on the case. We were looking at a possible suspect, Jimi Hendrix here, and everything is starting to kind of fall in place.
Detectives believe Hendrix killed Dr. Orson Saturday evening, fled to Austin later that night, and pawned her jewelry on Tuesday. But he's managed to pull off a disappearing act. Months later, police get a tip from one of the women he victimized that Hendrix has returned to LA.
We found an address near the Relief Center in Skid Row in downtown Los Angeles.
68 St. Julie. We got thousands of homeless people downtown LA. So Brian and I said we'll just hit the streets, try to find out where he's at.
A number of people had seen him before. Then a day or so before we got there, we finally spotted him in the St. Julian Park. We approached them as, hey, Jim, we've been looking for you.
We just want to talk to you. Just come down to the station with us.
Voluntarily, he came down to Robert Homicide, and then we conducted our interview concerning what he knew about the murder.
He started catching on that we were coming after him. He's a street smart guy, and he knows how the law enforcement works.
And right then and there, he decided it was time for him to get a lawyer.
Hendrix finds a good lawyer who comes up with a good defense. He will use the coroner's findings to build an alibi.
Aussie officials are calling it the worst massacre in over 100 years.
Nothing could pay for what we were about to see.
These horrible crimes just recently taken across the line of what society could tolerate.
Those things were simply horrific.
And changed the way we live our lives forever.
I felt that I had to do something.
Crimes that shook Australia. Tuesday, 7:30, Heart of Frontiers on CI.
Dig deeper into history. Journey to the History website to unlock more about your favorite shepherds. Uncover exciting videos, in-depth teaching guides. Stay informed by signing up for our newsletter. And Follow us on Facebook and Twitter to chat with other history buffs. A world of information as at your fingertips with History Online.
Thinking of diamonds? This is as close as you'll get to perfection. Flawless cut, exclusive to Shields. 1 carat of gorgeous diamonds, just $3,499. And this forever pendant, brilliant for only $999. Flawless cut collection, just perfect from Shields.
Selling your home is pretty stressful, especially with kids. Open Agent takes the risk out of it.
They listened and found us an excellent agent.
And the price we got was well over our reserve.
Find your perfect estate agent at openagent.com.au.
When I started in this business, rock and roll was real and pure. From Martin Scorsese and Mick Jagger, it's a privilege to introduce the world to new music. Express from the U.S. I want first prize today. Let's show people how rock and roll is supposed to make you feel. Final begins Monday, February 15 on Showcase, the home of HBO. Then available in Foxtel anytime.
Ah, Warrior.
Rocky dog, yeah. I can't breathe hip here. Might as well get myself killed so I can go there.
It's 7,000 men against 45,000. Death or Gloria.
Cross me with you, boy. War and Peace, Sunday, 8:30 on BBC First. Then available in Foxtel anytime.
Our little girl, 5, watched us.
30 years ago, the unspeakable happened. Crime Investigation Australia, the Anita Cobby murder. Tuesday, 8:30 on CI. February on CI. Never wondered why serial killers do what they do? Please have it stopped. Serial Killer Sunday presents Inside the Mind of a Serial Killer. The hit British series is back.
Good story, people.
Uncover the new season of crimes that stunned the UK. Crimes that shook Britain. Irma Rivera is a decorated New York City detective. Look back at her toughest cases in the premiere special, This Homicide.
Who do you trust?
February on CI.
Artifacts unearthed. New evidence uncovered. Old theories undone. Rome Unwrapped. New episode Tuesday, 7:30. Part of Rome Month, only on History.
The man suspected of killing Dr. Laura Orson is in custody, but the case against him is circumstantial. Then, results come back on the fingernail clippings taken from Laura at the crime scene.
The key evidence on this case was the DNA that was found underneath the left fingernail clippings that I had collected.
The DNA is a match for Jamie Hendricks. Taken along with the fingerprint evidence in pawned jewelry. The prosecution's case seems airtight.
In preparing the case for trial, I had some different thoughts as to what the defense might present by way of defense evidence.
DA Steve Katz is in for a surprise. Hendricks' attorney decides to make when Laura Orson died the focal point of the trial.
This issue that the defense was banking on and worked very hard to make the jury believe was a time of death issue.
The defense maintains that the estimated time of death puts the victim's murder after Sunday evening, April 15th.
That would totally throw off our whole time frame. So that was a major obstacle we had to overcome.
According to his lawyer, Hendricks left for Austin on Saturday night, and he can prove it. He's got a bus ticket and a statement from his former girlfriend that she dropped him off.
That was his initial alibi. Couldn't have been him because he was on a bus to Texas Saturday night.
If the time of death estimate is correct, Hendricks could not be the killer, because he wasn't in town when the murder was committed. But the defense was not taking into account that time of death estimates are not precise in forensic medicine.
The problem with the time of death is that it's just so variable from person to person.
Time of death is just an estimate. It's not science. It's very difficult to determine the time of death.
And the best time frame is who last saw a person alive and when they're found is your best range.
Hendricks' fate will now be determined by the forensic evidence.
We have his fingerprints in the house. We have him taking a bus to Austin, Texas right after the murder. We have him pawning the victim's jewelry off. Then on top of that, we have his DNA underneath her fingernails.
The defense chose not to present any evidence with respect to why the defendant's physical evidence was inside of her home.
The case then goes to the jury.
We have the evidence that's going to convict this person, in my opinion. What a jury's going to do, I don't know.
The jury believes the physical evidence, not Hendricks' alibi.
The jurors did an exemplary job going through the evidence, seeing what was important, and seeing that the time of death was really a non-issue. We had a 3.5-hour window during which we knew we committed the murder.
As for why Hendricks committed the crime,
We thought sexual assault was part of it, but the robbery was the primary motive.
The defendant was sentenced to life in state prison with no possibility of parole release.
She was a very intelligent, polite, humble woman that never heard us lie. All she did was help people as a doctor. And for her life to end this brutally was horrendous. She didn't deserve that.
a defenseless victim, a determined con, and the forensic evidence uncovered by the experts at North Mission Road. Another case from the files of the LA County Court.
The whole town is in an uproar. Frustrations just built up in here, and where are they gonna go?
This was a crime that just exploded.
Killer Kids, Friday, 9:30 on CI.
What would the world be like without the modern technology and conveniences that we take for granted today? The untold story of how we got to now starts Monday, February 8th on History. They carried devastating weapons, took millions to the heart of war, and inspired terrifying cruelty. The 8-part series exploring how these metal monsters transform the art of war. Combat Trains, Tuesday, 8:30 on History.
The following program is classified M. It is recommended for viewers 15 years and over. We recommend the use of the parental lock system.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Cops is filmed on location with the men and women of law enforcement. All suspects are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
What I love the most about being a deputy sheriff is being out on the streets on patrol. What I like to look for is drugs and guns. My background is a methamphetamine investigator in the narcotics unit. I did that for 2 years, and I like finding the drug dealers and especially meth labs, because that just tears our community apart. We're responded to his suicidal threats. A male caller said he wanted to kill himself, and he will kill any law enforcement that shows up on his doorstep. There's some deputies in the area, but they're waiting for more units before they try to make contact with this guy. Sounds like the deputies on scene are trying to make phone calls into the subject, trying to get him to come out to us. Because with those threats against law enforcement, we don't want to approach the house or go in without trying to make contact first.
We live on the north side facing Orange City Court.
The house is on the street right in front of us to the right.
Front door's closed, and I can see the numbers on the house.
No, it should be the south side of the road, so it's on this side of the street. Yeah. Todd, he's right there as well. He has eyes on. Okay. Do you want to call him up and he'll let us know? One ask.
Yeah, do you have any numbers on the house? Yeah, it's a gray house right there on the corner. Hey, Todd, we're gonna send a car up there with a PA.
The guy called the hospital and said he wanted to go to detox. And if any cops were to show up to take him to detox, they'd shoot us. So we're going to send a car up there with a PA. He might be passed out drunk, but we have no reason to force entry on him. He's made no threats to hurt anybody else, so he just wants to go to detox. So we send the PA car up there with cover, because if he does make contact, there'll be eyes on that, because it's the white police car with the PA system. So if he does come out, that's where he'll most likely make contact for us.
So we're here to help. We have
Taser. Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Hands out to your side! 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 You're getting it again!
You
haven't done anything wrong.
My family just hurt me.
On your stomach.
On your stomach! Get him! Get out!
Hold on, let me lay down.
Hands out to your side! No holding it in!
Dude, I'm sore. Look at my face, dude.
Hands out to your side, you're gonna get tased in the neck.
I'm not done.
Out to your sides.
What's the blood on?
It's clean. I just want to go to a treatment center, dude, so I'm on. There's guns in there.
There's guns in there, he said.
Could have got you guys, and I did. You guys shouldn't have taken us.
We told you to stop.
I just want you guys to put me in the car. I know. I can't stop myself. I wanted you guys to stop. Out here. I'm your puppet. I don't care what deal it is. Just take me to a treatment center. I'm not gonna fight you guys. I got a problem, dude. Bad. No. I want to go back to again. You talk, you're letting me die. I died 6 months ago. Nobody cared. My own family don't even get me out of this.
So we're gonna get you help.
I was dead 6 months ago. I'm letting you guys do this.
Don't come at us like that, okay?
I know. I could get maybe a lot worse. I just want you guys to understand that. I got a bad mind right now.
Very good.
Just help me, please.
Okay.
What did I say, just the hair?
It hurts, dude. I'm sore. I'm seriously sore. Look at my face. Hey, dude, this is what it took. Could you please set me up, dude? I'm not going to be violent. My sister-in-law's old man, he just took bomb shots at me. They're all alcoholics, dude. I'm recovering. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm here. Just put me on my butt. If I shoulder it toward back.
Here we go. Nice and easy. Got you. Go ahead and stand.
All right, I'm good, dude.
Just sit on the front.
You guys do.
Sit on the front.
Yeah, wherever you guys want me. I'm fine. I don't want you.
All I wanted to do was get treatment. Hey, I beg my family, dude. I'm gonna take this out. I don't want to drink. Come on, dude. Just hang tight. There we go. It's nothing to me, dude. That wouldn't have stopped me. It actually did. Hey, Jay, you jumped like a sucker rock. I know. That boys. You okay? I wanted that. From my face, dude. I tried to help. I do all the time with my family. I do time with me. People need to stop when we tell them to stop when they're walking at us. You know, the officer safety thing. But I'm telling you guys, I don't want to go to treatment, dude. I don't want to. We'll help you. We will definitely help you. They're gonna break you guys all off, dude. I'm bad right now. I know where you're suffering from. I'm an alcoholic, dude. They got me drinking again, dude. I don't want to drink. I already died. Your family? You guys don't have a clue. That's what I'm asking. How about you guys just take me treatment? Well, we're gonna get you treatment. Beat me up.
The medic's gonna come take
Do whatever you guys want, dude. I just want to go to treatment. That's all I wanted. He disregarded our orders to stop. And he was within probably 20 or 30 feet of two deputies that were pointing guns at him. And he would not stop after several commands. So myself and another deputy, to stop him from reaching out other deputies, had no choice but to deploy the taser. So it worked out good. He didn't get hurt. We're not injured. Everybody's safe, and go get treatment.
I can't imagine a more horrific experience to go through. Crimes that are hard to imagine.
For a father to have committed this horrendous crime, it just is beyond comprehension.
But impossible to forget.
As soon as I saw the fire, I knew it wasn't an accident.
Never thought anything of this would happen ever.
Britain's darkest taboos. New episode Monday, 8:30 on CI. No parent ever wants to say these words.
I have never felt so free.
He took Katie. I didn't protect my little girl. No parent wants to think the odds are against them.
Timing in these cases is critical.
We listen to the clock ticking away the seconds of my daughter's life.
But they never give up searching.
You don't want the bad guy to win.
And they never give up hope.
That's when the sunlight just bursted.
They took our child. We got her back. New episode tonight, 9:30 on CI.
From the first footprints on our continent to the present day, what did it take for an act to become a modern nation? An extraordinary tale of adversity and triumph. The people, places, and events that have shaped us. Australia, the story of us. Wednesday, 8:30, Out of Frontiers on History.
Get top brand tyres at online prices. Go to tyresales.com.
Tyresales.com will change the way you shop for tyres.
With drivers saving hundreds of dollars, it's no wonder we're Australia's favourite online tyre store. Genuine top brand tyres at online prices delivered free to over 1,750 installers nationwide. And with a tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee.
At the click of a button, you can find the best tyres to suit your vehicle and your budget.
There's no ringing around finding the right tyre at the right price. Plus, you can instantly locate the installer who is nearest to you.
The easiest way to get a better deal on your new tyres.
Genuine top brand tyres at online prices, delivered free to the installer of your choice. And with a tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee.
Buying tyres has never been easier.
For top brand tyres at online prices and the best deal in tyres, go to tyresales.com.
Discover new movies.
Our art is a reflection of our reality.
It's an honor to be a legend.
I'm in love with you. Here it is.
I'm going to see my girlfriend.
You want to start a war?
Head down, one step at a time.
You got it, boss.
Escape to Fox Hill Store box office now.
I had someone that really loved me. I started noticing something was wrong.
Now I know this is a psycho.
This February, history visits the Eternal City, Rome.
Such a colossus in the story of human history.
An ancient society which has created a lasting blueprint for modern civilization.
We're going to be able to uncover not just how Rome worked, but how it became became the superpower of the Mediterranean.
Where leaders were born.
Here was a person who modernized the city, gave it new infrastructure.
And made. How did they rise from humble beginnings to create the greatest empire man has ever seen? This is the power of Rome that's on display. Groundbreaking architecture.
This one had to be the biggest. This one had to be the best.
In underbelly.
We're getting down into these underground worlds. Without structures like this, we won't have Rome.
The most famous of ancient towns has never seen before. Rome Month. This February. Only on History.
All the gang names and the drugs that was called our unit, the jump out force. The guys are not paying attention, or they actually have the deal going down. We ride up real quick, and before they can blink an eye, we're out on. So that's the advantage that I see us having as far as us using plain clothes and using these unmarked cars.
The only disadvantage of that is they know our cars, like Investigator Parksville was saying. They know us, they know our cars, they know who we are. So as soon as we start coming out here, we're out here 4, 5, 10 minutes. Theyese guys all have Nextels, and you'll hear it. They'll be chirping out, hey, the jump out boys are out, jump out boys are out. And we'll start hitting the plots that were completely packed. People are putting the drug dealers shut down for a minute, and then once we leave, they go right back up.
That's exactly right. Right now, one of the team members, they're on the stop at 149 and 3 occupants in the car, so we're going to go back them up right now. You got a car coming out here.
Keep your hands right where it's supposed to be. It's not right back here.
Okay.
Do you have anything on you're not supposed to have? Nothing at all? Okay. No narcotics in the car? No guns in the car?
Whose car is this? Is it registered to you? And you say there's nothing in here that we need to be concerned with. So you don't mind us checking in, right?
Where's your ID at, sir? How much money do you have on you? $2,000. That's a lot of us.
Is this your weed?
Why wouldn't you just say, yeah, I got a bag of weed out?
Yep. So let me ask you again. This is your car. You just picked him up. Okay. Alright. Where's your ID at? Okay. What about you? You got ID?
Hey, we just picked us up from work. I forgot.
You say this is your car, right? How'd your windshield get cracked? How long have you had the car? Did you ever think to get the windshield fixed?
I mean, I'm a big, so I would have to get fixed under the car. I got a new starter, new battery, got my transmission fixed, and my engine fixed.
Okay. Gerald, I thought you told me there wasn't nothing else in the car, Gerald. What is that?
What the hell no, man? You can't, no. I swear to God, that ain't mine, bro. Hell no, bro.
This vehicle is yours and it is registered to you, right?
I put that on that damn line. That's not mine, bro. Hey, hell no. No, that is not mine. So I swear to God, everything I love. That is
Yeah, in
not
the back
mine.
seat.
Bro,
Okay, well.
that is not mine, bro. I swear to God.
Calm down. Calm down. All right, so let me understand and be clear. This weed right here that we took out of the back seat, nobody knows who it belongs to?
Bro,
of the three of you guys, nobody's man enough. Can I talk or are you gonna talk? Of the three of you guys, nobody's man enough to take their weight for this weed. Is that what you guys, hello? Is that what you guys are telling me?
That's right. It's a bag of weed.
Because this weed that we found inside of this vehicle is an arm's length of the three of you guys. So if nobody's willing to man up and fess up to this one bag of weed, the three of you guys are gonna go to jail for a bag of weed. Well, let me rephrase that. The two of you guys, because he was man enough to give his weed up.
I'm telling you, bro. That's not my weed, bro. I swear to God. If I knew that was mine, bro, I wouldn't have put that in my back seat.
Can you do me a favor and lose the broke part I'm officer. Officer, I'm sorry, officer. I swear to God, officer. That would not only put that in my back seat, officer. I would have put it in my ass. You would put it where? In my crack of my ass or something, bro. I swear to God, bro. Well, officer. I swear on everything I love. I want you to put it in my back. So now that you mentioned that, do you have anything, Johnny, right now? You can check me if you want to. Officer, I swear to God, I didn't even know that was in there. I swear to God, I did not know that was in there. This is your vehicle, and it is registered to you, correct? All right, well. You got some more cups? Cup them up too. Cup for man. So what if I'm going to say the back wheel was mine then? Y'all still on y'all still? That's not an option. Not at this time. Bro, y'all gonna talk my car? Yes. Officer? Yes, sir. Your car is being towed. When I read you right, okay. Let me ask you this question for the last and final time. This is your vehicle, correct? Yes, sir. The vehicle is registered to you, correct? All right. Do I need to explain to you any further than that? It's not bad, though. What if I nothing on me, though? I feel like that. I could have, That could have what? I could have been like, anything. You know how much stuff I had in my back seat? How much change and stuff? How many I have in my back seat, man? You need to keep that. Well, can I get my text on the radio? Go over there and have a seat. No, sir. What we had here was a traffic stop, and the stop was initially for failure to signal. And once we stopped the guys, they pulled them out, and we had a conversation with them. And like we said earlier, you know, we investigate all crimes, no matter how big, how small, and it turns into something bigger. Now, this started out as a simple traffic stop for failure to signal, and it turned into the cannabis possession that we now have. So all three subjects are going to be taken into our lockup. We're going to process them, and the vehicle itself is going to be towed. For a $25 crime, they're going to spend at least $750 to get their car back.
Murder is anything but perfect. Something is always left behind.
That's what we got.
The trained hunter knows that the devil is in the details. Once he catches your trail, the hunt begins and doesn't stop. Justice is served.
Did you be the person I'm looking for?
Homicide Hunter. New episode tonight, 7:30, only on CI.
Aussie officials are calling it the worst massacre in over 100 years.
Nothing could pay for what you're about to see.
These horrible crimes just recently taken across the line of what society could tolerate.
Those scenes were simply horrific.
And changed the way we live our lives forever.
I felt that I had to do something.
Crimes that shook Australia. Tuesday, 7:30, Heart of Frontiers on CI.
Selling the family home after so many years was hard.
How do you find an agent you can trust?
I'm so glad I talked to an agent first. They made it easy. They listened and found us an excellent agent. The agent they recommended was so caring and professional. He sold our house in just 1 week for a good price.
I definitely use Open Agent again without any hesitation.
Find your perfect real estate agent and sell your home for the best price with less stress. Go to openagent.com.au now.
It's a gracious old girl. Absolute stunner.
Gobsmacked that it hasn't sold.
With an 80s hangover.
That's not sharp.
Oh my god! Maybe it's all on everywhere. Andrew! Brand new selling houses Australia. Exercise.
Oh my god! Make home on steroids.
Gosh. Totally sharp.
It's beautiful.
The brand new season of Selling Houses Australia starts Wednesday at 8:30 on the Lifestyle Channel.
There's no place like home to spend an evening with Oprah.
Live it, love it, own it.
And there's only one place to do it.
Your life has been completely shaped by fame. Her divorce from Donald made headlines around the world.
I didn't mind the 80s in terms
Tell
of
me,
day
what
board.
kind of a mom are you? Have you gotten over that?
The Oprah Winfrey Network. Own it only on TLC. Exclusive to Foxtel.
No, I didn't mind that era. That was good.
Our little girl, quiet, watch this. 30 years ago, the unspeakable happened. Crime investigation is
Now they want
copy murder.
like
Tuesday,
high-end
8:30. on CI. February
Fucking
on CI. Ever wondered
I
why
ain't
serial
kind of
killers
like,
do what they do?
Please have a stop.
Serial Killer Sunday presents Inside the Mind of a Serial Killer. The hit British series is back. Uncover the new season of crime.
Frank Lloyd Wright type sort of thing was finishing. Wasn't it's like I couldn't, I don't care. I don't care if my house
Back at her
doesn't look
toughest
like that.
cases in the premiere special, This Homicide. Who do you trust? February on CI.
Artifacts unearthed. New evidence uncovered. Old theories undone. Rome Unwrapped. New episode Tuesday, 7:30. Part of Rome Month, only on History.
You know, as a kid, we used to watch TV. The good guys wore the white hats and the bad guys wore the black hats. And I think that kind of carried over for one reason I wanted to work in law enforcement. It's a good feeling inside to know that you try to help people out, but at the same time, you know it's the right thing to do. There's still a good element to people, and you just got to sometimes work harder to find it in today's society. We've got a vehicle in front of us with a non-working tag light, and it also looks like its validation sticker's out of date, so we're fixing to do a traffic stop in it and make contact with the driver. Got no tag lights, sir.
No tag lights?
No tag lights.
My tag's expired, sir. I got a ticket for that just recently. I can't do nothing about it till Friday when I get paid and I'm on the way to work.
Okay, well, we'll get it all worked out in a second. Let me have your license, registration, proof of insurance, all right? Where do you work at?
I work here.
Okay. How come you shaking so much?
Got bad nerves.
Bad nerves? Okay. You look a little bit nervous.
I know I shouldn't be driving, but I have to go to work.
I understand that. When did you get stopped for the tag?
I got the tickets right here with me.
Okay.
This is the most recent one.
Okay, that'll work. You got that citation you're talking about?
Yes.
You got a bunch of tickets?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, let's see. What's that? You got pulled over in the city of Tampa.
Yeah, I got a seatbelt violation a while back. I didn't know that they suspended. They apparently suspended my license, and the officer pulled me over. And
what did they suspend your license for?
For not paying a seatbelt ticket that I didn't know I had. I got pulled over in Tampa the other day, and the officer comes back and tells me that my license was suspended.
Right.
And he pulled me over for my tag being out of date. Well, I can't get the tag renewed until I pay the ticket for the license, but I can't remember this until I get paid Friday.
Yeah, so when did you get pulled over in Tampa?
I don't know if they don't think it says about 4 days ago.
Right. What did that officer definitely probably tell you?
Not to be driving, sir.
What are you doing now?
Be driving, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very sorry. I have to work.
Alright. Do me this. We're gonna come over here on this side over here and talk. Okay? Just because I don't want standing right here where I'm at, I don't want to get squished. Okay? You agree with that?
Alright.
Now come on, put your paperwork over in the passenger seat. We'll get all this stuff straightened out, all right?
Alright.
Now, like I said, I just want to talk over here, because that way I ain't got to worry about getting run over, you know?
See.
Just right over here, be fine. Alright, do me a favor, turn around, make sure you ain't got no bombs, nuclear weapons, hand grenades, nothing like that. Alright? Just let me drive your hand. Just be real easy with me, alright? There you put them in your pocket. Alright, just let me have a hold. Just relax, okay? Just relax. Alright, just like that officer told you the other day, you ain't supposed to be driving, you know that, right?
Yes, sir. Please do not take me to jail. I have a daughter, I have child support, and I'm really not in a bad spot.
You alright? Want to find anything beside the car?
You might find a roach, maybe.
Okay. Where would that might be?
It might be an ashtray.
Alright. Well, we just see. We just go.
Or cough syrup.
You sick or something? You reckon that could be because of the cigarettes? So you roll your own cigars? Or do you use that for the weed you're telling me about?
Put there for us.
Huh?
I do smoke pot, sir.
Well, I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm just making an assumption here, and it sounds like my assumption was correct. Well, I appreciate it. It's just easier that way, ain't it?
Yeah, it's great.
It's easier to tell the truth than it is to tell a lie. Yeah, see, just like your mama told you and everybody else told you, tell the truth, because it's easier. And that's what I want to hear anyway, ain't it? okay?
Who wants to run around my lot?
No, because you know what, the bad part about a lie is you had to make it up the first time, and if you had to make it up,
You gotta try to keep sticking with it.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. I'm gonna have another card here in just a second. All right, and I'm gonna put you in back here, then I'm gonna make sure everything's okay, and I'll be back to talk with you. Okay. I need a place for him to sit down for right now. So we'll give a quick look around here inside the car, make sure there's nothing else illegal. He said there might be some marijuana in here. If not, he's gonna go to jail for driving while I suspended after he's been told that his license is no good.
Delta 47.
Well, I don't find much of nothing in the car, so I believe we're just going to have to deal with the charge of driving without a good license. All right, let me, we'll start on the paperwork for him. We'll get him on his way down to booking. Yeah, if you don't mind. I'm going to speak with him for a minute. Alright, the thing of it is this, okay? You've already been warned and given a break on the citation with you because the other officer pretty well told you, okay? And the thing of it is,
You can follow me to my house, I'll park my car in my driveway, sir, and I'll ask my boss to pick me up if she can.
okay, alright. The thing of it is this, okay? I don't have that luxury right now, okay? So we're going to run you down there. But I'm going to be able to work with you. I'm going to see if you can't get somebody to come up here and get your car. And I'm going to be able to call your boss and stuff like that, let them know you're going to be late, okay? And then you'll be able to get down there, okay?
Alright.
That makes sense? I'm gonna work with you as much as I can, but I'm not gonna be able to cut you loose, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna shut the door for a little bit, let this AC get back to you, okay?
Yeah.
Alright, just hang tight, I'll be with you in a second, alright?
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll get the impression how important it is to pay attention when an officer gives you a ticket less than a month ago for the same charge. You cannot drive in the state of Florida without having a good license.
Serial Killer Sunday presents Born to Kill, Sunday at 8:30 on CI.
The whole town was in an uproar. Frustrations just built up in him, and where are they gonna go?
This was a crime that just exploded.
Killer Kids, Friday, 9:30 on CI.
What would the world be like without the modern technology and conveniences that we take for granted today? The untold story of how we got to now starts Monday, February 8th on History. They carried devastating weapons, took millions to the heart of war, and inspired terrifying cruelty. The 8-part series exploring how these metal monsters transform the art of war. Combat Trains, Tuesday, 8:30 on History.
The following program is classified M. It is recommended for viewers 15 years and over. We recommend the use of the parental lock system.
Due to the graphic nature of this program, viewer discretion is advised.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Cops is filmed on location with the men and women of law enforcement. All suspects are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
Okay, right now we're being dispatched to a fight in progress call.
being dispatched to an apartment complex. Doesn't have a name to it. Apparently they're advising there are several subjects outside, bats and belts. The caller heard say something about a juvenile and a possible sexual assault. We're actually getting added remarks now advising that the 14-year-old is just north of that location and is currently screaming. We should be arriving on scene here pretty quick. We'll see what we got.
17 out of 7, that's the time. And I'll call it 8 to 5, I can deal with it. Yeah, okay, great, go ahead, something. Thank you, one clear.
Seattle County Police Department, open up this door. Yeah, that's me too. Get on the ground, get on the ground. Okay, on your back. Yes, sir. Tell about me. I'll cooperate as long as you let my brother go.
Okay. What about it?
You guys got anything on you we need to know about? No, sir.
Come on, man. Get on the ground.
Yeah, cool.
Get on the ground. Yeah, they got somebody. Is that right there? Okay, hold on. Your daughter's the one that's over there now?
Yes, they have her checked because she was bleeding a lot of clots.
From down there?
Yes.
Okay, and she was with who? The guy that's right here?
Here, okay. When my son went to check up there, the door was locked.
Which one's your son?
Dominic. This little one that's right here. Dominic, yeah.
No, that's okay. I thought you talked right now.
And he came down, and what happened was he went up there and tried to knock at the door because he goes up there, and the door was locked. He went up to the answer, and he said, this guy came out, he begged him first. And then she came out to bed him after, and they were sweating. She had her pants on, underwear was showing through her zipper. And then she told me she was bleeding chunks of blood. So what happened was this guy, when I told her his brother.
This guy's brother?
Yeah.
Okay, who's the brother?
The other one.
On the other side?
He came over and he took a picture and he started.
Down here?
Yeah, over here. And he came with another guy in the van. And this guy in the van was calling people for backup to come on with him.
The brother?
Yeah, and then another friend of his, I think his name was Bruce or something, in a minivan. So it just happened so fast, and that lady opened the door and she was all freaked out. They ruined all her pots over there, so.
Okay. How's your daughter know this guy?
He's a neighbor.
And that's it?
My son.
And how old is she?
She's 14. Well, she's 13, 14. So my son was up there playing PlayStation and stuff with him. And then my daughter was up there, and that's my son said he came home. And when he came home, he went down the road block.
Okay, well, it's going to take some time to sort through the mess, so just need you to hang tight. Okay? What happened to your head, man? What'd you get hit with?
With that bar.
What bar?
The one in the service there.
Where's it at? Was it this?
No, right there in that black bar over there.
Where else did you get hit? Your left eye?
Yeah.
Go ahead and turn the other way. Let me take a look. Okay. Check guys, now we've got rescue coming up. Because basically what we have right now is she's saying that I guess apparently her 14-year-old daughter was visiting this gentleman on the end over here. Her son went upstairs to go check on her. Found the door locked initially. Found it kind of odd. After a while, I guess apparently they opened the door, came inside, and he noticed that she came out. They both came out of the bedroom. He came out first. They were both sweating, and I guess apparently her pants were undone, and her panties were actually sticking through the zipper. She came down, came home. I just told her mom what the deal was. Dad over here became upset. Hey Philip, here's the deal, man. Check this out. We understand what's going on, okay? And I totally understand or can empathize where you're coming from. You know, I have kids of my own, so unfortunately, you know, we come up and you guys are in a heated fight. I don't know who you are from these guys. You know, I don't know if you're the one that's out to hurt us or the bad guy or what the deal is, okay? But from this point forward, I can empathize. Just cooperate with everything that we ask of you, okay? And we'll get this taken care of. What's going to happen right now is we're going to forward the case. Actually, the detective, more than likely, is going to come out. He's probably going to ask you some questions, okay? Just cooperate with him to the fullest, and everything's going to be okay. All right? Do you have any questions of us at all at this point right now? Unfortunately, you know, for the father in this whole situation, I can definitely empathize, you know, for what he's feeling. I have 2 children of my own, and I can't imagine somebody, you know, even doing that to my kids. But, you know, crime has been committed, batteries were committed, so everything's going to be investigated to the fullest, and we'll go ahead and wrap it up here and give it on over to the detectives at this point.
No parent ever wants to say these words.
I have never felt so free.
He took Katie.
I didn't protect my little girl.
No parent wants to think the odds are against them.
Timing in these cases is critical.
We listen to the clock ticking away the seconds of my daughter's life.
But they never give up searching.
You don't want the bad guy to win.
And they never give up hope.
That's when the sunlight just burst in.
They took our child. We got her back. New episode tonight, 9:30 on CI.
I can't imagine a more horrific experience to go through.
Crimes that are hard to imagine.
For a father to have committed this horrendous crime, it just is beyond comprehension.
But impossible to forget.
As soon as I saw the fire, I knew it wasn't an accident.
Never thought anything like this would happen. Ever.
Britain's darkest taboos. New episode Monday, 8:30 on CI.
From the first footprints on our continent to the present day, what did it take for an ancient land to become a modern nation? An extraordinary tale of adversity and triumph. The people, places, and events that have shaped us. Australia, the story of us. Wednesday, 8:30, part of Frontiers on History.
Get top brand tyres at online prices. Go to tyresales.com.
Tyresales.com will change the way you shop for tyres.
With drivers saving hundreds of dollars, it's no wonder we're Australia's favourite online tyre store. Genuine top brand tyres at online prices delivered free to over 1,750 installers nationwide. And with a tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee.
At the click of a button, you can find the best tyres to suit your vehicle and your budget.
There's no ringing around finding the right tyre at the right price. Plus, you can instantly locate the installer who is nearest to you.
The easiest way to get a better deal on your new tyres.
Genuine top brand tyres at online prices, delivered free to the installer of your choice. And with a tyresales.com money back correct tyre guarantee.
Buying tyres has never been easier.
For top brand tyres at online prices and the best deal in tyres, go to tyresales.com.
This world will change itself. It's here for us to take it. The faith that we've been waiting for is here for us to make it. Waiting for the world to break.
Congratulations, you're a cutout.
All the major Hollywood studios. On 9 dedicated movie channels. Plus, stream over 1,000 movies anytime. Just connect your IQ to the internet. It's all included in the movies pack.
What does it take for a woman to snap?
She's getting more and more animal obsessed. We found a large amount of child pornography.
She's sitting around using meth with her teenage daughter.
She really thrived off of the male attention she got.
I could tell her mental stability was going out the door.
She was tired of him, and she was going to get rid of him.
happened? She just started pissing me all crazy. She finally snapped. New episode Tuesday 9:30 on CI.
This February, history visits the Eternal City, Rome.
Such a colossus in the story of human history.
How did they rise from humble beginnings to create the greatest empire man has ever seen? Groundbreaking architecture.
This one had to be the best.
Underbelly.
Without structures like this, we wouldn't have Rome.
The most famous of ancient towns has never seen before. Rome. This February, only on History.
Motorcycle running from us, going westbound 224th from 58th Avenue. Affirmative. We got a motorcycle that's running from us here. Just turned on and it took off on us. That wasn't correct. We're passing 48th Avenue. The crotch rocket, I haven't got the plate yet. He's approaching 38. Northbound on Mount Highway. Highway 2449. No traffic. Speeds are about 70. He's going down northbound 22nd Ave. Get your hands up! Get your hands up! Do it now! Get off the bike, get down on your face! Do it now! Keep your hands where I can see them! Get down on your face! Get down on your face! Stop at 208. Arms out to your side! Arms all the way out to your side! Turn your head to the right. Okay, palms up towards the sky. As high as you can. As high as you can. Do not move, you understand me? Do not move. Turn your head to the right. Don't move. Keep your arm out there. Keep your arm out there. Bring me your arm. Bring me your other hand right here. Got anything on you that's gonna poke me or stick me? No. Alright. On your butt. I'm gonna lift you up, okay? Let's go back here to my car, okay? Spread your feet, okay? Any weapons on you? No. Don't look at me. Spread your feet as wide as you can. Get your ID on you?
Actually, it's in the back of my bike.
Just get your helmet off.
Please.
Huh?
Can you be careful picking it up, please?
Sure.
Just like when you, the strap, like pulling to each side. Thank you.
I am, but please.
Okay, look. Lift the.
What?
Lift the.
Fix this with what?
Lift the front up first and then like. Thank you. Just to get unplug it.
You're all wired up, huh?
Are my earrings cool?
Are they cool?
Well, sometimes it doesn't. I don't take off right.
It's a matter of opinion.
Why? Are they in my ears?
They're in your ears.
Okay. Thank you.
Just have to read your rights, okay? What's your name anyway?
My name's Darren.
Darren? Okay, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. You understand your rights?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, have a seat there. Darren, right?
Yeah.
You saw me behind you there, right?
Yeah.
You saw I had my lights on, my sirens and all that stuff?
At first I didn't see you had your lights on.
Okay. So why did you run again?
I don't exactly have the cleanest record, and
What do you mean by not having the cleanest record?
I've got a lot of tickets.
What?
I've got a lot of tickets.
They have a valid license.
Yeah.
So you're running even with a valid license?
Yeah, I was stupid.
That was kind of silly.
Well, tiny, come on now. I know, I just totally escalated everything.
You ever ran from the cops before?
I
know, or you never got caught, or what?
I went, the most I've done is like, if I pass a cop like that, whoever I think they're gonna pull me over, I'll take off and just head down side street and they don't follow me. I've never taken that. I never went that far.
Okay. So you've never been arrested before for anything?
Never.
Okay.
And the first time in the back of a cop car.
Okay.
Like I said, I've had tickets. I've had maybe 27, 28, but I've used
like 27 or 28 tickets?
Yeah, but I've used a lawyer to get all of them off. But maybe like 2, that was before I had him.
That's
so
great.
It's cost me money, but I have a fairly clean driving record. So.
Okay. So how fast are you actually
just gonna get a ticket for running, or are you gonna get me for speeding and like no blinkers and all that stuff too?
No. Yeah, when you run from us, all that stuff's incorporated into. So it's just one thing. You're not getting a bunch of speeding tickets or anything like that. So how fast does that thing go?
I've had it 171.
Really? You're kidding me? On the freeway?
No, across the tide flats, like kind of if you get down by Ruston, up. Oh man, you guys gonna go sit there now?
Oh, I ain't gonna go. You ever run from Tacoma?
Run from them?
Yeah.
No, well, like I said, dude, I've only, like, the most I do is if a cop will come by, I'll take off and hit a side street and they won't even follow me.
Alright. As soon as I turned around on this guy, he took off on us. And, the speeds he was going, he hit some railroad tracks back there. I thought for sure he was gonna lose it. But, yeah, he was real lucky that he didn't go down.
I hope they learned a lesson. And realize if they crash, they're not moving 100 miles an hour.
We'll see.
All right.
Aussie officials are calling it the worst massacre in over 100 years.
Nothing compared to what you're about to see.
These horrible crimes just keep taking across the line of what society could tolerate.
Those things were simply horrific.
And changed the way we live our lives forever.
I felt that I had to do something.
Crimes that shook Australia. Tuesday, 7:30, Heart of Frontiers on CI. Murder is anything but perfect. Something is always left behind.
That's what we got.
The trained hunter knows that the devil is in the details. Once he catches your trail, the hunt begins and doesn't stop. Justice is served.
Did you be the person I'm looking for?
Homicide Hunter. New episode tonight, 7:30, only on CI.
Selling your home is pretty stressful, especially with kids. Finding a good real estate agent is the biggest worry.
I haven't got time to meet and research every agent.
That's why we used Open Agent. Open Agent did the hard work for us and recommended 2 great agents.
For free.
The agent we chose sold our house in just 5 days, and we got way more than we expected.
Find your perfect real estate agent and sell your home for the best price with less stress. Go to openagent.com.au now.
Let's face it, if we took you any closer, you'd be in it. Big Cat Week starts Sunday, February 14, new to Wild.
And number 1 in rugby. And number 1 in league. But in cricket, Australia rules. February on Fox Sports. A history of fierce rivalry continues. 3 one-days, 2 tests. Australia's tour of New Zealand. Every match live in HD on Fox Sports. Get an epic year of sport with the Sports Pack.
February on CI. Ever wondered why serial killers do what they do?
Please have them stop.
Serial Killer Sunday presents Inside the Mind of a Serial Killer. The hit British series is back.
They're stolen people.
Uncover the new season of crimes that stunned the UK. Crimes that shook Britain. Irma Rivera is a decorated New York City detective. Look back at her toughest cases in the premiere special, This Homicide.
Who do you trust?
February on CI.
Artifacts unearthed.
It's very historically accurate as far as we can tell.
Mysteries unlocked.
3 entire legions of the greatest hunter in the world are coming.
Taboos uncensored.
It's got lots of clues in it about ancient Roman sexual mores.
Old theories undone.
Gladiatorial games have moral purpose.
Rogue unwrapped. New episode Tuesday, 7:30. Part of Rogue Month. Only on History.
I went right to a local hotel to check for a second. Was there one for filing a domestic violence decor? Supported staying in the hotel under several different alias names. I want to stand by for the officer and they reported he may take off if he sees us coming in. Do you know where that room's at, man? What side?
Not yet, I gotta go in here and find out. Sheriff's Officer Baker, 213. Baker, 213, 1700 Louisville, Plymouth. Well, I'm here eyes the females now on the roadway.
Have they checked out, or is he still listed?
Yes, I checked out.
Okay.
After I spoke to the lady at the church, the minutes later the pastor showed up, and he asked me what was going on, and I told him the same thing I'm telling you.
Okay. So he's gone, and they haven't checked out the room yet?
The room has not been checked out. We have an outstanding bill, the phone calls.
Okay.
The church is paying for the room, and the phone calls were his responsibility. And he was in the water with his spending money for drinks, and that's what got the ball rolling.
Okay.
And we felt like the church was helping him out.
And this is Baptist Church?
How long has it been gone?
Oh, this has been out since December 5.
What room is it?
127.
Right down
Is it
here?
the end of the hall down here?
But after the end of the hall, it makes a left, and we go in.
Let's check and see if he gets an answer. She gets an answer. How long has it been, she said, since he left?
About 6 o'clock, about 3 hours.
I'd have to preach would have brought you back if he took you.
They said he's ordered something hard.
Meet a hero who's changing the world. He served soldiers, a refugee with nothing, to become a pioneering Australian surgeon.
Cutting-edge technology.
Helping people to walk again.
She's not walking now. I'm ready to walk now.
This is our dad, and his name's Quentin, and this is his story. Not what?
New Inside Story starts next Thursday, 7:30 on Win.
This week, in Betty's Better Bargains at Better. Visual Critical 50-year drive, $2.98, save 51. TCL 50-inch LED TV, just $6.49, save $1.50. That's better. The virtual gastric band is a remarkable weight loss program. We use hypnosis to try to condition the subconscious mind into believing that a gastric band has been placed around your stomach in order to create a small pouch, thus reducing the amount of food one needs in order to feel full. The virtual gastric band is available at a fraction of the cost of a physical operation. It's totally natural and has great results. Visit www.hypnoticweightloss.com.au to find out more. Now taking bookings in Hobart. Super specials from the A1 Fruit Market Glenorchy. Tansy cherries, $6.90 a kilo. Kensington dried mangoes, 3 for $3. Seedless green grapes, $3.50 a kilo. And bananas, $3.30 a 1.5 kilo bag at the A1 Fruit Market Glenorchy. At the Tile Centre, we stock the latest designer styles, floor and wall tiles in a huge range of colours and sizes, with inkjet and canter glazed ceramics from Brazil and Asia. If it's tiles in the latest designs you need, it's Tile Centre.
Getting organised to send the kids back to school, but can't find that matching sock? And when you do, they need to be done, or even worse, they smell! Now you need to replace shitloads of socks! Kids Cotton Blend Low Cut Socks with reinforced heel and toe area for that bit of extra comfort. 3 pairs, $4.44. Or Quarter Crew Kids Socks with fully cushioned cotton blend foot for extreme comfort. 3 pairs, $4.44. So bring a bag box and school loads of feet.
The Freedom $20 million sale has been extended. Don't miss your last chance to save up to 50% on thousands of items store-wide. But be quick, the sale must end Monday. So come in-store or online and save at Freedom. Love coming home.
For whatever project, big or small, inside or out, the friendly staff at KNZ are here to help you find exactly what you need, and they've been doing it right here in Tasmania for over 100 years. KNZ Warehouse, serving Tasmania since 1902. Save more at the Animal Tucker Box. There's a $24 bag of greedy treats with every 13 or 15 kilo bag of advanced dog food purchased. There's 20% off a great selected range of pet beds. Save $30 on these great bird cages. And 20 kilo bags of Lucky Layer chook pellets, only $17.45. Save $2. All this and more at the Animal Tucker Box, 100% Tasmanian owned.
Where did the day go? I'm exhausted. Well, the doctor did say my count is low, but what does that even mean? Be honest. They're my family. They love me. And I love them.
Well, it's been a while since we've done this together.
It's going to be okay.
As connected with our modern world is, it's easy to feel alone. How can we reconnect? It could be as easy as getting back to the table and find love, support, and understanding. Get back to the table and connect with your family.
Fortune's giving away a fantastic pot of cash every day. We're giving away a life-changing $20,000. And this is your chance to wake up a winner with today. Answer the phone within 5 rings and say, I wake up with today. To register, call 1902 555 999 or SMS your full name and suburb to 199 555 999. All calls are made on Australian Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Good luck.
And fingers crossed that it's your phone that we're ringing this morning, so make sure you answer with those lucky words, I wake up with today.
Look at that, Fruit Ninja is in the house. Soon he'll be teaching her is there. He'll be teaching us
had a slice and dice some fruit salad this morning. So Lisa and I will also be been recruited with some very, very sharp samurai swords to get your breakfast done.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Oh, it's chicken bendy. I wasn't expecting that.
That's the way you wake up.
You can almost do a fruit smoothie with it, the way he hits it.
It can be sliced and diced, Lisa. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Anyway, so we're live and we're very, very dangerous a little bit later on in the program.
Don't think they quite know what they're doing putting it in their hands, but we'll see. That could be annoying. All right, it is 6:30, so it's news time. Here's Sylvia.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning again. First this morning, a new scandal is rocking the NRL. Sydney Roosters star Mitchell Pearce is expected to be stripped of his captaincy and fined $50,000 after he was filmed drunk, wetting himself and simulating a lewd act with a dog. The graphic video also shows the Origin halfback staggering around trying to kiss a woman who then pushes him away during an Australia Day party. Overnight, the NRL's integrity unit confirmed it was aware of the matter and says the club is now investigating. A freak storm has lashed southwest Victoria, leaving scores of damaged buildings, fallen trees and flooded roads. We have reporters in Geelong this morning and Emergency Services Chief there. But first, let's go to our reporter Christina Hearn. Chris, talk us through the damage where you are this morning.
Well, Sylvia, the water has receded, but as you can imagine, it's left behind a muddy mess. There's also a lot of debris, trees down, of course, across Geelong as well. I have just had an update from the SES. They tell me that they logged 520 calls for help as a result of this freak storm. Most of that was for flood damage, building damage as well. 19 calls for rescues. Most of those were for people that were trapped in their cars as this water rose so incredibly quickly, as we can see from this extraordinary vision. Water gushing through main streets of Geelong, taking with it cars as well. Let's have a listen to what a resident had to tell us as this freak storm hit.
All of a sudden it was like hell broke loose. There was just rain going sideways. And it looked like snow. The rain was that heavy.
Just to give you an idea of the intensity of this storm, Avalon received 72 millimetres of rain. That is double their monthly average. It's not just homes cleaning up this morning, it's businesses as well. They've been inundated with water. Instead of opening today, they'll be mopping up. Sylvia?
A very big job indeed ahead of them, Christine. Thank you. We're joined now by EMB Commander Mark Cattell. Mark, good morning to you. A hugely busy night for your crews. Just how bad was this storm?
Good morning, Sylvia. Yeah, the storm was quite intense. It built up through the day, and we monitored it starting to approach Geelong. We knew it was going to be fairly intense, but once we started to see the impacts on the ground there, it certainly was a surprise. We had crews on the ground very quickly, both from ourselves, the CFA, MFB and Delta over there, assisting with the clean-up.
And I understand there were a number of rescues last night. Which areas did they happen in?
Oh, look, they were spattered across the Geelong area, particularly in the centre there, or Hamlin Heights, were the two major areas that we hit, and we saw the graphic pictures of those areas on TV.
Yeah, widespread damage. And how big is the clean-up operation for your crews today?
Look, the crews did an absolutely fantastic job overnight. We've got a clean slate this morning, bar a few larger jobs that will need professional support in there to get those completed or cleaned up, and we saw some of those houses last night. Our crews are now preparing for another day today to see what happens. We do expect a similar sort of thing to happen, although we're hoping Geelong's not going to be the area that's going to be hit. We're hoping that it's not going to be as intense as yesterday, but we're certainly expecting that type of weather to continue to impact through the day.
Yeah, another storm is the last thing you need. Another big job ahead of you today. Mark Cattell, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
No worries. Thanks, Sylvia.
Victorian authorities are investigating two separate firearms incidents that occurred in Melbourne overnight. A man in his 20s was taken to hospital from Dallas with a suspected gunshot wound, while emergency services later attended a scene at Jacana where a man was found in a car with a suspected gunshot wound to his pelvis. Horrific video has emerged showing the brutal bashing of a man in Sydney's West. The graphic footage shows a group of men chasing the victim down a street before they set upon him.
What we can't show you in this film is the group violently kicking and hitting the man with a chair as he lays motionless on the ground. Police have confirmed they're investigating the shocking attack and they are urging anyone with information to contact Crime Stoppers. A major crackdown on the disability support pension has reportedly resulted in 1 in 7 people being kicked off the government payment and told to find work. 8,000 recipients dropped off the scheme in the second half of last year because of tougher requirements. And more than 70,000 applications for the DSP were rejected over the 12 months to September last year, according to figures quoted by News Corp. A South Australian man has died following a car crash in India, becoming the 7th member of his family to lose his life in a horror accident. Rupin Data passed away in hospital more than 2 weeks after the deaths of his wife, 2 daughters, son and sister-in-law. His father-in-law, who initially survived the crash, suffered a fatal heart attack after hearing of his family's deaths. The group was travelling from Delhi to the Taj Mahal when it's believed a burst tyre caused the car to smash before flipping onto its roof. US President Barack Obama has called for urgent action against the mosquito-borne Zika virus, which has been linked to major birth defects in babies born in South America. Mr. Obama held a meeting calling for research into tests and a possible vaccine for the virus, which authorities warn could spread further than the 21 countries it's currently in.
It's spreading incredibly rapidly, much more rapidly than has been seen before, but this is the first time it's really encountering such a large potential population to infect.
There are growing fears now for the health of tourists and athletes heading to Brazil for the Olympic Games. The Australian Olympic Committee has released a statement saying the protection of our athletes at the Rio Games is paramount. To the US now, where authorities have just addressed the media over a deadly shootout at a wildlife refuge in Oregon. Police arrested several protesters who've been occupying the sanctuary since the beginning of the year, accusing the government of taking land illegally. One of the protesters was killed and several arrested during a tense standoff with police.
Let me be clear. It is the actions and choices of the armed occupiers of the refuge that has led us to where we are today. They had ample opportunity to leave the refuge peacefully.
Police have called for calm in the area, cordoning off the site with several protesters refusing to leave. Well, the Nativity is one of the most famous artworks ever to be stolen. It disappeared more than 4 decades ago, but now cutting-edge digital technology is being used to recreate a copy of the lost masterpiece. The original hung in an Italian church for more than 300 years, but it's thought to have passed into the hands of the mafia after its theft. After thousands of hours of work, tourists are now flocking to see it. And while nothing can replace the original, the digital reproduction comes very close. It's in the hands of the mafia. Good luck getting it back.
Yeah, apparently it was stolen in the late 60s. The mafia were a bit kind of loose and out of control, and got making movies about them. And that stuff. There you go.
They're sort of much more mainstream now, mafiosos.
Yeah, they're a little harder to spot these days.
Good on them too.
Thanks a lot.
Recreated it.
It's good, isn't it? You need to laminate it. Just pass through here. Let's get some support.
Don't forget the cannoli. Starting with cricket, and a huge congratulations to David Warner for claiming his first Allen Border as Australia's top cricketer. The opening batsman took last year's winner Steve Smith by just 21 votes following a stellar summer in which he scored 4 Test centuries. That's remarkable. Warner was also named Test Player of the Year. Glenn Maxwell taking home top prizes for the one-dayers. Elise Perry was awarded the best female title, and Dave will join us a little later on the show. Milos Raonic will push for his first Grand Slam final appearance when he meets Andy Murray in the Australian Open semis. It comes after the big Serbian Canadian last night cruised into the final 4 with a strong win over Frenchman Gael Monfils. Murray earlier accounted for David Ferrer in 4 sets. Let's get straight to Paul McNamee. Of course, well done Milos Raonic, but he's not going to win the next one, is he? Tough against Andy Murray, but Raonic has got Carlos Moya in his camp as his coach. Carlos, of course, made the final here in 1997 against Pete Sampras, so I think it's a very good choice of coaching appointment. Raonic has been knocking on the door, so he's certainly going to be in Grand Slam finals in the future, but I think Andy Murray, coming off a win in the Davis Cup final as a man on a mission, 3 times runner-up, and who want to go one further here? Yeah, Ferrer hadn't dropped a set, and Murray just dominated, didn't he? But today we have Federer and Djokovic, and they'll be out for a place in the final. Let's split on the desk here. 2 have got Federer, 2 have got the Joker. Where are you going to go? Well, so 2 have the head, 2 have the heart. I think that's where it is. You've really got to go with Djokovic. You're 22 matches apiece, but the last few years he really has dominated Roger Federer. This is the fairest matchup people wanted when the draw came out.
Including Kimberley and Pilbara. Residents in those areas have been warned to prepare their homes. Wind gusts are expected to be 85 kilometres an hour as the storm tracks south, and heavy rainfall also forecast with a flood warning in place for the Pilbara.
President Obama has called for urgent action against the mosquito-borne Zika virus, which has been linked to major birth defects. Obama held a meeting to emphasise the need for a vaccine to stop the spread of the virus, which has now spread to 20 Central and South American nations.
It's spreading incredibly rapidly, much more rapidly than has been seen before, but this is the first time it's really encountering such a large potential population to infect.
It comes as the Australian Olympic Committee released a statement saying that the health and welfare of athletes competing at the Rio Games was paramount.
Residents in Victoria are facing a huge clean-up after a severe thunderstorm caused flash flooding in Geelong.
Emergency services received hundreds of calls for help as raging torrents swept through the city, damaging homes, businesses and cars.
A storm like this only happens once in 50 years, which is a small relief for Geelong residents this morning after flash floods ripped through the city yesterday afternoon. Gone through everything. 42 millimetres of rain was recorded through the thunderstorm, almost double January's average in just an hour. The city's drains simply couldn't cope. The raging torrent swept away fences, damaged homes, and left cars floating on what used to be a street. Other vehicles became trapped in underground car parks.
We're hoping to get it out before any more water gets down in there, so we'll see how we go.
The Bureau says the wild weather was caused by a string of extremely humid days, combined with a low pressure system. The slow-moving storm created traffic troubles with roads more like rivers. At least 18 people had to be rescued during the flash flooding. The SES received almost 500 calls for help.
The heap of water started rushing in and next minute, bedlam.
The football stadium didn't escape. The Cats' home ground left underwater. For these surfers, the storm delivered a bit of fun, but there won't be much of that for locals today. As the waters recede, they face a big cleanup and a huge damage bill.
Let's have a look at the newspapers for you now, and
What are you
the
doing?
Australian $5 billion hit as NDIS fund dwindles. Latest financing gap sparks a budget crisis.
The grubby booze hounds, Mitchell Pearce, the front page of the Courier Mail today.
The Daily Telegraph, Mitchell Pearce, disgraced Origin stars dog act.
And lots of coverage on that story, of course. And also, Michelle Payne is a nice change and a wonderful Australian that we can celebrate. The highest profile female jockey in Australia, looking for a ride at the Hobart Cup, which happens next month. Put a tweet out to ask if there's a chance to be a part of that.
The Canberra Times today, and uni chiefs are publicly condemning the ATAR university admissions system after Fairfax media investigation revealed that a policy of admitting substandard students was rampant throughout the sector.
And on the NTN News, the story after story needs more explanation, as they often do. 3 senior biker gang members get vests stolen from a rural property and then asked for them back.
We've got all the sport for you. Greg Thompson after the race, including David Warner, the Cricketer of the Year.
Much celebrated. Also the tennis update with the Canadian continuing his solid form this summer. He looks a place in the Australian Open.
Everest is the most dangerous place on earth.
Can you hear me?
say that the longer you go in the process, the more you're going to have to pass a series of hurdles that the voters are going to put in front of you. Because the one thing everybody understands is that this job right here, you don't have the luxury of just focusing on one thing.
Fox News contributor Monica Crowley joining me now. She's an online opinion editor for the Washington Times. It's very interesting to see the disparity between what Biden said and then Obama meeting with Sanders today. How do you match that together?
It looks to me like the president and the vice president are playing a little good cop, bad cop with Mrs. Clinton. Remember, there are a couple of different dynamics happening. One is that Mrs. Clinton's popularity among the Democratic base, soft to begin with, and is growing softer. In fact, you look at her poll numbers in Iowa, New Hampshire, favorabilities, electability. Those numbers are sliding. Bernie Sanders is gaining, if not passing her in the early states, and is looking increasingly more electable to the voters who really count. So she is vulnerable politically. But then you have the other track of the FBI investigation. Mrs. Clinton has bent over backwards over the last week or so to really tie herself to Barack Obama, praise him. He's returned the favor a little bit in this Politico interview, but he's been very careful to say he's not endorsing either one.
Yeah, but which one would President Obama, or Joe Biden for that matter, want to see in office? Which one would carry on Barack Obama's 8 years?
Well, you know, my theory, neither. I happen to think that the FBI investigation, we don't know what the end game yet is, but I think that perhaps the president and the vice president's preference is perhaps neither one, and we might not know who the Democratic nominee might be yet. Look, the FBI investigation is ongoing. That is hanging over her head in a way that's probably more serious than even her sliding poll numbers. I think the president understands this. He may not be privy to the details of the FBI investigation, but I think they see that she is incredibly weak. If she loses Iowa and New Hampshire, then I think it's easier for somebody to go for her jugular, and I think they understand that.
Well, she did throw a bone out to the president. She said, look, I'd consider naming him to the Supreme Court when I'm president.
Yeah, and she continues to kiss his butt, and it's sort of fun to watch. But again, I think, look, she, from a political angle, she would love to have his endorsement. She would love to have the minority support he could deliver. Yep. She would love to have the technical and social media infrastructure he used to win in 08 and 12. He has given her none of those things yet. So they're not mutually exclusive. I think she's trying to get those things from him while also trying to say, listen, if you have any sway whatsoever in the course of this investigation, I'd really appreciate it if you could get them to back off.
Very interesting.
Will not work.
And by the way, only one former president actually served on the Supreme Court. Taft, who said the appointment was his greatest honor. I don't remember that I ever was president. Wow.
Yeah,
I don't think you would go that way.
That job appeals to him, but she's doing whatever she can to stay on his good side.
All right, Monica, great to see you.
You bet, thanks.
Time now for my take. Today on takes and taxes. Yeah. Presidential candidate and self-avowed Democratic Socialist Bernie Sanders gladly admitting he will raise taxes for Americans if elected. He did so during the Democratic town hall the other night when talking about wanting Medicare for all.
We will raise taxes. Yes, we will. But also let us be clear, Chris, because there's a little bit of disingenuity out there. We may raise taxes, but we are also going to eliminate private health insurance premiums for individuals and for business. All right.
So Sanders is not alone in speaking frankly about raising taxes. President Obama campaigned in 2008 on hiking taxes on anyone making more than $250,000 a year. The catchphrase, remember, had a lot to do with getting him elected. Pay your fair share. Even when many argued those percentage of people already were. Hillary Clinton has also called on raising taxes for the so-called wealthy. But Bernie is different. He wants to raise taxes for everyone, claiming he'll save some Americans money in doing so. But by just how much? Just a few years ago, Sanders admitted he was in favor of a 90% tax rate, and while he has come off that number a little bit since running for president, no one's really pushed him on what his new number would be. 50, 60, 70? Wouldn't that be an important number to know? Coming up on the show, some Republican senators are trying to prevent the transfer of Gitmo detainees by putting pressure on countries that may accept them, and what this may mean for the president's plan. It's a story you're going to see only here. Plus, Here's something you don't see every day. Garbage truck bursts into flames on a quiet street. What may have caused the fiery explosion? Right back.
Tonight, Sean's in Iowa, breaking down the all-important caucuses. How will the Hawkeye state shape the GOP race? Ted Cruz and Jeb Bush react on Hannity.
Mama, got no direction. We're all playing the same game. I'm looking for redemption, babe. I'm just afraid to say the name. So God, I'm now in pretending. All we're seeking is the truth. Just looking for a happy ending. All I'm looking for is you. You came upon me way long way. You're the reason I'm still here, yeah. No matter what you were sent to see. You came upon me way long way. I wanted out into the water. And I thought that I might drown. I don't know what I was after, babe. I just knew I was going down. And that's when she found me. I'm not afraid anymore. She said, you know, I always had you, babe. Just waiting for you to find what you were looking for. You came upon me a way long way. You're the reason I'm still here, yeah. No matter what you were sent to see. You came upon me a way long way. Way long way. Still here, yeah. No matter what you were sent to see. Came upon me way long way.
Welcome back to The Real Story. Check out this garbage truck. Totally catches on fire, then explodes. This is on a Jersey street. Whole thing caught on video, as you can see. Workers tried to put the fire out themselves, but they couldn't. Thankfully, no one hurt in this entire episode. The truck is powered by natural gas. Police say the fire started after a problem with the truck's battery system. President Obama's plans to empty Gitmo before the end of his term may have hit a roadblock now. A group of senators are using the power of the purse to persuade countries considering taking in detainees to think twice about that plan. Chief Intelligence Correspondent Catherine Herridge, live from our D.C. Bureau with more on this. So, Catherine, what have you found out?
Well, thank you, Gretchen, and good afternoon. According to this letter first obtained by Fox News, the four senators want to cut foreign aid in the 2017 budget if either detainee goes back to terrorism. Mahmoud Omar Mohammed bin Attaf was transferred to the African nation of Ghana earlier this month. He is an admitted member of the Taliban, fought for Osama bin Laden, and spent close to 14 years at the military camps. In addition, a military review under the Bush administration found him to be a high risk to U.S. national security interests. The other detainee, Khalid Mohammed Salah al-Dubi, was part of the deal, and like bin Attaf, he is an admitted member of the Taliban, trained with al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, and also spent close to 12 years at the detention camps. He was deemed to be a medium risk by a military panel. The four Republican senators say the African nation has never taken Gitmo detainees before and really has no previous experience with cases like this. And the prison system in Ghana is, quote, plagued by decay and mismanagement. The senators are suggesting language in the 2017 budget that's kind of like a penalty, a cut of $10 million in foreign aid if each one of these reoffends, Gretchen.
All right, and we've all seen the recidivism rate, and it's relatively high. So let's go back to Gimel for a minute. How many detainees are left there now?
Well, the administration is now below what's considered the magic number of 100 as the White House really moves ahead with its plan to close the detention camps. Their calculus is that the resistance will wane as the numbers get even lower and the static costs, such as the buildings and security, remain the same. But the reality is that the Obama administration is willing to accept more risk and transfer detainees that would have stayed locked up by the Bush administration. And what's important here is that they're now having to go away from traditional allies. They've taken these detainees in the past, and they've had to go to very small countries like Ghana, like Montenegro, also like Bosnia, to take one or two or a handful of detainees at a time. So what the senators are doing now is kind of an interesting strategy. If they can't deter the White House, they're going to try and create a penalty or a disincentive for these small countries that really rely so totally on foreign aid in many respects, Gretchen.
Very interesting. Great reporting, Catherine. Thank you. Good senior citizens getting into the Super Bowl spirit. All right. They may not be your typical cheerleaders, but they've got just as much team spirit. Oh yeah, they got the moves too.
Hello, this is Fox Extra. Buongiorno to our friends watching in Italy, and thank you for choosing Fox. You can catch both Fox News and Fox Business on Sky Italia. Keep it right here.
There are some big changes coming to the military in 2016 when the Pentagon plans to start opening up combat jobs to women. To help prepare for the change, military researchers are developing a unisex test to help determine which troops are physically fit for combat regardless of gender. Well, as of 2011, nearly 15% of the active duty force were women. Nearly 17% of those were officers, but they made up just 3% of the military's frontline units. And that's partly because women were barred from the infantry, but were allowed to serve on gun crews, air crews, and in seamanship specialties. Jonathan Seri is live for us in Atlanta. And I know you got a first-hand look at this, right, Jonathan?
Oh, I sure did, and these are some rigorous tests. Male and female soldiers alike are signing up for these rigorous activities. It's all to help the Army create an objective test to evaluate whether soldiers have the physical capacity to take on combat roles. Watch.
The test will start in 5 seconds.
These Fort Stewart soldiers, men and women, are simulating combat duties to help Army researchers and commanders create physical standards for future recruits.
The Army has what's called the ASVAB. It's a test that looks at various cognitive and other intellectual capabilities, language, etc. We don't have the analogy test for physical.
The study takes on added importance now that the Pentagon has ordered the military to integrate women into combat roles.
Females should have the opportunity to do it if they're physically capable, which some females are, we're finding out.
Unlike traditional fitness tests involving running and push-ups, these tests are related to actual battlefield duty.
This overall effort is about matching skill sets and attributes to the right job.
This test simulates rescuing a casualty from a Bradley fighting vehicle. Wearing 73 pounds of gear, I have to pull this 100-pound bag out of the turret. Oh, that's tough. Wow, I have renewed appreciation for America's men and women in uniform. So, Gretchen, you can see I was a little out of breath there, prompting many jokes out of the control room, but researchers are hoping to wrap up this study by October of 2015. Gretchen?
You know what? I just give you an attaboy for getting in there, in on the action and trying it. Great job, Jonathan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Time to check out what America's clicking on today. Construction crews scoring and scoring, that is, a touchdown for science. While renovating Oregon State University's football field, huge bone, likely from an extinct mammoth, dug up from the stadium's end zone. Minnesota's Eagle Camp capturing a bald eagle protecting an egg during the snow and the cold. This is so cool. And Heartbreaker on the hardwood. Watch this. Virginia. Scoring 4 3-pointers in the last minute, including this game-winning buzzer beater. Okay, Carolina Panthers, Denver Broncos, you know they're going to battle it out in Super Bowl 50, but players aren't the only ones practicing their moves. Check out these Panther fans at a retirement community in Thomasville, North Carolina. They're doing the Carolina quarterback signature move, the dab, which has taken Panther Nation by storm. My 10-year-old was trying to teach my husband the dab over the weekend. Wish I had video. Thanks for being part of The Real Story. I'm Gretchen. Grisha.
Who ordered insanity and didn't consult with the class? The train is off the tracks and it's careening right into the political history books. Donald Trump, it appears, has pulled an end around. Word is he will not debate tomorrow on Fox News Channel for a list of reasons. Seems he's bailing on his last chance to face off with his top rival, Ted Cruz, before the caucuses. Or if you'd rather, not giving the others another shot at it. Or is so mad at this news network that he's punting. Or something else. We'll get reaction from some of the candidates who say they will be there. Meantime, the Democrats have some drama of their own. Now that Hillary Clinton is slipping in the polls, there's talk of the Democrats adding another last-minute debate. But for now, party bosses say no thank you. And are you a traveler? Hear this. A government watchdog says the nation's busiest air traffic control towers need more controllers. But the feds claim everything's fine because trainees are on the job. Let's get to it.
Now, Shepard Smith reporting live from the Fox News deck.
Well, it's obviously Weird Wednesday before Theater Thursday. The Trump campaign swears that this time he is serious. Donald Trump really will not show up for tomorrow's GOP debate here on Fox News Channel. This is the third time he's threatened to boycott a debate. First, CNN over advertising rates. Then CNBC over debate length. Now it's Fox News for any number of available and ready reasons, one of which may or may not be the real thing. It started at the first GOP debate when Megyn Kelly quoted Trump's comments about some women. Trump said it was unfair and biased. And then he called Megyn Kelly all sorts of names on Twitter. He demanded Fox News replace her as a moderator tomorrow. The network refused and pointed out the leaders of Iran and Russia might also treat him unfairly if he becomes president. After that, Trump took shots at Fox News and our chairman and accused this channel of playing games. On with Brett Baier last night, he said we'll discuss it. Minutes later in the news conference, he said he probably will not be at the debate. And minutes later, his campaign manager said it's a done deal. He definitely won't be there and that Trump's word is his bond. Though Trump has not actually ever worded the whole I won't be there part. His word people worded that, so who knows? That said, instead of the debate, his campaign officials say Trump will hold a fundraiser in Iowa for veterans and wounded warriors. That has some critics accusing Trump of pandering. Conservative commentator Bill Kristol tweeted, and I quote, Trump using wounded vets for campaign stunt is disgusting. If Trump wanted to help vets, he could quietly write checks to groups helping them. Trump's decision to skip the debate is also fueling his Republican rivals. His closest competitor in Iowa, Ted Cruz, is challenging Trump to a one-on-one, mano-a-mano debate. Cruz tweeted about Donald Trump, quote, trembling at being questioned by Megyn Kelly. In fact, Trump himself once accused candidates who would not debate of being cowards. This was back in 2011 when Trump sat down in his office with Megyn Kelly.
So far, only Newt Gingrich and Rick Santorum have agreed.
We're not seeing a lot of courage here, are we?
Not so far.
Not lots of courage.
Are you still going to do it?
They're supposed to be brave.
Supposed to be brave. Now critics on Twitter who say Trump is trying to duck some tough questions are using the hashtag Donald Duck. All this as a new Monmouth University poll shows Trump with a wide lead in Iowa days before the caucus there. He's jumped 11 points since last month to the biggest lead ever in this particular survey, while Ted Cruz has essentially held steady. So with all of that as a precursor, we have Team Fox coverage this afternoon, and I, for one, am excited about it. Ed Henry is covering the Democrats in Iowa, but let's start with campaign Carl Cameron, who's live this afternoon in Des Moines. Nothing much happening here. I'm sure it's quiet there.
Hi there, Chuck. Ted Cruz last night actually challenged Donald Trump to a debate, and today Trump said, I've beaten him in the last 5 or 6 debates, and yeah, maybe, sort of, but how about we do it in Canada? A reference, obviously, to Cruz's eligibility, being born in Calgary. Here's what the debate stage will look like. absent Donald Trump. And you'll see there that Rand Paul is actually being added to the roster up from the undercard. This has caused quite a stir amongst the Republican candidates, and from Rand Paul to Ted Cruz, they have all been weighing in on it. Cruz was first to strike last night, not only with his challenge for a mano-a-mano debate, but also to suggest that Mr. Trump is either afraid or just not equipped to be commander-in-chief.
I think anyone running for president of the United States owes it to the people of Iowa to have the humility to come in front of you, to make the case, to answer the hard questions, to look you in the eyes. This is a job interview.
The range of attacks on Trump include, as I said, Rand Paul, who will be back on the debate stage and said the absence of Donald Trump ensures that the IQ will go up.
Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio, I guess now we can have a bigger battle between the two of those, right?
Well, the absence of Donald Trump does give the other candidates an opportunity to really talk about policy and not have to worry about somebody sort of slamming them with an elbow. So Cruz and Trump have been going at it for several weeks now, going after their records, their character, their honesty, calling each other dishonest at every turn. Marco Rubio today took on Trump for the no-show threat or reality, but managed to make it a two for going after Cruz. Watch.
I'm looking forward to the debates. You know, I think this whole thing between Donald and Ted Cruz is theatrics and an interesting sideshow. But this is about the future of America. I'm not focused on the future of America. I'm focused on defeating Hillary Clinton and ensuring that we don't have another 4 years like the last 7 years.
Yes, elections are about the future of America, but they also follow traditions and always have a history. And the history in Iowa is, as it is in New Hampshire and South Carolina, the voters demand attention from the candidates. And candidates who turn their backs on debates generally don't fare all that great. Trump's way ahead of the polls.
It's better than everything and worse than every other thing. I spied a museum piece on those shoulders, those reporter shoulders of yours there, Carl.
This is the coat, Shep. This coat made its first campaign in 1984 when Brett Drishum wore it on the campaign trail. It is ratty, it is ragged, but it has been literally in every single presidential campaign since then. Britt gave it to me when he came to Fox in 1996, and I've had it on the campaign trail at least once or twice in every cycle since. So think about that. 8 presidential campaigns, maybe someday the museum, but I just want to let Brett know I'm still wearing his coat, still trying to wear it and do it justice.
He's Britt. That's what happens when you put a Brett in a Brit's chair. You get their names mixed up. It happens.
Well, yeah, you know what? If I get out of it and back into my other one, it'll probably be warmer too.
Probably. I think maybe Trump could do it like Mystery Science Theater style. Like from the side, just...
He said he's going to do some sort of an alternate event during this. There's no word on whether or not they've found one, whether or not it's permittable, whether or not the Secret Service could actually make it safe, and whether or not it'll be a fundraiser for veterans, but that's what he says.
We'll all look back on this one day and giggle or vomit or something. Thank you, Carl. Have fun.
Thanks, Jeff.
That Republican debate will happen here tomorrow night. Will happen. You know who'll be there in the early debate? It'll be Bill Hemmer and Martha McCallum. They'll host them on at 7 Eastern, 6 o'clock in Oxford. And then Brett Baier, Megyn Kelly, and Chris Wallace. They'll eat some soup and hang out and moderate and watch the debate and have a fantastic old time out in Iowa. I mean, who wouldn't? That'll be 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 8 o'clock Central Time, right here on Fox News Channel, America's choice for news and information plus political coverage here in America. And for that, we thank you. We do. Now the Democrats, Bernie Sanders, met with President Obama at the White House today. Senator Sanders says they, quote, talked a little politics, but he did not ask for an endorsement, we're told. The president has said he plans to stay neutral. Senator Sanders said he does not think the president broke that pledge with a recent interview praising Hillary Clinton. The senator also praised the president for turning around the economy.
It's also important to remember how far we have come in the last 7 years under the leadership of President Obama and Vice President Biden.
This comes just 5 days before voters go out and caucus in Iowa with Sanders and Clinton in a tight race for first place. The latest survey from Quinnipiac University shows the Vermont senator is leading the former Secretary of State by 4 points, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a statistical tie. Team Fox coverage continues now. Ed Henry, also in Iowa, this time in a town called Adele, I believe it is. Not the singer, but the town. Senator Sanders is heading back there to Iowa for some kind of rally tonight, right, Carl? I mean, Ed.
Yeah, and it's called Adele, similar to Adele, but they wanted to make that clear to the locals when I talked to them about it. But the bottom line is, Bernie Sanders is at the White House. He's looking for equal time, because you're right. President Obama says he's not going to endorse anyone, but it really has looked like he's tilting a little bit to his former Secretary of State, some gushing words to Politico earlier this week. They've also, Clinton and Obama had a series of cozy lunches at the White House, not something that Bernie Sanders has gotten, but today he said he certainly hopes to repeat what Obama did here in Iowa in 2008. Listen.
And if there is a large voter turnout, I'm not saying we can do what Barack Obama did in 2008. I wish we could, but I don't think we can. But if there is a large turnout, I think we win. If not, I think we're going to be struggling.
And he has been getting much larger crowds than Hillary Clinton here. At this bowling alley, Clinton had an event a short time ago, had about 275 people. Sanders has been having events in Iowa. The other day, there was one with over 2,000 people, Jeff.
And Secretary Clinton also played up her ties to the president today.
Yeah, that's right. At this event, she was going on and on about the economy and how the president had to dig this country out of a ditch after 8 years of George W. Bush. And then she went on to remind Democrats here all about the fact that she was close to President Obama, side by side with him during the bin Laden raid. Listen.
Spent hours sorting it out, even arguing about it. Not all of his advisors were in agreement. But I advised that it was absolutely essential we keep going after bin Laden, bring him to justice for what he did to our country.
Clinton and Sanders right there, you can see they're competing for the hearts and minds of liberal Democrats by reaching out and saying, look, I'm the natural heir to the Obama legacy. The other thing going on real quick is the Democrats are thinking about adding a debate on February 4th in New Hampshire. Ironic because, remember at the beginning here, the DNC was sort of protecting the frontrunner, not having a lot of debate. People close to Clinton now tell me they think they want more debates because they think she does well in that format, and they might be regretting now that they had so few early on, Jeff.
Times they are changing. Ed Henry at the Adele Family Fun Center in Adele, Iowa. Have family fun.
Good to see you, buddy.
You too. One militia member is dead this afternoon. Several others are arrested. But the standoff is now continuing as officers surround a wildlife refuge in Oregon. A live update from the scene coming on that on this Wednesday afternoon on the Fox News Desk.
There's a new frontier in curing deafness for millions of Americans. It's a harmless virus which carries genetic treatments to regrow the tiny hair cells in the inner ear.
Once the virus injects the DNA into the cell, it then takes over the cell's own machinery to make the new protein. And that new protein now will then cause the non-hair cell to become a hair cell.
Hearing is an intricate process. Sound travels down the ear canal, vibrates the eardrum, makes its way to the cochlea and its tiny hair cells, which vibrate and send signals to the brain. In an era where our young people are plugged into their headphones and our baby boomers are aging, hearing loss has now reached epidemic proportions. Hearing cells die off from excess noise, medication side effects, disease, and aging. Other species can regenerate them, but we can't.
Birds need hair cells in order to know which way is up to fly. Fish have hair cells in their lateral line so that they're able to school. And if they lose their hair cells, they get new ones. And we're just trying to do that in people.
Novartis has now begun to test a revolutionary treatment in humans, though problems still exist.
The inner ear is encased almost completely in solid bone, and getting the gene therapy to the right cells was one of our biggest challenges.
Jay Lichter is hard of hearing in his left ear. He founded Autonomy, a biotech company that developed a long-lasting treatment gel for the inner ear.
It is an injection, so it's just like getting a shot in your arm. You take the needle, you put it across the eardrum.
Lichter hopes his gel will help hearing-impaired patients return to full function without needing implants or hearing aids. Dr. Lustig a pioneer in combating hearing loss, is hopeful this genetic therapy will be available in 5 years. He says the pharmaceutical industry's growing involvement in new treatment options signals that there is great promise. In New York, Dr. Mark Siegel, Fox News.
Well, here's some weird stuff here. The Dow just plunged. See that right about 2 o'clock? Everything was just fine, and the Fed made some sort of we're not going to do anything to interest rates announcement, and dropped like the crimson tide in Oxford. I mean, just done, Dundee, gone, over, down 274 and counting. It's on a steep slope. As things change, we'll update you because that's what we do. Cops say they've surrounded a wildlife refuge in Oregon where several armed militia members remain holed up, even though their leaders are now in custody after a traffic stop yesterday turned deadly. Police say shots rang out as they pulled over senior members of the militia on a highway outside that refuge there. It's still unclear at this hour who did the firing, but when it was over, investigators say one guy was dead. They haven't officially confirmed who it is, but the daughter of this man, Lavoy Finicum, says he was her dad. He was a spokesman of sorts for this group of sorts who once said that they would rather die than go to jail. Authorities say they arrested the group's leader, a guy named Amon Bundy, yes, Bundy, among with some of the other followers here. The FBI reports they each face charges of conspiracy to impede federal officers. At a news conference in the last news hour, law enforcement officials would not give any more details about how it all went down, but the sheriff did get a bit emotional as he talked about why.
It was as simple as just waiting out some folks down there to get out of some buildings. We could have waited a lot longer. But this has been tearing our community apart. We don't arm up and rebel. We work through the appropriate channels. This can't happen anymore. This can't happen in America, and it can't happen in Harney County.
But it's happening right now as a number of militia members continue their protest of federal land control at that wildlife refuge. In an internet post, or series of them, they warn that they still have people guarding the place, and they're asking for reinforcements. Dan Springer's at the refuge outside Burns, Oregon. What's happening out there today, Dan?
Well, yeah, Jeff, the big difference today is that we're not able to get anywhere near that federal refuge because at about 1 o'clock this morning, the Fed set up a huge blockade. They are keeping us away. They're keeping people from coming out of that refuge. This all happened not long after the arrest of all those occupation leaders that you just mentioned. The first checkpoint is a full 5 miles away from the refuge, the compound, which has been occupied for over 3 weeks. There are heavily armed FBI agents and state patrol SWAT officers. I saw heavy machinery going in, a crane, a bulldozer, concrete Jersey barriers. The FBI said all along they wanted to end this peacefully, but over the last week, they were criticized by local officials and the governor here in Oregon, who basically said that they were being too passive. It all changed last night.
Let me be clear. It is the actions and choices of the armed occupiers of the refuge that has led us to where we are today. They had ample opportunity to leave the refuge peacefully. And as the FBI and our partners have clearly demonstrated, actions are not without consequences.
7 of those 8 people who were arrested last night will have their initial court appearance next hour in Portland, Shep.
And we really don't know all that much officially about that shooting that ended in a death, do we?
In fact, the public hearing, or the meeting was packed. A lot of people from the public here in Burns showed up because they wanted answers, and they got none from the FBI about the details of the shooting. There are rumors that Lavoy Finicum, the Arizona rancher who was killed, had his hands up when he was shot. Those rumors being fueled by Cliven Bundy, who said his son, Ammon, the leader of the occupation, told a friend that Finicum was not a threat. But Finicum was also very vocal about his rights, and he frequently said that he would never allow himself to be arrested. The new leader of the occupation told me this morning that he is still there. There are many more people there, and they're not going anywhere until their grievances are addressed. Shep?
All right, Dan Springer, thank you. There's word that it could be decades before the U.S. finally manages to pull any troops or all of our troops out of Afghanistan. Decades. The Washington Post with a blockbuster report that some of America's top military commanders are considering plans to dramatically extend what is already America's longest war. The suggestion now that some of those who will fight in Afghanistan have not yet been born. We'll speak with one of the journalists who broke the story. That's next.
Well, while here, Donald Trump continuing to lead the Republican polling. He will enter the no-spin zone. Next factor.
Hello, our viewers in New Zealand. Thanks for watching Fox on Sky. For more, go to foxnews.com and foxbusiness.com. Keep it here.
Hi, this is Fox Extra, and I'm Julie Banderas. A Massachusetts company has come up with a robot it says will make American companies more competitive on the global market without costing Americans their jobs. Fox News correspondent Douglas Kennedy introduces us to Baxter.
The idea behind the face is it tells you that Baxter is happily working, or if he's confused.
Meet the world's most sophisticated and friendly, artificially intelligent working robot.
Baxter's doing the work that people don't really want to do. He goes in at an angle.
His name is Baxter, and according to one of his creators, Scott Eckhart, Baxter is about to transform American manufacturing. So unlike previous manufacturing robots that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, you're putting Baxter on the market at an affordable price.
Yeah, Baxter is only $25,000. At that sort of a price, why do you need to outsource to China?
He can package boxes, load and unload material, and perform precise tasks with machinery, all while letting those around him know if he's okay.
And you can see it from 50 feet away.
The biggest thing, however, that separates him from other working robots is how he learns. Baxter is taught by example, rather than being programmed by computer. So in order to teach Baxter to pick this up, you simply move the arm back and forth a couple of times, and he will learn to do it and then do it over and over again.
That's exactly right. It's so easy that a typical factory technician can train Baxter to do a job in 15 minutes.
But will Baxter's price point and ease of use cost more Americans jobs? This economist says no.
Robots like Baxter are definitely helping grow jobs much more quickly. They take away, in many ways, the back-breaking tasks. And that allows the workers to do all the high-end jobs that are needed in the factories. So they have to be comfortable that this is their coworker.
Eckhart says Baxter is the first robot specifically designed to help small businesses compete on the world market. In Boston, Massachusetts, Douglas Kennedy, Fox News.
For this and other stories, visit foxnews.com. I'm Julie Banderas. Thanks for watching Fox Extra.
22 minutes past the hour now. Ceremonies today in countries across Europe as part of the International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Today marks 71 years since the liberation of Auschwitz, the largest Nazi concentration camp. And some images to show you in our slideshow this afternoon. This first photo is from Auschwitz, where dozens of Holocaust survivors attended a memorial today. This one's from the same ceremony. You can see soldiers carrying a wreath there. This is Germany at another one-time Nazi death camp. This is north of Berlin, and you can see this man walking through the gate and the sign that reads, when translated, "Work sets you free." This is a cross in Serbia here, where a memorial service took place at a former concentration camp. Some 6 million Jews died during the Holocaust. This picture is from 1945, shortly after the Soviet army liberated the camp at Auschwitz. After more than $7 billion and more than 20,000 dead or wounded U.S. troops, some of the last of our forces to leave Afghanistan might end up being Americans who are not yet born. That's according to the reporting of the Washington Post newspaper. The war in Afghanistan has already become America's longest war, and now the Washington Post reports some of America's top military commanders are talking about plans to keep U.S. forces on the ground in Afghanistan for decades to come. You may remember President Obama has canceled his previous plans to withdraw nearly all U.S. forces by next year. Right now, there are just fewer than 10,000 American troops on the ground in Afghanistan, we're told. The Washington Post reports Afghan government forces are lacking leadership and lacking the will to fight. The Taliban has been retaking territory, and Al-Qaeda is still using parts of that country as a safe haven. In essence, it's an enormous mess. One senior Pentagon official tells that newspaper, quote, "What we've learned is that you can't really leave." The Post reports it could take a generation and billions more dollars and more funding to build an effective Afghan security force. It also reports American military leaders are taking into consideration the Islamic State's rise in Iraq after U.S. forces left that country. Missy Ryan is a Pentagon correspondent for the Washington Post and co-wrote this report. Missy, thank you.
Thank you.
Decades.
It's really a striking reversal for President Obama, who staked his presidency in part on ending the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And it was only in 2014 that we had him stand in the Rose Garden and promise to bring the U.S. military role in Afghanistan to an end. And since then, there's been a series of reversals of changes to the drawdown plan from Afghanistan. And now, as my colleague Greg Jaffe and I report today, U.S. military leaders are quietly talking about years or decades-long presence in Afghanistan. They think that's what will be required to help the Afghan forces be able to fend off the Taliban and this lingering al-Qaeda presence that continue to threaten not just Afghanistan, but American national security.
So not set in stone, but they're sort of wargaming this or planning for the future with a number of different possible scenarios.
Sure, that's right. I mean, obviously it'll be up to the next president to make final decisions about future troop plans. But from a military perspective, their judgment is that the Afghan forces are nowhere near ready to take care of defending their country on their own, and they require billions of dollars of a year in outside funding. They require the presence of perhaps thousands of foreign troops a year for the foreseeable future. And really, it's just not just to protect Afghanistan, to make sure that the kinds of threats that brought the United States to Afghanistan in 2001 don't repeat themselves.
Is there a suggestion on some level or another that all of these billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars and all of these American lives might one day in some future scenario make things better in some way, or are we just trying to keep things from just going to hell?
Well, to be fair, there have been some important strides that have been made in Afghanistan. Obviously, on the military front, there really wasn't a national army in Afghanistan in 2001, and now you have a national security force that's larger than 300,000 people. The government is much more stable than it used to be. Sort of public health indicators are far better than they used to be in Afghanistan. At the same time, it's a very fragile situation still. You've got Afghanistan wedged between Pakistan and Iran. You've got a country that's severely impoverished and just doesn't have the sort of strength of institutions to withstand the kind of internal and external threats that they face.
Are they impressed about this? Surprised by this? How would you classify it?
I think that, yeah, surprised. I mean, it was only last summer, last fall, where U.S. military leaders were actively planning to end the military presence in Afghanistan in line with President Obama's stated plans. And I think that they really were taken aback by the strength of the Taliban insurgents that we've seen over the last year. You have the Taliban briefly seize provincial capital in northern Afghanistan. They've been able to claw back some of the territory in southern Afghanistan that was won at great cost by American and British troops during President Obama's troop surge in 2011. And I think that they didn't expect things to be where they stand at this stage. That said, it's not the same kind of threat that you're seeing against the Islamic State in Iraq. The Taliban has not been able to hold and maintain control over large swaths of the country like we've seen in Iraq. But it's just really, Iraq has been, I think, a really important lesson for many of our military commanders, just to see the potential drawbacks of a full American withdrawal.
Missy Ryan, from the Washington Post, who works at the Pentagon, along with our own Jennifer Griffin. Missy, it's great to see you, but if you keep watching the wrong television channel up there, you're all going to get all weird. You know that. She probably can't see from the back of her head, but we can all see it. You better watch it over there. He once killed 4 people while driving drunk, then avoided prison because he claimed he was too spoiled to know right from wrong. His lawyer made that sell and it worked. And there he is in all his grandeur. Now, after hightailing it to Mexico while on probation, the affluenza teen is on his way back here to Los Estados Unidos to face charges. We'll bring it to a lawyer. Plus 3 inmates who busted out of a jail in California are still out there somewhere. Now we're learning how one of the men was able to stay in the country even though a judge ordered him out a couple of decades ago. We're approaching the bottom of the hour and the top of the news. This is Fox News Channel.
The Fox News Google GOP debate.
Iowa is about to vote.
New Hampshire is about to vote. This is a critical time.
The candidates need to make their case.
They need to resonate with voters.
This is their chance.
We will be fair and balanced.
So we're not pulling any punches. Our job is to get America's questions
To
answered.
get people the facts they need.
And we're going to do our job.
This is the debate you need to see.
It's going to be an important night.
We can't wait to get started.
Don't miss the Fox News Google GOP debate Thursday.
The groupies who follow this tour do it by 40-foot mobile home. And the hit song they sing along with is from 1905.
His eye is on the sparrow, and I know he watches me. That's good enough. My grandmother raised me. My mother died, and she sang it all the time. She was a preacher's wife, and she would sing that in the house while she was doing her work and all that. And she had a high soprano voice, and it was just beautiful.
For 29 years, fans of Southern gospel music have been following Bill Bailey's winter tour, some with hardcore dedication.
But I might pick up a magazine and see something that, you know, we're going to see 4,000 or 5,000 miles, and we take off.
So for you, 4,000 or 5,000 mile trip to see a concert, not that big a deal.
No, really. Yeah, I'd take a week to do it. No hurry.
The tour director says the enthusiasm of septua and octogenarians is no different than that of teenagers.
Just as passionate about the Booth Brothers as you would see a teenager passionate about Taylor Swift or Miley Cyrus. You know, to me that's pretty cool.
But there are, fans say, some differences.
We don't yell and scream or anything like that. We just clap and say amen a lot, you know.
25 groups appear in a week-long stop in Central Florida before the tour and its groupies hit the road again. In Bradenton, Florida, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Fox Report now with more headlines from the Fox News desk. Activists have filed a lawsuit now demanding the replacement of lead pipes in the water system in Flint, Michigan because of contamination. Governor Rick Snyder's office has estimated the repairs could cost up to $55 million. State officials poisoned the people when they switched the water supply back in 2014 in order to save money. A professional dancer who lost her leg in the bombings at the Boston Marathon in 2013 says she's planning to run that race this year. Adrienne Haslett Davis says that she's currently training for the full marathon in April. She says she's doing it to raise money for charity. And police say they're searching for a man who robbed a plastic surgeon's office, taking $20,000 worth of Botox. This is Coral Gables, Florida, just right around Miami. You can see the suspect wearing a Santa hat in surveillance video. Cops say he made off with other surgical supplies, and then his face may now be frozen.
Acne is not just for teenagers anymore. Doctors say the skin condition is appearing more and more in the adult population, and dermatologist Dr. Adam Friedman says some people don't get their first case until they are well into adulthood.
I think it's a common misperception that acne is a disease of adolescence. In fact, about 40% of adults get acne at some point, and even some adults will get acne for the first time in their late 30s or 40s.
Friedman is the director of dermatologic research at Montefiore Medical Center in New York, He says dirt, oil, and bacteria may play a role in acne's development, but stress and hormones also add to the mix.
When the body is stressed, more androgens, those steroid hormones, are produced, and that can increase oil production as well as turnover of the skin cells in the hair unit. And that results in a backup and a closure of the pore, giving this perfect storm for that bacteria to flourish and inflammation to occur. As we become more wiser and mature with the years, one of the biggest changes is that our skin becomes drier. Its ability to hold on to moisture decreases, and a lot of the acne medicines, especially the topical medicines, can be quite drying.
And while acne can be annoying, it's not fatal. But if it is interfering with your lifestyle, Friedman says it's time to see the doctor.
I think a rule would be if you're using over-the-counter product for 6 to 8 weeks and you're seeing no effect, that's a general point when you should see a doctor. There's no reason to hold out and wait because truthfully, this is an inflammatory skin condition. The longer the skin is inflamed, the more likely you're going to get dark marks, red marks, or even scars. So treating it sooner is definitely the best approach.
Dr. Friedman says between 12 and 40% of adult women will get acne at some point in their lives, while only about 3% of adult men will suffer with it. In New York, I'm Dr. Manny, Fox News.
It's been nearly a week now, still no sign of the inmates who cut, crawled, and rappelled their way out of the maximum security jail in Southern California. The Orange County Sheriff's Department now offering $200,000 for information that leads to the arrest of the fugitives who bust out of Santa Ana jail last week. It had been $50K. We've reported each of the inmates has an extremely violent history, including murder, torture, and mutilation. The guy on the right is accused of burning a man with a blowtorch and cutting off his privates. As expected, authorities say the men may be armed and should be considered quite dangerous. Trace Gallagher with the story. He's live in our West Coast News Hub. The judge actually ordered one of the men deported back in '98, right?
Yeah, that's right, Chip. 43-year-old Bok Duong is a Vietnamese citizen admitted as a permanent U.S. resident back in 1991. Since then, he's been arrested on charges of burglary, domestic violence, carjacking, and now he's wanted for attempted murder after allegedly shooting a man in the chest. An immigration judge did order him deported in 1998, but Duong appealed, and the appeal process lasted 5 years. An appellate judge finally ruled that he should be sent back to Vietnam, but then Vietnam refused to accept him. And under U.S. law, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, can only hold you for 6 months. So Bok Duong was eventually set free. He did keep checking in with ICE for several years, but he also allegedly kept committing crimes. If he's captured and convicted, he'll go to prison. Otherwise, he'll go back to ICE custody for another 6 months, but likely will not go back to Vietnam. Chuck.
The Orange County Sheriff says he's troubled over how the prisoners are checked in there.
Yeah, because now court documents show these 3 guys could have been gone for more than 16 hours before anyone knew they were missing. Here's the timeline. Several inmates saw the 3 escapees at the 5 a.m. head count, but authorities didn't start another head count until 8 p.m. By then, the jail staff realized something was wrong, but because of a jailhouse brawl, deputies didn't start searching the entire facility until 8:45. That's when they found that a metal screen had been cut open in the floor of the cell, which gave them access to a plumbing tunnel. That led to a ventilation shaft. And once they got to the roof, they used bed sheets as a rope, and off they went. The sheriff is now calling for significant changes, along with significant improvements. Chuck.
Trace, thank you. Remember the affluenza teen? He may be coming back to America as soon as today. That's according to Ethan Couch's lawyer, who says the teen's deportation from Mexico is, quote, imminent. And that Ethan Couch wants to return to his home state of Texas to face charges there, and you know he does. The lawyer says it was Ethan Couch's decision to come on home. This after the lawyer says the teen dropped his effort to fight deportation, and there he is. It's been nearly a month since Mexican authorities arrested this guy in the tourist city of Puerto Vallarta. Investigators say he ran there with his mommy after a video popped up on Twitter that appeared to show him at a drinking party standing at a game of beer pong. Fox News cannot confirm the person in the video is Ethan Couch, and I say that because those words are written here. He killed 4 people in a drunk driving crash back in 2013 and avoided jail time after his defense team argued he was just too spoilt to know right from wrong. He reportedly blew through more than $2,000 one night on strippers and booze at a sink in Mexico. He was so drunk that the workers there said they had to carry him back to the hotel so that Mommy could pay his bill. It's been quite a few months. Mercedes Coleman is the Fox News analyst. Now,
Well, he's learned his lesson, hasn't he?
Oh, I'm sure.
Go party in Mexico. Why not?
Should be just fine now. Originally, a VOP, a violation of probation, could have gotten him, what, 10 years?
10 years. I mean, that's what
Is that still where we are?
It's still where we are, but there's going to be some negotiation because, and the crux of it is, was he actually ingesting alcohol? I mean, that's one of the things. I think the prosecutor is going to have a tough time saying, you violated probation because, oh, you're in this photograph. We don't have any evidence that he was ingesting alcohol. And that's a key factor as to whether or not he violated probation. I think he just reacted. He panicked, his mother panicked, and they're both, she's the enabler, they carted off to Mexico.
Sometimes the terms of probation include don't leave the country.
Right. And stay in touch with your probation officer, which is actually in his plea deal.
Which he didn't do.
Which he didn't do. So ultimately, he could have just said, look, he could have just kept in touch with his probation officer because it really wasn't anything. I'm not sure he consulted with anyone before he took off to Mexico.
Of course, the only reason anybody talks about this, and especially us here, is that his defense was, I'm too spoiled to know better. The judge bought it and gave him probation after killing 4 people.
Smack the judge. Seriously? Really? I mean, the judge really should not have accepted that plea. It's ridiculous. Well, I mean, the prosecutor is obviously another one who's really in the mix. He's the one that said to what's his fine with the state that we're going to accept this plea deal. It's ridiculous.
If something else happens with this kid, who's not a kid, he's 18 now.
Right.
But if something else happens with him, if they don't lock him up or whatever it is, there's going to be a lot of pressure this time, isn't there?
Oh, undoubtedly.
Yeah.
Look, this is, and frankly, the fact that he's back in the U.S., someone has to step in and say, look, now, maybe it's not going to be 10 years, but you're going to have to sit in jail for a period of time. And hey, Mommy, the fact that you assisted a felon, maybe not 10 years because you don't have a criminal record, but we're going to put you on probation and a very short leash. So it's really doubtful she'll have to do any jail time. But he needs it.
I hope she talks in some courtroom. I want to hear from her. I want to hear from him. I want to hear from all of them. We've come to know them, so.
It's
Big
true.
Trouble show tomorrow.
Why don't you call him? Maybe you can call him and say, come on, Mr. Trump.
I've never spoken to I wondered if maybe he has a severe case of FOMO. I mean, you don't want fear of missing out. You don't want to miss out on such a big thing. He's the center of the stage and everything.
He would be pretty amazed if he showed up, but we'll see. If he doesn't show up, it's lost.
There will be cameras there.
Yes.
Usually, it's hard to get between a Trump and a camera.
But isn't he having, he's having some other function this night, so we'll see.
Some sort of hoedown right around the corner or something. I don't know.
I think he really should show up right here.
No.
He should be here.
Not invited.
Oh, okay. Well,
never has been.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lon.
Nice to see you. We like having you here.
I love you.
Thank you, Mercedes. Well, I mentioned that because politics coming up, including a detailed look at Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton's tax plans. The one thing the 2 Democrats seem to agree on, but not completely, but tax plans. Hang on now, tax plans.
As these military veterans size up their new partner, the look they give is uncertain. For many, this is their first time around a horse.
I thought the horse was gonna bite me.
And this introduction will give them the chance to change their lives.
Wow, this is amazing.
On this day, we saw horses transform men, giving them confidence and a sense of peace that many struggle to find. Alicia Kershaw founded a horse therapy program to help the disabled. She knew the horses at Gallup NYC could help those veterans suffering from PTSD.
People can project a lot onto a horse. We have a veteran, 250 pounds, 6 foot tall guy, who gets weepy over Mocha. He's able to bring out emotion when he's around this horse that he really doesn't in any other context.
From the missions after 9/11 to Vietnam, the veterans of these wars are learning the art of riding.
The whole exercise of riding is about pressure and release of pressure. So as soon as the horse starts walking, he stops putting that pressure on. It's that release of pressure that's the horse's reward.
And as they begin to command the horse, the reward is clear.
You know, I have a lot of stress in my life. Doing this really helps alleviate some of that.
Talking with them, I noticed they all describe their experience the same way.
Very relaxing and enjoyable.
It brought a calmness to me. It took my mind completely away from the stressors.
And for some, the bond is instant.
We seem to have a connection, me and the horse.
That was your first time around a horse, is that right?
Yeah. Never been on a horse before.
And so, what did that feel like to you?
It was really great having control of that large an animal.
When was the last time you felt that in control?
Wow. Not for a very long time.
Most riding programs consider this equine therapy, but not this group. They say it's a leadership program.
Veterans shy from the notion of therapy. They don't like to ask for help. So we feel if we call the leadership program, vets are more comfortable coming and getting involved. We say the horse is the therapist, and the help kind of comes naturally.
When you're the horse, you're the leader. And in the military, they teach you to be a leader. You have to be a team. You have to be a team with a horse. You don't trust the partners. You're going to be there.
And by learning to trust and be trusted, the veterans can start to overcome their fears.
They're going to start solving problems, and they're going to understand a little bit how to improve their relationships. And then they can carry that back home and improve their relationships with people.
But for veterans who struggle with the scars of war, they found a new companion, not just to ride, but to lean on.
I remember that horse today for the rest of my life.
Totally stoked, and I'm going to come back. I'm just so grateful.
Well, the Dow seems to have found a level it likes, and that we don't like, obviously. Down below 16,000, crashed about 2 o'clock this afternoon, after the Fed announced it's not going to do anything with interest rates, I guess. And I don't know, they didn't like something. They're very finicky, weird people down there, so whatever happens, they just figure out a reason to screw with us. So there they go. It's been improving off the lows, so there's that. Back to politics now. Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton say they do agree on at least one thing. The richest Americans should pay more in taxes. Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis is here to look at their tax plans. Let's start with Clinton, why don't we?
Let's start with Clinton. Okay, so what she wants is a 4% surtax on people who earn $5 million or more. Here's the 1% right here. She essentially create a new tax bracket of 43.6%. And then she would...
On everything above $5 million?
Yep.
Okay.
And if you earn more than $1 million, she wants to make sure that you're paying at least 30% of your income in taxes. That's the so-called Buffett rule. She put that in place too. She also wants to raise the estate tax. She wants the rate to be 45%, and she reduces the exemption amount to $3.5 million, meaning if you have a home you want to hand over to your kids, it's 3.6, you're paying that 4.5, 45% tax rate on it.
And now that's at like 5 mil or something.
Yes, exactly right.
And then there's Bernie Sanders. His is similar, but more, I don't know, bigger numbers.
Can I tell you one thing about Hillary, though? Because, look, the critique of this is you're going to reduce GDP. It's going to hurt GDP, but they say, no, we're going to help the middle Americans, and here's how we're going to do it. We're going to extend that tax credit for college students of $2,500 a year. That becomes permanent. That's there all of the time. And we're also going to make sure that if companies share profits, profit sharing plans, I know you've heard of these.
Of course,
we'll give them
I remember those back in the day.
Once upon a time,
yeah.
we were young. Yeah, they're going to get a 15% tax credit, so that's big news. So let me take on Sanders now. He wants to put in place a lot of new taxes. I'm just going to give you a sampling. The list is long. They want a tax on businesses to cover his health care, his single-payer health care plan, okay? A big tax on businesses. Wall Street, a speculation tax. And then people who make $10 million or more will pay a tax rate of 52%. So lots of taxes. What I find funny here is normally politicians lie and say, we're not raising your taxes. We have no intention of raising taxes when we take office, when they do it, when they get there. These folks are saying ahead of time, we're raising taxes.
Yeah, Bernie's saying you're not going to pay your health care premiums anymore.
But you'll pay a tax.
But you'll pay a tax over here, but the people who have more will pay more, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
No one's been able to do the math to find out if this all actually adds up, because usually, no matter what the politician, right, left, center, whatever they say doesn't add up.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Like the deficit would balloon to levels you can't imagine. Our federal debt would go through the roof. But you can't compare them apples to apples. That's one of the problems that's very difficult to do.
Yeah. All right, well, Jerry, thank you. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
There's word of a shortage of air traffic controllers at some of the nation's busiest airports from New York to Chicago. Up ahead, details on a new government watchdog report which claims airport towers have relied on trainees to fill in and direct planes through the skies. What should we make of this? That's next.
This weekend, Neil Cavuto live from Iowa, covering the biggest political headlines and breaking down the business behind the caucuses. Don't miss Neil's special coverage.
Hi, this is Fox Extra, and I'm Julie Banderas.
Helping our war heroes, disabled veterans are getting a new lease on life with custom-made homes. Coming up, we'll find out more about a program which brings volunteers together to pay it forward for our wounded soldiers. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri has the story.
Thank y'all for coming out today. This is amazing. Sergeant Alan Holland is home for the holidays. Woo! Let's check this out. His own home, thanks to a nonprofit group assisting wounded veterans.
His families with their injuries, they don't make enough money. They 100% disabled. They'll never get a mortgage, so they'll never have a home. So that's what we do here at Operation Find Home, to try to make that possible.
2 years ago, Sergeant Holland was serving in Afghanistan. An insurgent detonated a truck filled with explosives. The blast breached Sergeant Holland's Army compound, causing him serious permanent injuries.
I was very worried about the future. And this donation of a house changes everything for us, because it can take some of the pressure off my wife, because she became the sole provider for the family. And it gives us a place to call home. We haven't had a place to call home in a long time.
Operation Finally Home can build a $250,000 house like this for less than $60,000 because the organization partners with builders and their subcontractors who donate their services and supplies.
There's rarely a dry event like this, and I'm a little choked up just talking about it right now because it's something that's deeply rewarding for me.
While the home was still in the framing phase, trade contractors who donated supplies and labor wrote on the wall studs messages of encouragement for the Holland family.
When they move in, they know that this home is just wrapped with people that care about them, that, remember what he sacrificed, and just the love that, that they deserve.
There's a lot of times that I need to spend in solitude.
Sergeant Holland's new home is tailored to his specific needs, including ground-level entranceways without any steps.
Everything. Thank you so much.
It's the result of an organization and builders who took a keen interest in this wounded veteran's story.
I want the country to know that when they see a veteran, whether disabled or, completely ambulatory, I would like them to not just say thanks for your service, ask them about their service. Where were they? What did they do? How are things going for you?
The Hollands say it was completely unexpected, but very much appreciated. In Beaufort, South Carolina, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
For more on this story, go to foxnews.com. Thanks for watching Fox Extra. I'm Julie Banderas.
9 minutes to top the hour headlines. First, some of the biggest airports in the country do not have enough air traffic controllers. And the feds have apparently been filling the gaps with trainees to help direct planes through the skies. That's according to a new report from a government watchdog group. According to the Transportation Department's Inspector General, airport towers in busy cities, including New York, Chicago, Miami, and Dallas, all have fewer fully trained air traffic controllers than the number the Federal Aviation Administration requires. So, these facilities reportedly use trainees to fill in, and sometimes they end up directing planes through the skies by themselves. Of course, you're a trainee in this program for a long, long time. But the training to become an air traffic controller is years. In a statement, the FAA claims it's transferring controllers from some of the better staffed facilities to those that need them. Kennedy's here. She's host of Kennedy, 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock in Oxford on the Fox Business Network. What should we do? What should we do?
Well, it's interesting because now going before Congress, there's this plan to sort of privatize this realm of the FAA and take the air traffic control away from the FAA. So you would have the airlines and the aviation companies and airports themselves that would then direct the training and the need. So they would do a much better, I think, less bureaucratic job. They would self-manage, find the holes, and plug them a lot better than one of these government behemoth agencies who is really, ultimately going to let someone down. And you don't want to see planes fall out of the sky. You don't want it to get to the point where you have some sort of catastrophe to finally change the way the system works.
Of the list of things that are all messed up, air Their traffic control doesn't seem to be very high. I mean, all in all, there's a lot of planes up there, and things seem to go pretty well.
They go pretty well until they don't go well.
Right.
But you don't want it to get to that point. That's the problem. But of course, it seems as though what the FAA is doing is what HHS has done, going to Congress and saying, hey, we need more money. They've already doubled their budget over the last 2 decades. It's not a problem of not enough money. I mean, this is the kind of agency that suffers from government bloat and the inability to use foresight to see problems coming down the road that people have been able to see for a long, long time.
It's not like it's the TSA.
But see, I'm glad you brought that up, because if this works and they use this nonprofit corporation to oversee the air traffic controllers, maybe they could use a model like that for the TSA and take it away from DHS.
There's like all these letters. There's like 250,000 people in that dang TSA now or something, isn't there?
Yeah, it seems that they all sort of gather at JFK at the United Terminal, and they don't do much. They just sort of
standing around.
Exactly.
Oops. Okay, so do you have any other thoughts?
I have so many
Do
thoughts.
you think Trump will show tomorrow? Because that's what I'm most interested in.
I think Trump is
I was reading
crazy.
Politico.
Yeah.
You know, they seem to think he might show at the election. Then he has FOMO, fear of missing out. You
See,
know?
what's going to happen, this is my prediction, and you know that I am the Miss Cleo of Fox. It is known, it is said,
there you go.
it is true that Donald Trump cannot stand being left out. FOMO. And he also knows that there's a possibility he'll be completely marginalized, and no one's going to talk about him at all. There will be no attacks. There will be no mention of his hair. No one's going to go after him as a straw man. Instead, they will completely ignore him. They will fight each other. They will talk about their plans. They will fight for that second place spot. And that will be the ultimate win for the second other candidate.
He says he's all mad at everything Fox, and yet he's going to be on O'Reilly tonight, or that's what I read in the press releases. I don't have any communication.
You know why? Because O'Reilly is a winner. He doesn't show up at the debate. He looks like a loser.
Oh, is that it?
I think so.
Well, I wonder if there's something revelatory tonight on the O'Reilly thing.
There always is. And it's another 8 p.m. show.
You don't know, you're on at the same dang time.
That's absolutely right. But Tuesday night, I'm on O'Reilly and my show, and the 8 o'clock hour. It's magic.
It is magic. They both actually pre-tape. So we'll watch you tonight. Okay, sorry. Things that are not said. More secrets revealed right after this. Top of the hour headlines, moments away.
Oh, hey, boy with your hat back, I kinda like that. If you wanna walk my way, I won't shoot you straight up, show me what you're made of. I don't have time to waste on the boys that are playing the games, leaving the girls crying out in the rain. So tell me, baby, do you got what it takes? If you're gonna hold me like I'm leaving, you're gonna kiss me like I'm leaving. Baby, if you're not, let's get to leaving. You're gonna love me like I'm leaving. If you're gonna talk, you better walk it. If you wanna keep me like you lost it. You're gonna say it, make me believe it. If you're gonna love me, boy, love me like you need it. Oh, hey, I've had my share of losers, liars and users, looking for a heart to break. So if you're like that, we'll take a step back, 'cause I don't have time to waste on the boys that are playing the games, leaving the girls crying out in the rain. So tell me, baby, are you just crazy, or crazy over me? If you're gonna hold me like I'm leaving, you're gonna kiss me like you need it. Baby, if you're not, you best get to leaving. You're gonna love me like you mean it. If you're gonna talk, you better walk it. If you wanna keep me like you lost it. You're gonna say it, make me believe it. If you're gonna love me, boy, love me like you mean it.
Day in 1965, Ford launched the iconic Shelby GT350 Mustang. When the original Mustang came out a year earlier in The Greatest Year Ever, some people dismissed it as a secretary's car. Ford later teamed up with designer Carroll Shelby to produce a faster and more powerful version of the Mustang. Ford execs said they also wanted a car to compete with the popular Corvette. The GT350 was a quick hit and went on to become one of the most celebrated racing cars of all time. In fact, Ford's still making a version of it today along with the iconic stripes after the debut of a classic sports car 51 years ago today. Well, the Dow's recovering just a little bit, and I say just a little bit because we were down more than 300, now we're down more than 200, but these people are incorrigible. You know, enough already. And there'll be a debate tomorrow night, and it's going to be fantastic. And don't you wonder? I wonder. I do. I really do.
Well, incorrigible is one word form, Shep, but I got to tell you, a lot of people were coming up with far more colorful ones that you can't repeat on air. Welcome, everybody. I'm Neil Cavuto, and everything looked like it was going just hunky-dory at the corner of Wall and Broad, and then Janet Yellen made her statement at 2 p.m. It wasn't a big surprise after a two-day meeting. The Federal Reserve opting not to hike interest rates again. In fact, not to move out of that hole this go-around. But here's what got these guys so flustered and at the end in such a mood to sell. The Federal Reserve has apparently not changed its plans to keep open the possibility of a hike as soon as March. And that was not anticipated. There had been hope that given the market's craziness of late, the Fed would just sort of stand back. It didn't. At least it didn't signal that. So we were down 222 points. And the Dow is back under 16,000. So go figure. Incorrigible is a good word. All right, now to the fallout from a billionaire's decision to not join a certain debate. Donald Trump is out, he says. We'll see if he sticks to that. Brett Baer, the host of Special Report, of course, key moderator for that big debate, joins us right now. Brett, what's the latest you're hearing? He's definitely out.
Well, that's the word we're getting, but we're going to have a podium available, Neil, and obviously the campaign has put out a statement. As you know, these things, a lot of things happened in the last couple of days. This is pretty unique, so we're doing a little bit of reshuffling, if you will, to go over the questions and the topics, and we'll have a debate that'll be interesting and substantive, and I guarantee you it'll be worth watching.
Well, it always is. You're great at what you do, Megan and Chris as well. But I caught the promo for your fine debate, and this caught my ear. Brett, if you can share this with me. Take a look.
This is the debate you need to see.
It's going to be an important night.
We can't wait to get started.
It started with you, my friend. This is the debate you got to see. And I'm thinking to myself,
I mean, I'm assuming they saw the last
one. Okay.
In large numbers.
There you go.
So we're past that great debate. And now we're going to this debate.
Very well explained. You know me, I'm hardly thin-skinned. You've seen me. All right, so now let's get a sense of what's at stake. The other guys are all jumping all over this. They're happy to have it. I think Rand Paul said the IQ level just went up a couple of points. That's a cheap shot, but again, he's happy to be on the main stage. Let me get a sense of who would benefit in a Donald Trump-less debate.
Yeah, it's a great question, Neil, and I don't think a lot of our questions dealt with that dynamic. I think we are going to be going down a lot of the same policy topics we were going to deal with before. Obviously, we have to restructure things. Senator Cruz gets probably a more cleaner shot at making his case to Iowa. And some polls he's up, some polls he's tied, others he's trailing Donald Trump. And I think, the other candidates are probably playing for third here in Iowa, if you believe the polls going in. But a lot can happen in the last few days before voting on Monday.
Absolutely, and we do know from the history of those who eschew debates, it either helps or it hurts. If you're Richard Nixon, it's fine if you don't participate in debates after John Kennedy. But by and large, in a primary or caucus environment, it tends to be pretty risky just to pass over. Is it your sense that if he sticks to this, doesn't join the debate, that all of a sudden he does well in Iowa, he's king of the world?
Well, I think, it's a risky decision. I truly believe from a political strategy point, let alone that it's our debate and all the back and forth, it's just as a political move, is a risky move. Now, it could pan out for him, as you mentioned. Other candidates have done it, but Ronald Reagan didn't debate in Iowa, and George H.W. Bush went on to win the Iowa caucuses. Ronald Reagan, of course, went on to win the nomination and the presidency, but in Iowa, it hurt him. And I don't know how it'll play out, but it's a risky political strategy.
All right, now for the candidates who are going to be looking for their moment in the sun, with either earlier with Bill Emmer and Mark McCallum, or later in your debate with Chris and Megan, you got the same rules applying. In other words, the bell, if they go over, just refresh me how that's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, same deal. You know, the bell is the fourth moderator. Helps everybody know that the candidates are past the time, so it's not just the moderators and the candidates, it's everybody at home knows, oh wait, this candidate is kind of way over time. If you get the double bell, Neil, that's a really bad thing. But you deployed it well, you and Maria, and I think that, you know, we're hoping it's going to move along. There'll definitely be a lot of breathing space, a lot of time that these candidates can address some of the things that they talk about on the trail directly to one another.
How do you police each other? Like Chris Wallace, does he try to steal your questions? And then how do you protect yourself? You drop a glass of water on his notes. What are you going to do?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just a constant battle, Neil. It really is.
All right.
I go to private places. You know, we're working great together. In fact, I just popped out of a meeting, and we're really trying to hone those questions to get them as tight as possible to give the candidates enough space. As you said, it's about the candidates.
That's right. And I know I didn't have a chance, Maria had been on Fox Business, to get all the questions in. So I have a couple of Bundesbank and central bank money acceleration questions. I thought I'd share with you. I'm not sharing them with Wallace. I'm sharing with you because, you know, that's just the way we roll. But if you want to use them, the Bundesbank thing is yours. Have at it. All right. Really, I'm looking forward to it, my friend. If there's anyone who can handle the pressure tonight, it's you and the three of you. Of course, tomorrow, I should say. I'm already thinking it's tonight. That's how excited I am. All right.
That's how excited we are.
All right.
Neil, we'll try to follow up in your footsteps. How about that?
Money supply, Federal Reserve. You can't go wrong. I'll just leave it there. I believe you
got it. I just glazed it.
Yeah, oh yeah, that you did. Right there. Watch it tomorrow. It's going to be fun. Always is. All right, now, the Republican National Committee is in this odd sort of juxtaposition here. Wants to support all the candidates. It's got to be understanding in the face of huge disruptions, which this would be if the number one polling candidate is saying no, no, no. RNC Communications Director Sean Spicer with us right now. Sean, good to see you. What do you think of all this?
Good to see you. Well, I think obviously from an RNC standpoint, we'd like to see all those candidates on stage. We've gone to great lengths to put together a phenomenal debate schedule over the course of the last several months, and it's turning out to be quite a success. And I think we've got some great candidates, including Mr. Trump. We'd like them all on the stage. But, you know, we have to respect each candidate's decision to do what's in their best interest.
Do you think it's a mistake what Donald Trump is doing?
It's not my decision to make. I think Mr. Trump and every one of those candidates has to decide how to best run their campaign and how to best interact with voters that they want to gain their support of.
Okay, so if the cameras are on right now, that you would concur with the statement you just made.
You know, absolutely. I mean, look, Senator Paul skipped the last debate, and he's back up on the main stage.
You're right.
At that time, some people probably questioned it, and it turned out to probably be a good move to some degree. I'd like to see them all. We're very proud of all of these candidates, and I think we've got 11 phenomenal candidates that will be on the stages tomorrow. But, you know, that's not for us to second guess. I think part of what we're seeing, Neil, not just in terms of Congress and politicians, but I think politically is they don't want the RNC or people in Washington telling them what should or shouldn't be done. They want each of these candidates to do what they want to do and run the campaign they want to run, and that's what's happening.
I see. No, I was just trying to embarrass you and entrap you and maybe risk your job on national TV. Didn't work, but
I appreciate that.
Anything I can do. Sean, I do want one thing I did notice, you and I chatted about it when we were at the FBN debate in Charleston, this sense that night, the bromance, certainly, if there was such a thing, between Donald Trump and Ted Cruz had come off. These interviews kind of confirmed that. We're going to go back on to that interview. Oh, it looked like you guys had been almost like this bromance thing going on. but not tonight.
Well, you know, I thought he was very nice, and then all of a sudden he hit me with this. I think he made a mistake.
Romance gone? Are you two, like, you hate each other now?
Listen, from my end, I like Donald. I'll continue to sing his praises. I am not attacking him. I'm going to defend myself.
All right, well, obviously, it has escalated to the point where Ted Cruz is there to have a one-on-one mano-a-mano debate. Let's get on, let's do this, just you and me. Donald Trump responds, be a waste of time. I've debated you 6 times, one every time. We might do it in Canada. You heard all of this. I know, Sean, also, you don't like the candidates to break the Reagan rule of a Republican speaking ill of another Republican, but it seems too late for that one.
Yeah, I mean, and as I've also said, that while I'd like all these candidates to be focused on talking about what they want to do and focusing their attacks on Hillary Clinton, and by the way, it now seems we might want to focus on the attacks on Bernie Sanders the way he's rising in the polls. We're 5 days out of Iowa. It's tight. There's a lot of really engaged folks here on the ground in Iowa that are paying attention, and a lot of individuals who are going to caucus for the first time. And so it's I think these campaigns really understand what's at stake and, you know, go at it a little. And while it may not be what I would particularly like to see, I think this is part of the process. We understand it's a contact sport. And as long as they kind of keep it within bounds, we continue to see the energy and excitement and enthusiasm on the Republican side. And ultimately, I think that's what's going to propel us to victory in November.
You know, Sean, you intimated about this. It maybe isn't a given that it's Hillary Clinton's Democratic nomination, that Bernie Sanders is moving up far and fast in Iowa and New Hampshire. Are you guys prepared to recalibrate here that if the candidate you thought you'd have to face isn't the candidate you will be facing?
I think if it's Bernie Sanders, that's a disaster. I mean, that's going to be interesting. I mean, it really is foretelling of how bad Hillary Clinton has sunk, that she is now calling for additional debates in New Hampshire because she has fallen so badly and so quickly in the polls. This was supposed to be a slam dunk for her, as we all know. She talked about a 50-state strategy, how their data operation, their ground game, they were going to run circles around these meat competitors they have. And now she's down double digits to Bernie Sanders, a 74-year-old gadfly socialist from Vermont. That says a lot about how bad her campaign has failed. And I think that there's going to be continued questions in the Democratic Party about what this means if she does eventually become the nominee. She's coming out bruised. And I think what Bernie Sanders has done at the very least is expose the fault lines that this campaign of hers has.
All right, Sean, it's always a pleasure talking. Thanks. Good luck with all the above. Sean Spicer, the RNC Communications Director. All right, now, we know about how important this debate will be for Ted Cruz. He'll have the stage kind of cornered and centered to himself if Donald Trump ends up not showing up. But right now, he's in a world of hurt. In some polls that say now he's dropped from being number 1 to number 2 in Iowa. The guy who sort of vaulted him up to that position in Iowa, Bob Vanderplaats, is having this nasty tit for tat with one Donald Trump. Now, to be fair, it wasn't really Mr. Vanderplaats who started all this, but it's on. And let's just say this evangelical, very influential figure is willing to go mano a mano himself into this.
The Caputo Countdown to the Caucuses. Neil's live in Des Moines, Iowa, as the candidates are in action. Saturday, 10 a.m. to noon Eastern, with a special Cost of Freedom. Sunday, 1 p.m. to 3, a 2-hour Your World. And then, the day it all goes down, Neil's teeing up special coverage on the Fox Business Network at 8 p.m. The first face-off, the first name in business news. If it's 2016, Neil's looking out for your grief. Be there.
Hi, this is Fox Extra, and I'm Julie Banderas. History repeating itself. The saying can be applied to some of the challenges faced today in American politics. Fox and Friends host Brian Kilmeade's latest book, co-written by Don Yeager, Thomas Jefferson and the Tripoli Pirates, The Forgotten War That Changed American History, explains how those challenges echo the past. And yet again, you've ceased to amaze me. This is book number what?
This is book number 4.
This is something you're very passionate about, of course, all of your books, but there's something about American history that you will learn in this book.
Well, I think, the one thing you will learn about nothing's much has changed. I mean, the Jefferson's challenges and Adams' challenges and Washington's challenges, even before we had a president, we have this problem with Islamic extremism. and we could not understand it. We did not have a problem with Muslims. We still don't have a problem with Muslims. We didn't understand why they chose our merchant ships to capture, enslave the crew, and take our cargo. We needed this passageway vitally through the Mediterranean, northern Africa. So there was no way we could avoid it. So we wanted to cut a deal. And in the end, they said, using the Quran as their crutch, they said, being that you're an infidel, we have the right to plunder your cargo and take your crew unless you want to convert, which my guys didn't. So in the end, 700 would be captured, 35 ships would be taken, and finally we had Jefferson stand up and say, we're not going to do this anymore, we're going to fight back.
A lot of this history does speak volumes about modern day terrorism, Islamic extremism, as you said. A lot of us didn't really understand until we were hit on 9/11. This has been in the books for centuries. And you also talk about Thomas Jefferson and how perhaps modern day politicians could learn from Thomas Jefferson.
Absolutely, because Thomas Jefferson was known as the pacifist president to some, because when they asked him to get a militia together to help fight the British, he said, sorry, I'm a thinker. Never did it. So that's why so many are surprised when he gets the job and wins the election over John Adams, that he says, I'm going to fight these guys. The way he did it was stop making the payments. They chopped down our flagpole, and that would be, you're at war with America. The first country to declare war on us was Tripoli, now known as Libya. Is Libya still a problem? Absolutely. Is it a passageway so terrorists can get into Europe? Absolutely. How do you stop it? You got to confront it and head it off. The only thing we understood from the 1780s to the 1815 was strength. And that's what we had to do.
So if there's one takeaway from this book, what would it be?
It would be, you'd like to talk your way out of it, but you cannot talk with extremists who are radicals who don't fit your agenda. And America is strongest when we show our strength, even though we choose not to use it.
Brian Kilmeade, great to see you.
Thank you, Julie.
I'll see you and hear you on the radio, watch you on Fox and Friends. And of course, to find out more about Thomas Jefferson and the Tripoli Pirates, or sign up for the Brian Kilmeade Book Club. There's a club.
Yeah.
I don't have a club. Visit BrianKilmeade.com. He has his own website too. Oy.
I'd like you to join me.
You're an overachiever. Thanks for watching Fox Extra, everyone. I'm Julie Banderas.
All right, he's a man of God, so I probably think Bob Vanderplaats probably doesn't like the description we call himself kingmaker, but that's what they call him in Iowa because his anointing a candidate oftentimes leads to that candidate winning Iowa. It worked for Rick Santorum 4 years ago. It worked for my company 4 years prior to that, and Ted Cruz is hoping it works for him this go-round. He's in a fight of his life against Donald Trump in caucus voters' minds, just a few days away. The back and forth on that. Bob Vanderplaats joining me, another family leader, also the Cruz for President National Co-Chair. Bob, good to have you.
Always good to be with you, Neil.
Thank you for coming. Now, obviously, you know, a candidate scorned is a candidate angry. A billionaire candidate scorned is very, very angry. He is now saying of you, and I know you have responded to this in other venues, why doesn't phony Bob Vanderplaats tell his followers all the time he asked for him and his family to stay at my hotels, didn't like paying? You say what?
Why doesn't Donald Trump come clean and say all the times he's invited me to be there and make sure that I stay at his hotel so he can lavish his friendship on me? But what he's not used to, Neil, he's used to giving all these politicians money and they do exactly what he tells them to do. Hillary Clinton even goes to his third wedding. But I don't give him my endorsements. All of a sudden, the friendship has got strings attached. What I told Donald Trump yesterday, and I still am there, still a friend of his. My friendship is not phony, but he's still not getting my endorsement.
All right. Well, there was something you said that if obviously you're being paid or wined and dined to fill the deed, that you didn't fill the deed, but he still goes back and forth into your questions whether you're an honest guy. You had said that Trump's friendship and generosity, and elaborated on here, definitely comes with strings. Did you know that prior to making your mind up and supporting Ted Cruz?
No, I mean, we had a fair and level playing field before I went out and endorsed Ted Cruz. Now, with Donald Trump, he has a history of this. I mean, ask Chuck Todd at NBC News, ask Megyn Kelly now with Fox News, ask Frank Luntz, your favorite pollster, what happens there. And even ask the people of Iowa, when Donald Trump slipped in the polls in Iowa and Ted Cruz overtook him, what was his first comment? His first comment was, are the people of Iowa stupid? So if you're not with Donald Trump, he is definitely against you. And Neil, that leads to a real judgment and discernment issue about being president of the United States.
Still, are you surprised as a leader that you wouldn't see yourself this way within the evangelical community that Derek Falwell Jr. is backing Donald Trump, Sarah Palin, very popular with evangelical voters in your fine state, supporting Donald Trump, and that as polls stand now, that could change, as you remind me. He could win Iowa with all that evangelical vote. What do you think of that?
Well, first of all, I don't think he's going to win Iowa, but yeah, there's no doubt it's a confusion. Because when you take a look at Donald Trump's record, and you'll know them by their fruit, he's Planned Parenthood's Person of the Republican of the Year in 2015. He believes the court has settled the marriage issue, so he's not going to take a stand on marriage. You're really questioning what kind of Supreme Court justices he's going to appoint. Religious liberty is up for grabs. What Donald Trump has proven over and over and over again, this is all about Donald Trump.
Well, it must be working. Right, it must be working because I know polls are fleeting, but he could take Iowa if he does. I know you don't see it happening. Ted Cruz has said that he does that with New Hampshire. He might just be unstoppable. What do you think?
Well, there's no doubt that Iowa is going to be the watershed moment for Donald Trump. If Donald Trump can come out of Iowa as a victor, he is going to be very hard to stop. I'm sure Cruz will still run a very hard campaign, and he'll try to win it, but it's going to become a lot more difficult. But I believe in Iowa we can stop him. I think Iowans are wise enough. Yesterday was a bad day for Donald Trump. He lost the battle in the Twitter world with me and having the Des Moines Register back me up and the New York Times back me up. But then skipping the debate. He is skipping the final interview before the Iowa caucuses. And the people of Iowa, I know they are going to penalize him. They're going to hold him accountable for that. And I think what you're doing is you're seeing a real perspective of who Donald Trump is. And I think the people of Iowa say he's not going to be our president.
Even though he's shown up at every other major debate.
Well, it is. I mean, here's the deal is that he's not going to show up in the final interview because he doesn't like a person. Here's this tough Donald Trump who's now whipping out because of Megyn Kelly. And you're telling me you're going to stand up to Putin? Or you're going to stand up for our Second Amendment right or a nuclear Iran or anything like that? Are you kidding me? This is Donald Trump being Donald Trump. And we saw this when he said...
You could support him, or you could support him if you were the nominee.
I tell you what, after yesterday, it's going to be a lot more difficult than that, Neil.
Really?
Donald Trump...
Whoa. He becomes a nominee. You, Bob Andrews, would think twice about supporting him.
I would definitely think twice, but there's a lot of supporters...
What would you do? Would you support Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders over him? Or just sit it out?
I think what we need to see in Donald Trump is a spark of humility, even a little bit of humility, that he believes this country comes first, not Donald Trump comes first.
Right.
And that you just don't mess with people because they don't agree with you.
All right, Bob Andrews, thanks. Always good seeing the family leader, Cruz for president, national co-chair, very influential in these parts, a lot of parts. We have a lot more coming up, including a curious meeting that was apparently prearranged a while ago. President Obama, Bernie Sanders, and all were making nice. Why?
Well, I hear Donald Trump continuing to lead the Republican polling. He will enter the no-spin zone. Next factor.
Somewhere down south there's a swinging screen door, sundress beauty on a high front porch, knocking one back, baby, on my Lord. Have mercy, shooting out gravel, saying, oh my stars, she stood a hazard in a daddy's car, amazing grace in a mason jar. Have mercy, you can go around the block, around the town, around the world, there's nothing like a down home girl, ain't nothing way like a southern girl. Those angels swinging down in the Bible bell. Well, brother, if you're loving those sweet tea, blue jean, dreams strong, I can't help it, ain't nothing way like a southern girl. Saturday night with the red lipstick, just like Scarlet, she's gone with the wind. Sunday morning with the honey biscuits. Have mercy, you can go around the block, around the town, around the world. There's nothing like a down home girl, ain't nothing way like a southern girl. And those angels singing down in the Bible bell. Well, brother, if you're loving those sweet tea, blue jean, dreams It ain't nothing red like a southern girl. My baby swing clothes making me high. I wanna catch your heart like a firefly. I hold on to you for the rest of my life. Have mercy. My baby swing clothes making me high. I wanna catch your heart like a firefly. Hold on to you for the rest of my life. Well, ain't nothing red like a southern belle. Those angels singing down in the Bible Belt. Well, brother, you loving those sweet tea, blue tea drinks is wrong. I can't help it, ain't nothing red. No, nothing red like a southern belle. Oh, like a southern belle. Well, brother, if loving those sweet tea, blue tea drinks is wrong, yes, I'll be wrong. My southern belle.
All right, well, you heard the Republican Communication Director, Schultz Weitzer, say, we don't think it's a given that Hillary Clinton is going to be the Democratic nominee. And given the surge in the polls by one Bernie Sanders in both Iowa and New Hampshire, no surprise there, and the fact that the President of the United States was meeting with Bernie Sanders at the White House, well, no surprise there. The force that's now apparently very, very real. Kevin Cork at the White House. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Neil, always good to talk to you, my man. Now, obviously, you've heard of the film Weekend at Bernie's. Well, today we're calling it Weekdays with Bernie here at the White House as the junior senator from Vermont met with the commander-in-chief and leader of the Democratic Party. Now, the two men share a lot. Obviously, they're both very much progressive. They share a progressive mindset for this country moving forward. And like the president, Senator Sanders is drawing huge crowds in Iowa. But he's going to need him to show up on caucus night Monday if he's going to match the president and pull a huge upset over Hillary Clinton.
If there is a large voter turnout, I'm not saying we can do what Barack Obama did in 2008. I wish we could, but I don't think we can. But if there is a large turnout, I think we win. If not, I think we're going to be struggling.
It's good for the Democratic Party for there to be such a robust debate going on about who should be our party's nominee. That debate is good for our democracy. It's also good for the party.
Now, he was also asked, by the way, Neil, if he felt like the president's effusive praise for Hillary Clinton in that much talked about Politico article was akin to like an endorsement. And he said, no, I feel like the president has been fair. He and the vice president have been even-handed, and I suspect they'll stay that way, which of course is the right thing to say, although I think between just you and me and the people watching, it's probably not the truth. I'm sure he didn't like it one bit.
I'm wondering, they say this was a pre-arranged meeting. But how long ago was it arranged?
Well, let me tell you, it's been a long time coming, right? Because keep in mind, it's been ages since he's actually been here. But I believe, based on nothing more than my private conversations, and I won't say with whom, I'll just say with an administration official, that this really was an outgrowth of that article in Politico. They felt like, hey, listen, we need to make sure that he knows we're not playing favorites here, but make no mistake about it. I think that rankled a lot of people in the Sanders camp, and so now they have an open line of communication, not just to the president, but also to some of his staff members. You and I talked about before, you got to be able to reach Josh Earnest and Dennis McDonough and others so that they have the same access, remember, it's about access, that the Hillary camp has.
All right, thank you very much, buddy. Kevin Cork at the White House, getting to the bottom of this curious little powwow, right? Well, is the president, forget about Bernie Sanders for the moment, is the president the one who's hedging his bets and maybe rethinking that this was Hillary Clinton's nomination all wrapped up? So the Weekly Standard's Daniel Halper. Much can be made, Daniel, of reassessing this Politico article that the president and his people might have interpreted as backfiring on them. Certainly, a lot of people who were big enthusiasts of Bernie Sanders didn't like that. The impression the president was giving that he liked Hillary and he didn't like Bernie. What do you think is really going on here?
Yeah, look, I think President Obama understands that the top Democratic
presidential candidate, Hillary Clinton, is under FBI investigation, and there isn't really any good outcome to come from that. Either the Justice Department will indict Hillary Clinton, or more likely, a lot of people are going to have a crisis of faith in the FBI and in the Justice Department. A lot of people are going to believe that justice isn't served. Either way, it becomes an Obama administration scandal, no longer simply about the future, about Hillary Clinton and the Democratic chances to taking over or to continuing their reign in the White House, but it becomes an Obama administration scandal. And I think this is, you factor in that, plus as you and as Kevin just pointed out, all these Democratic factions and upsetting at least a third of the Democratic base. There's a lot going on here and a lot that President Obama is trying to hedge around.
Now, you also hear this talk, and you're closer to the grapevine than I am, that some are getting the feeling that Hillary Clinton might be damaged goods. It's a bit of a stretch given a recent stumble in the polls. That doesn't mean she's been through this before. And that she would fare no better as a nominee than Bernie Sanders. So this idea that Bernie Sanders gets a nomination, he's going to go down to defeat. Some seem to be saying she could suffer the same fate, so why risk being rude or turn off Bernie Sanders, or certainly his rabid supporters? What do you make of that?
Certainly, and look, Bernie Sanders, he has a decent chance of winning Iowa, a very good chance of winning New Hampshire, and then you're looking at a changed primary. Granted, Hillary Clinton so far does a lot better with black voters and other minority voters that Bernie Sanders would need to do better in order to have a chance of actually winning, so it's a little more complicated than just going 2-0. Nonetheless, Hillary Clinton, she will have gone from the presumptive nominee. Everybody assumed that this race was even more sewn up than it was in 2008 against Barack Obama, to being 0-2 and just looking like a very bad candidate and a very bad general election candidate. And you will see a crisis in the Democratic Party, I believe, certainly in the Hillary Clinton camp and in the White House, about the future and about what's going on. And so, yeah, President Obama needs to hedge his bets. He needs to not alienate a third of the Bernie Sanders supporters right now, a third of the Democratic Party, perhaps a growing percentage of the Democratic Party. It's important for him to do that as the leader of the Democratic Party himself.
Daniel, well put. As always, my friend, Daniel Hubbard, the Weekly Standard. We shall say, all right, a lot of people are making a big deal of Apple shares. They were sliding again today. They're off close to 30% from their highs reached just late last year. But what if I told you what is bedeviling Apple isn't just the fact that it can't sell as many iPhones, even though it sold a lot. What if I told you this gets back to you and me, to all of us? We're just not into gadgets anymore. Or at least changing so frequently. I mean, we still play with them, but we don't need to upgrade them like every other second. Maybe that's what's going on. And maybe that's why Apple should be very, very worried. Stay around.
Hi, this is Fox Extra. If you're watching us in Australia on Foxtel, thanks for tuning in. Have a question or comment? Email us at foxaroundtheworld@foxnews.com. We often hear that it is better to wait till you're older to get married if you want to avoid divorce later on. Well, new research is challenging that notion. It's called the Goldilocks theory of marriage. We're getting married too early is risky, but so is getting married too late. And by crunching divorce numbers, they find that the late 20s and early 30s, well, they're just right. Andrea, this seems like a very small window. I was very upset to read it. It's like you were going to go to me first.
I was like looking at my nail polish.
All looking around.
Looking at my Blackberry. Well, guess what? Well, then I'm in trouble, Jedediah. Oops.
As am I.
Missed that one.
We're in this boat together. I think the logic is that when you're really young, you're still figuring yourself out. So much is changing. But then when you hit a certain age, people tell me, oh, well, you might be set in your ways. So I said, well, what am I, like 3 months here to figure this all out and be in your optimal zone?
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
I think the study is a bunch of bunk. Of course I do.
Thank you.
I was never in love with the idea of young love. It just never appealed to me. I think everybody's different. I think do what works for you. I think sometimes it's better to have your career set and to have money because, listen, you can't live off the love, people, okay? Someone's got to pay the bills and Jimmy Choo.
You guys are so young. You are so young. And my advice is when you really fall in love, that's when you'll get married.
All right.
That's it.
What is your solution in terms of, like, is there an age?
Keep trying.
You keep trying? Oh, man.
Don't give up.
This is called the Goldilocks premise, right? Didn't she like hang out mostly with bears? Like what? Oh my goodness.
What do you say, Harris? Though, what is your opinion?
Marry him when you find him.
Yeah.
Find your love whenever, and
don't stress about it.
Feel yourself blessed that you do.
We all know people when
Become
it
a
works
really
out for them.
interesting single person.
Well, the story goes Ronald Reagan passed up a chance to debate George Bush Sr. right before the Iowa caucuses in 1980. He lost the caucuses. A message to Donald Trump not to do the same? Depends on who you talk to. That's it.
Welcome to Digital MD. I'm Dr. Manning. Asthma is one of the most common long-term diseases in children, but adults get it too. It can cause difficulty breathing, chest tightening, and wheezing. Managing the condition can be challenging when you lead a busy life. But a doctor came up with an app called Asthma ND to help. The free app allows you to log asthma activity like wheezing, triggers, and length of attacks. You can also track causes and your medication. Users can share the diary showing when their symptoms were the worst with their doctor. The app also asks for information like your location, so the data can be used for research. Researchers can make connections between higher asthma rates in a specific location or at a particular time or date. For more information, go to asthmand.org. With the latest in health at your fingertips, I'm Dr. Manny, Fox News.
All right, Apple shares were down a little bit more than 6.5% today. It has slid, I think, close to 30% from its highs reached last year. And the problem, and this is a whole different sort of a league for Apple, it's considered a disappointment when it only sells about 75 million things of something. That thing, of course, is the iPhone, and that's a lot to sell, but it was considered a disappointment. Furthermore, the company telegraphing a continued slowdown in such sales, which brings us back to the bigger question. Maybe this isn't about little nuanced numbers and markets. Maybe it's about us, that we're just not into constantly upgrading and updating our phones, that they've become the modern day desktop computers. Remember the 90s and early 2000s when people just said after 386 or 46 a penny, enough already. We're not going to keep upgrading every time you guys throw some new bells and whistles. So they're going to down on that. What do you think, Dave?
Oh, coming from you, Mr. Gadget Geek, you had to be the first person with an
iWatch. That is so stupid.
And now you don't wear it because it's the equivalent of wearing a mood ring. So it's so uncool. So
No. I'm wearing one right on my ankle, and I'll leave it at that. All right. Well, what is going on here?
All right, you are onto something. Maybe we were just committed and devoted to our old iPhones. We're in these long-term relationships with them, if you will. They might be a little haggard and beaten up, a little slower, but for now, we're committed to him.
That's every date I ever went on. They always would say that was the final thing that drew them in.
But here's the
slow.
But here's the math. Now, Neil, I actually have some numbers on this to prove your point. If you go back before the iPhone 6 was released in September of 2014, only 40% of people who owned iPhones before that 6 came out have upgraded to the newer version. So you have 3 out of 5 iPhone owners today, or 3 out of 5 back in September 2014, who have not upgraded to new phones. So there's a lot of pent-up demand. And as men will understand, eventually you'll want a trophy iPhone, one that is slimmer and lighter and newer and prettier and sexier and more new. Maybe nubile is the wrong word, but you know what I mean.
Why do I get hot and bothered with you when you're talking about a phone?
But by the way, the new phone, the 7, is supposed to be slimmer.
But you know what they're saying already with that one? That, oh boy, this is going to be well worth the wait. And I guess it's coming in the fall. And normally, like lemmings, that's what people do, right? They buy that and all. What if they don't? What else does Apple have to fall back on? Do we know?
Well, that's dangerous. There's been some speculation that they're going to come out with a smaller phone. You have to be careful if you start coming out with cheaper products, because that is its bread and butter. It's a premium product, Neil. But I'll tell you that, see, we're kind of lulled into a sense of security because we get the free upgrade, the operating system upgrade. But I just upgraded the other day to the new one, and my battery life, well, it's less than, it leaves something to be desired. Well, I would use an S word, but I might get into trouble. And that could get people to upgrade. This is a 6, by the way, if any fellows interested in buying me a new phone.
You know, by the way, why is it that given that the allure is, I mean, you said it as a woman, the new one coming out will be thinner. Why don't women then gravitate to fatter?
Because we like our purses to be light.
Oh, okay. Did I ever tell you that I stayed within 100 pounds of my wedding weight? Doesn't count. All right, David, thank you very, very much.
Love you.
Isn't she the best? Love her. All right, as you were speaking, we're getting some of these Facebook numbers coming out. Facebook, another market barometer, very different from Apple in that its numbers handily beat estimates. The stock is up about 8%. Earnings, revenues that beat, users that beat. The worldwide domination of Facebook that started out as a guy trying to get dates in college. He's now a multi-billionaire, and he got richer in after-hours trading today. Is there no God? We'll have more after this.
Hi, I'm Lise Wheel, and this is Wheel of Justice. You're in your office sending emails, all fine, until someone hacks your work email. How can you protect yourself, and what happens if your account is hacked? Some of the most grievous cases of email hacking happen in the workplace. Oftentimes the motive is revenge, and the hacker is a recently terminated employee. These cases can also be ones law enforcement chooses to prosecute because of the evidence left behind. The most blatant email hacks can be prosecuted with charges of theft, fraud, destruction of property, forgery, and even counterfeiting. Here are some tips to best protect yourself. Know who you're dealing with. Know that wiring money is like sending cash. Read your monthly statements. After a natural disaster, give only to established charities. Know that there is no sure thing in investing. The most common penalty is loss of email account services, but in some instances, fines, prison sentences, and combination of these two penalties can result from successful prosecution of email hacking. The Department of Justice trains investigators, maintains a database of hackers and email scams, and also advises the court systems on penalties. Email hacking is a crime and should be prosecuted, but meanwhile, protect yourself and your employer. Don't send anything out on email that you don't want seen on the front page of your local paper. From New York, I'm Lise Wheel for Fox News.
An Australian takes the title at the first U.S. National Drone Racing Competition. Chad Nowak of Brisbane, winning all 3 events of the competition at the California State Fair. He won the individual time trial, the team time trial squad, and the freestyle trick event. First-person view drone racing involves custom-built drones with cameras attached that allow pilots to see what the drones actually see.
Drones in general have like completely taken over my life. It's from starting out with just the little toys, the FPV, the first-person view. It's actually better. You get to experience the world in ways you can only dream of. I'd see a bird, I'd imagine I'm the bird up there flying, but now I actually get to be the bird. So it's pretty cool.
Well, Nowak able to bring home more than $15,000 in prize money. Roughly 120 racers competed in the events.
Okay, it is quiz time on Your World. What do Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon have in common with this debate story and Donald Trump skipping out or planning to skip out on the big Fox News debate? I'll tell you. Ronald Reagan, right before Iowa in 1980 with George Bush Sr., opted not to debate him, ends up losing the caucuses. Now, we do know that he went on to win when he regrouped and then, of course, had that famous microphone moment in New Hampshire. Richard Nixon, though, after feeling that he was bested, and most critics would agree, by John Kennedy in the 1960 series of presidential debates, opted not to debate his challengers in 1968 or 1972 when he was running for re-election, and it did not hurt Richard Nixon then. He went on to win, obviously, the presidency back and re-elected in a landslide. And of course, we know what else happened, but that had nothing to do with debates. To David Epson, the former chief political editor of the Des Moines Register. David, on that point, if you'll indulge me, it isn't always fatal not to debate, but is there a difference that I suppose you think there would be in passing up one like this right before the Iowa caucus?
Well, it's a different, both of those were different eras. Reagan did take a hit for missing in 1980, and I think that's the same reason Donald Trump is taking some criticism now. Iowans expect to be courted. This is time for the closing statements, if you will. People are waiting to make up their minds, and Donald Trump bails out. And so I think this hurts him, just as it hurt Reagan in 80. And by the way, it's a mistake Reagan did not make, and knew he made, because he fired John Sears as his campaign manager before they went into
You're right, I forgot about that. But let me ask you, David, about the difference it makes that this debate's in Iowa. If it were in, let's say, Atlanta, or where I was with the FBN today in Charleston, would it be as much of an impact?
You know, I think there'd be a lot of impact. I mean, we're in the age of television. Everything is everywhere, and it's instant. I think it is important that it's here, but I think the last debate in any presidential campaign is going to have an impact. I don't care where it is.
All right, so he won't be rewarded. That is, Donald Trump would not be rewarded for all the debates he has been. He's got perfect attendance at these debates, but that wouldn't matter. The Iowans would be angry, you said.
Well, I think they'll be unhappy. And furthermore, I think it might be a strategic error in the sense that we have all this talk about Donald Trump being a frontrunner. But if you look at this polling, a lot of these people say they could be persuaded to change their minds. There are undecideds. And in the caucus itself, which is a neighborhood meeting, people talk to one another. They talk to their friends. And so people make up their minds at the very last minute. So this was a chance for Donald Trump to make his closing argument, to fend off the attacks. Now he's going to be the subject of all kinds of attacks on that stage. He's not going to be there to answer. And these other candidates, for the first time in the campaign, are going to be given a shot of oxygen.
So how much does it help? Is that one of the candidates calling it out? How much will it help Ted Cruz?
Well, I think it does help Ted Cruz. I think he he's running in second place,
right?
And he has taken a lot of hits himself. He's going to have the stage to himself, and so this is going to help him.
All right, David, thank you very much for taking the time. I know you've got to be slightly busy these next few days. Maybe I'll bump into you when we're in your fine state in just a couple of days.
Okay.
Thank you, David, very much.
Great.
All right, I want to show you something that just floored me. Look at these huge crowds for Bernie Sanders. What if I told you these crowds aren't in Iowa? They're not in New Hampshire. They're in Minnesota. That's one of the Super Tuesday states. So to those of you who think he's sort of a flash in the pan, if he does well in Iowa, does really well in New Hampshire, he's a Vermont senator, of course he's going to do well there. I don't know about that. I don't know at all.
Don't miss the Fox News Google GOP debate. One network gets smart, fair, and balanced answers from the candidates. Don't miss the Fox News Google debate Thursday.
Hi, this is Lise Wheel, and you're watching Fox Extra. Turning a business into a brand takes skill. Coming up, we're going to be talking with one of the authors of Rocket, 8 Lessons to a Secure and Infinite Growth. Michael Silverstein, thank you so much for being here with Rocket. I love this. I love the title. I love the cover. I love everything. I always want to know about inspiration, backstory. What's your inspiration and backstory to Rocket?
So I've been with the Boston Consulting Group for 35 years. I've written 4 books before this book, and I said to myself, you got to put together a book that lays out for everyone in the outside world, what are the secrets to growth? And I have a lot of clients in there, a lot of friends in there, and it's 16 entrepreneurs' stories told very succinctly.
So you've got to figure out, if you want to start your own brand, whatever that is, whether it's a hair product, a clothing product, a coffee, who your customer is and how to serve them, even if they don't know particularly that they have that need yet.
Let me describe it as a 3-step process. The first step is you have to have passion about a category. You got to know it inside and out, and you got to have a new idea. You have to have a difference, a point of difference that you can emphasize. It's really easy to get money to produce product, open a store, and do that. Then the second thing is, who comes to visit you? You got to treat them with amazing love. You got to hug them, and you got to bring them in. You got to know their names. You need to have a registration. And then you need to ask them to make referrals for you. You need to say to them, help me grow. You can't do it explicitly, you have to do it implicitly. Give them some incentives. And then boom, 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 one store becomes 10, 10 becomes 100, 100 becomes 1,000.
You're talking about a very personal, one-on-one sort of marketing. How does the social media fit in, and the millenniums coming up today? How does that have an impact on getting those customers in, and how do you use social media?
So there are 2 rules that are important to remember at a Rocket. The first rule is this rule I just reviewed with you, 2, 20, 80, 150. The second rule is 10, 300. If you satisfy a customer, she's going to tell 10 of her friends. And I say she because she spends 72% of dollars at home. She's going to tell her friends technical, functional, emotional benefits, and she's going to sing your praises. If you dissatisfy her, in today's world, she's going to tell 300 people.
And through the social media, right?
Well, she's going to tell 3,000 through the social media, 300 directly. And every time she tells the story, she becomes more emotionally charged and angrier.
You need to read Rocket, 8 Lessons to Secure Infinite Growth. Thank you so much, Michael Silverstein, for being here. For more information, go to www.bcg.com. Thanks so much for watching Fox Extra. I'm Lise Wheel.
eBay in a category of a sort of a trendsetter technology, and it is so. It is a worrisome one because eBay indicating its 4th straight quarter of declining year-over-year sales, a disappointing earnings report that by and large has seen the stock fall about 7.5% in after-hours trading. Again, just not enough global bang for the buck there. eBay down after hours. All right, back to the political race and the passion for one Bernie Sanders. It is hard to believe, but crowds that are galvanizing are not just in places you would think, like his neighboring the state of New Hampshire. Keep in mind he's a Vermont senator, but he's also seen big crowds in Iowa, and also seen in Minnesota, which, by the way, is one of those Super Tuesday states. Real clear political writer, Rebecca Berg, on that. I think Rebecca, while pairing this with, his meeting with Barack Obama, it's as if the powers that be in the Democratic Party is saying, he could pull this off. What do you think?
Certainly. I think we're past the point of Democrats being incredulous at Bernie Sanders, and we're well into the territory where he is a credible candidate now. Obviously, we've seen him leading in New Hampshire by a wide margin. He is now competitive in Iowa. And even if he wins just one of those states, he has momentum going into South Carolina and Nevada, and of course, into Super Tuesday. So Bernie Sanders is for real. I think we're seeing broad acceptance of that now among Democrats.
You know what? I think what they were saying before is, sure, he might be able to take New Hampshire. They try to excuse it. Well, he's a Vermont senator. He's a neighbor. Mitt Romney has the same argument they used for him. But Iowa would be a different story. Catching fire in the southern state would catch fury. Catching a lot of attention in what is an enigmatic state like Minnesota, you could be changing the playing field here, couldn't you?
He is. So one of the big, seeds of doubt that Democrats tried to plant early on and Clinton's campaign tried to plant early on about Bernie Sanders was that he had a very narrow appeal within the Democratic Party, that he would only appeal to white liberals and no one else. And so he wouldn't have that sort of broad appeal that he could use to win Super Tuesday states and others. But I think we're seeing that disproven right now, not only in Iowa, but in other states like Minnesota, where he held this big rally this week with a very large crowd. You can see that he is appealing far beyond that liberal white base. Surely he has cemented that support,
Absolutely.
but he's definitely growing his base, and it's a threat to Hillary Clinton, and that's why she's coming out with guns blazing against him at this point.
I talked to even one person who really hates the guy, conservative. I hate everything he stands for, but I admire the fact that he stands for it and has throughout his career. Maybe that's what's galvanizing this.
Absolutely.
Rebecca, thank you very much, Rebecca Burr. All right, now we've got these dueling events to show you, obviously. You got Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio in Iowa. Expect them to duke it out tomorrow night. Where's Donald Trump? He's in South Carolina. Isn't that interesting?
Hello, this is Fox Extra. Buongiorno to our friends watching in Italy, and thank you for choosing Fox. You can catch both Fox News and Fox Business on Sky Italia, beginning right here.
Joe Torre hosting his annual golf and tennis classic with dozens of VIPs to raise awareness and funds for his Safe at Home Foundation. The foundation's school-based Margaret's Place program helps middle and high schoolers affected by domestic violence have a safe room to talk about it.
When you're a victim, I think a lot of people think you have to show scars, and some black and blue marks. But being a victim is what went on in my home as a youngster, where my dad abused my mom. He didn't abuse me, but I found out later in life, much later in life, that some of these feelings I thought I was born with, like just nervousness, low self-esteem, that I thought I was born with it. I didn't realize that it was created by the fear that my dad brought on our home.
Torre says the most important thing his organization does is let youngsters know that it's not their fault and they're not alone. Margaret's Place, named for Torre's mother, providing more than 45,000 children living in fear a place to address domestic violence with counseling, workshops, education, and leadership groups.
Think about a child who's witnessing violence at home. They don't know if this is something normal. They don't know if this is something that's happening in every household. They wouldn't know where to go, where to get help. The fact that we're able to have a room in schools, have a trained counselor who is someone that they can talk to, someone that they can confide in, someone that they can, someone who can actually get help not only for that child, but for their parents.
VIPs from the sports and entertainment world coming together, playing golf, helping the more than 15 million children who witness abuse get the help they need.
It's a good way to raise money for charities like these. I have a charity for single moms, which is very related to what Joe's doing, so I know the struggle we're going through with this.
Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred says the league is close to a domestic violence policy. In the meantime, former players are doing their part to help end the cycle.
It is great, this outing. I do think that not only does it raise money, which is obviously important in terms of the program that Safe at Home undertakes, but it does raise awareness. Media's here, they're focused on the issue. I'll be candid, I hadn't been asked about our domestic violence policy probably in a month, and you know what, it's a good thing somebody asked.
You can go to joetorre.org for more information. In New York, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
All right, well, Iowa might be the center of the political universe right now, but Donald Trump's first big speaking event today isn't in Iowa. It's going to be in South Carolina, but Carl Cameron is in West Des Moines right now. What do you make of just that, Carl, that little detail alone?
Well, he's got his own plane, so he can jump to the early voting states and back. And he's made it clear that while he won't be on the debate stage tomorrow, he plans to raise money for veterans and wounded warriors. That's what his campaign has said. That's what some of the tweets and statements have been about today. Hasn't said where, doesn't said with whom, and doesn't say exactly when. but it's pretty clear he won't be on the debate stage, and he's getting pounded for it. Ted Cruz challenged him last night to a mano debate anywhere, any place, and today Trump responded, not with exactly saying no, but he tweeted saying, where's it going to be, Canada? A shot right in the teeth of Ted Cruz on his eligibility, of course. So the battle doesn't stop. The fight between Rubio and Cruz. Rubio's got an event here tonight. Cruz will have an event here in Iowa this evening as well. The TV ads are just everywhere, and the campaign is at pace. So Trump's absence, he's getting a lot of attention for it, obviously, but he'll lack the attention of debating his rivals in front of the Iowa electorate in their state 4 days before the first votes in 2016. So that could be a very, very costly price. He's clearly gambling it. You know, he's had some casinos and resorts. He knows how to gamble.
Yeah, I guess he has figured, though, that there's a possibility that they rip Ted Cruz apart. He's going to be in that center podium position. Would that hurt Cruz?
They already are.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, what this move by Trump has done has allowed the candidates to get personal because they're personally involved in it. Ted Cruz has all but accused Trump of being afraid and not living up to the expectations of the electorate, which is to say not qualifying for commander-in-chief by talking to voters. Rand Paul, who's back on the primetime debate stage, having been relegated to the second tier in the last go-round, couldn't wait to say that his presence and Trump's absence is going to raise the IQ of the debate participants. So this is not a joke, and people in Iowa and New Hampshire and South Carolina take it really seriously. And to give you an idea of how fanatical they are, Neil, there's 3 million people in this state. The record turnout for Republicans is 122 grand. That is a very, very tight group of people, and they care.
Thank you. And I know you care. You're good at this, buddy. Carl Cameron, look forward to seeing you in a couple of days. We'll be joining him with coverage on this network, on Fox Business. We're all over. Hello.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kimberly Guilfoyle, along with Ron Williams, Eric Bowling, Dana Perino, and Jesse Waters. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five. We're 24 hours away from the final GOP debate before Monday's vote in Iowa, and there's a little bit of news that broke after the lineup was set. Did you hear? There will only be 7 candidates on the stage instead of 8, because the frontrunner of the Republican race, Donald Trump, has pulled out. He objected to Megyn Kelly being one of the moderators following questioning he felt wasn't fair at the first debate. But Fox wouldn't cave. As you can imagine, the candidates who will be attending tomorrow night have a lot to say about Trump's pullout. Ted Cruz issued this challenge for him.
The Iowa caucus is 6 days away. Donald and I are tied in Iowa. We are neck and neck. The voters of Iowa deserve to have a comparison of the records and vision of both candidates. So I am happy to debate Donald anytime and any place here in Iowa between now and the caucuses.
Here's how some of his other opponents are responding.
So if other people want to focus on, Ted Cruz talking about mano-a-mano debates, it's, again, interesting sideshow, interesting theatrics, but it has nothing to do with the future of the United States of America.
I didn't whine, I didn't cry, and I did not show up. I went behind the podium with the microphone. I put my views out to the American people. Because that's what you do, and that's what you learn when you're a governor.
The IQ of the debate went up a couple dozen points, I would say, and I think it's probably a good thing for the party. It shows sort of his delusions of grandeur, that he thinks he gets to dictate everything. He thinks he's already elected himself king. So I'd say good riddance, and I'd say we're going to have a much better debate.
All right, so that's a little bit of the takeaway, kind of the reaction coming out of this announcement on the, the debate tonight. So let's see what's got reaction around the table. Bowling, I'll start with you. Surprised, and do you think it's a good idea?
Yeah, I'm surprised. Is it a good idea for Trump to pull? I think it's. I wish he wouldn't. Let's put it that way. I hate this. It feels just feels. I look fiercely loyal to Fox, fiercely loyal to Roger Ailes myself. I also know Donald Trump for a long time, and I hate to see it. I hate to see it going back and forth. I would love for something to happen between now and 26 or 27 hours from now, where Donald Trump changes his mind and he comes to the debate table. I think it would be good for both, but good for Donald Trump too, because he does well, in my opinion. A lot of people differ. I think he does well on the debate stage. Mm-hmm. He says he gets attacked, but that gives him the opportunity to do what he does best and fight back. And I think it's what Americans have really flocked to Donald Trump for, is his ability to fight back. And if he wants to fight back against other people or even moderators, so be it. But do it, because it's worked for him. a last minute pulling out of this, I hope he reconsiders. Let's put it that way.
Right, I think people generally would love to see him at the debates. They rate very well. There's always, a newsmaker for certain, especially with Iowa coming up. I'm sure the Iowans would love to be able to hear him, especially just in advance of this, very important setting the stage vote and caucusing that's about to happen. And as Bowling mentions, Dana, he does do very well at the debates. It's a great forum for him.
Extremely well. And I had a chance to go to the Charleston debate, and I was there. It is different when you have a chance to be there in the arena and feel the energy live. And he got some boos, but he punched back. Remember, that's where he had his great point about New York values, and actually that carries him to take back over the lead in Iowa against Ted Cruz. But I gotta tell you, I've worked here for several years since I left the White House, and I've always been proud to work at Fox News, but I think today is one of the times I'm most proud to work at Fox, and I admire Roger Ailes and the team for sticking up for journalistic integrity, because never should any news organization negotiate with a candidate who wants to be president of the United States about who should moderate their debates. And so I'm really proud about that. I have a chance to appear on the Kelly File later tonight, and so I get a chance to do that every week. And to me, having been a skeptic about the Donald Trump approach to his campaign since June 16th of 2015, I think that at this point, remember I've said I'm for addition, not subtraction. When Megyn Kelly asked him the question in August, she was quoting things that he had said before about women and about how he would handle the inevitable attacks from Hillary Clinton about the war on women. Frankly, I've always been surprised that Donald Trump was not prepared for a question like that from any moderator, but that it has bothered him so much also tells me that he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to actually win the general election.
All right, Jesse, what's your take on it?
I really want to see Trump tomorrow night debating. I think everybody at this table does, everybody in Iowa and everybody across the country. I think the Trump strategy is, I can win without Fox, but Fox can't win without me. He was obviously very stung by Megyn Kelly's question, took it personally, and then tried to roll her off the stage. Fox stuck to their guns, so he bailed. He's thinking eye for an eye. You're not going to take advantage of me. I'm not going to let my brand suffer. So he goes to a painful place. Let's hit Fox where it counts in the ratings. Ratings are going to go down if he's not there. He's going to try to inflict pain. He's going to probably say, I'm going to get hurt a little bit by this too, but not as much as Fox News. So I'll weather it, I'll spin it, and I'll probably win Iowa, hopefully. Now, he comes out of this the rebel, and I think that helps him to a certain extent. And people are chomping at his tails and things like that. But this whole campaign in Iowa with him has been a spectacle. Remember, he had the helicopter ride with the kids at first, and he kicked Jorge Ramos out of there, and he's got the Palin endorsement, he's fighting with the paper, and now he's blowing up the debate. This is a late-breaking caucus situation. I don't know which way this is going to spin, but I just want to see him on the stage tomorrow night, and maybe anything could happen.
Yeah, well, what about that? Wouldn't that be because you kind of do your debate prep based on who's going to be on the stage, who you're going to probably take some hits at, kind of point, counterpoints you're going to bring up one. What if all of a sudden Trump enters the room, shows up for the debate last minute?
Well, I think everybody's prepared for Trump to be there. The question is, how do you handle it if Trump is not there? And especially that's the case for lower-ranking Republicans right now with what's so-called the establishment wing. I think they would, especially with Rubio versus people like Christie, Kasich, who's been coming on, you're going to have to reconsider how do you go at each other knowing that the number one ranked candidate is not on the stage. Let me say, though, I think this is far more interesting because, remember, this is really about how conservatives view American media. And boy, I mean, Trump has enough power that he got National Review after National Review said, Trump is not one of us. He got them knocked out of a debate that was supposed to be held in February. Think back when CNN was having a debate and he was threatening to pull out of that unless they donated some of the money. Trump sees himself as a wheeler-dealer, the art of the deal, and here's the art of the deal. He's got leverage, and as Jesse says, he's going to knock down the ratings a little bit, right? So he thinks he has power, and I also think part of it is he thinks he's got Iowa locked up.
Can I throw one more thing in there, Donald? If you're listening, hopefully he's listening. You are a deal maker. Make a deal. Make a last-minute deal. This is what you prided your whole campaign on. You have the most successful business book, Art of the Deal. Make a deal. I'm sure that there are people around who'll be willing to entertain a deal. Make a deal. It'd be good for everybody.
What would you deal?
I don't know. Figure it out. But that's why he's running for president. I'm just opining here.
No, but you know what? Fox News shouldn't make a deal out of this. I mean, look, if you let politicians start telling us what to do, then democracy is in trouble.
I mean, he'll make a deal that's good for just Donald Trump. Make a good deal.
There's no deal that's good on journalistic principle here.
You know what a good deal would be for the American people to get another look at Donald Trump right before they make some decisions in Iowa, New Hampshire, and then
down. Yeah, but there's no saying that we won't get another look at him down the road. But what I'm saying is right now, and I hope for all time, that people like our bosses here at Fox do not make deals with politicians. I don't care what you feel about how he was treated the first debate, whether you think it was fair, unfair, or over the line. Look, you can't have journalists being told this is the deal for how we deal with
good for everybody, including the viewer and the American people.
Okay.
All right. Trump once knocked Republicans for declining to attend the debate he was planning to moderate a few years ago. Take a look at this tape from 2011, where he also praised Megyn Kelly's moderating skills.
Let's touch on this debate that's coming up that you're going to moderate for Newsmax with Newsmax. So far, only Newt Gingrich and Rick Santorum have agreed.
We're not seeing a lot of courage here, are we?
Not so far.
Not lots of courage.
Are you still going to do it?
They're supposed to be brave. We'll have to see what happens.
Do you really think that you're a better moderator than I am?
No, I could never beat you. That wouldn't even be close. There'll be no contest. You have done a great job, by the way, and I mean it.
All right. After Michelle Bachmann dropped out of the 2012 race, Trump tweeted that by not doing the Newsmax debate, it showed great, quote, disloyalty and people rejected her. In another tweet, he asked why the GOP establishment felt so threatened by the Newsmax debate, saying, more debate is always better. Jesse.
Well, Trump's always been kind of going back and forth with what he said. He was obviously buttering up Miss Megan, as she's called, and I think he did a pretty good job of it there. To what Eric was saying about this, even if a deal doesn't happen and he doesn't do this debate, let's just keep this into perspective here. Trump's doing what's best, he thinks, for the Trump campaign. He's trying to win Iowa and New Hampshire. Fox News is doing what Fox News does, trying to get ratings, we're trying to host a great debate, we're trying to be fair and balanced. If those things don't intersect, fine. It's a long primary. I'm sure Fox is going to get great ratings this year. I'm sure Donald Trump is going to come back on Fox. This is a bump in the road. I expect cooler heads to prevail and everybody's going to come together and it's going to be a great campaign season. So I don't think it's Armageddon right now.
No,
I think people are going to come together.
Look, don't put a happy face on this from my perspective. Because literally, from what I've read, I've been talking to our executives, but from what I've read, you have Trump's campaign manager basically threatening Megyn Kelly, saying, oh, if Megyn Kelly is there, we're going to put her through the ringer on the other end after. We'd hate to see her go through that again. I mean, what are you doing here? Basically, you're saying, we're going to run Fox News.
Yeah, so he crossed the line, and that's obvious. But she's the campaign manager. You'll get past that. Trump's, if he's the nominee, we're not going to have him on the network.
No, we'll have him on the network.
But that is over. In the grand scheme of things, we're going to get past it. I'm not that worried about it.
Can I jump in here just to make a comment? So if you look at what Trump was saying to Megyn Kelly, contrast that with today. It's not that he just thinks she's unfair. He actually does what he typically does when he disagrees with somebody, which is to attack them personally, whether on their looks or today, he called Megyn Kelly a bimbo. Again, I go back to Barack Obama beat Mitt Romney by 10 percentage points with women. You cannot afford to, in a general election, to alienate most of the women in the country by saying someone's a bimbo. In addition, he's a great businessman. And I think a good question to ask him in an upcoming debate would be, so if someone on the other side of the deal disagrees with something that your daughter or another woman on your team is doing, would you dump her as part of that deal? And I would hope that he would say, of course not. I remember when the Israelis tried to get Condi Rice booted out of the peace talks because they didn't like her and they went straight to President Bush. And the first thing he did was call a meeting with everybody together and say, she speaks for me. That is how executives should stick by women, in my opinion.
All right, well, let's get the band back together. Everybody show up for the debate, and let's get after it, right? A lot of work to do in this country. Taking the White House back. Coming up, Greg joins us from Iowa, plus we're going to be joined by one of the moderators of tomorrow night's debate. Brett Baer will be here, so please don't go away.
The Fox News Google GOP debate.
Iowa is about to vote.
New Hampshire is about to vote. This is a critical time.
The candidates need to make their case.
They need to resonate with voters.
This is their chance.
We will be fair and balanced.
So we're not pulling any punches.
Our job is to get America's questions
To
answered,
get people the facts they need.
and we're going to do our job.
This is the debate you need to see.
It's going to be an important night.
We can't wait to get started.
Don't miss the Fox News Google GOP debate Thursday.
All right, here Donald Trump continuing to lead the Republican polling. He will enter the no spin zone. Next factor.
A new documentary tells the story of a group which helps veterans battle post-traumatic stress by taking them fishing. Watch.
Being a soldier is what defines me. I have served in the United States Army for 21 years. I was diagnosed with PTSD. I'm going to help Rudy. I'm going to change Rudy. I'm going to help Rudy to get Rudy back being more social, more confident with himself.
The documentary is called Rudy and Neil Go Fishing. It airs tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1. And the stars are with us now. Rudy Watt is a retired Army First Sergeant, and Neil Stark is a member of the nonprofit group Fishing with America's Finest. Gentlemen, thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having us.
First of all, I want to start with you, Captain Neil, and just get an idea, if you would, give us an idea of what we see in this documentary and why it's so important for people to know this story.
Well, I think the story, the documentary says it all. It's an unusual form of therapy. It's used out in the Everglades, and it's fishing. It's an unconventional form of therapy in the sense that the individuals aren't going to a therapist in a closed environment. It's done out in nature.
So, Rudy, when you first heard about this, I mean, fishing, are you a lover of fishing, or what really got you into this?
Well, basically, I love anything around the water anyway. So I'm what you call a water baby.
Mm-hmm.
I go fishing, scuba diving, sailing, kayaking.
You know, I'm reading.
Anything around the water.
I've read in my notes that this became an important journey for you because there's no way, in your words, to sort of turn off the movie that plays in your head every night when you go to bed of war. How does this program help?
It does, because you are away from thinking about that. You're out there in the environment. You're at peace with nature, I guess you would say, and it helps you to relax. So your mind is on what you're out there doing.
Tell me about just how the fishing, because you're a tournament fisherman, how this really takes the place of really the nightmare that Rudy is telling us he lives.
It doesn't necessarily take the place of the nightmare. What it does is, I like to think that it erases or puts some of those memories in the back of their database. And it lets our veterans see more peaceful and things that they can put, new memories. It helps create new memories that they can put in place of those experiences that they saw or experienced in war. And for me, as a civilian dealing with our veterans, it's a misconception a lot of times. Just because our veterans are home, it doesn't always mean that the war is over.
All right, back now to tomorrow's big GOP debate. Let's bring in one of the moderators. Special report anchor Brett Baer joins us live from Iowa. But Brett, as of right now, it's still 7 will be appearing tomorrow night with you. Maybe 8, who knows? You never know how these things play out. But let's assume it's 7. The 7 people who are there who aren't Trump now, do you think they're happy that they'll have a little extra face time, or upset that they won't be able to confront the front runner face to face?
Hey guys, that's a great question. I haven't talked directly to the campaigns since the development. I've heard what some of these candidates have said on the stump, but I think that, listen, we're going to get into the same policy questions, the same substance and contrast differences with candidates, and I'm sure the candidates on the stage, if Mr. Trump is not on that stage, are going to make a contrast with him even if he's not there, because he is leading in the latest polls here, and whether he comes or not, we'll be ready either way.
All right, Dan?
So, Brett, we're in, I think this is the 8th or 9th debate with these candidates. And to me, I feel like many of the same questions have been asked several times, and the candidates are actually quite practiced in giving their answer. And so how do you, Megan and Chris Wallace, plan to mix it up a little bit, give us something a little bit new, maybe dig a little bit deeper so that voters have more information?
Yeah, so we have these huge binders, Dana, huge, that are, to quote Mr. Trump, huge, that binders of transcripts that are of all the debates that have happened so far. Every topic, every question, every candidate, and so we know what has been said. We obviously watch all of those every minute. There'll be, policy topics that have been covered before, but not asked in the way that we're asking these questions. And there will be some new issues that have not come up before. So I think we'll be able to balance that out. And as you know, the real deal is to try to get them off the talking points and to phrase the questions in a way that they don't have an exit ramp to get back on their stump speech from the campaign trail.
That one. So, Brett, what do you make of this controversy with Trump?
I don't know what to make of it. I think, I think it's a shame overall, but I do think that we're going to be ready either way. We're obviously restacking things and changing things if he does not show up, but there'll be a podium if he does.
You mean you're going to leave an empty podium?
Oh, I don't know what the plan is, but there'll be a podium in the room. If he walks in the door, we'll be ready for him.
Clint Eastwood might show up.
Yeah. Ooh.
All right, Jesse has a question for you.
Brett, I'm curious how you feel Cruz is going to be able to capitalize off the fact if Trump is not there. Because I think the other day he was out there warning supporters, if Trump wins Iowa, this guy's going to run the table. And I know, he peaked a couple of weeks ago, and then Trump kind of regained the momentum. I'm curious to how you feel Cruz stands right now.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, organizationally here in Iowa, the Cruz people seem like they're projecting confidence based on their organization, but those polls tell a different story, that Trump has gained significant points here in Iowa and obviously in New Hampshire. I think not having Trump on the stage takes away a swing, a counterpunch that Donald Trump effectively did at the last FBN debate.
Yeah.
And he really provided a couple of hits to Cruz that I think stuck in the minds of some. So in that sense, he's freed up a little bit, but he also doesn't land any punches if Donald Trump's not on that stage.
Right.
All right. Who do you think has the most to gain tomorrow night in terms of trying to capture some audience, momentum and voting momentum going into these crucial Iowa caucuses?
Well, I think with any of those candidates who are not Donald Trump and Ted Cruz, I think they are all fighting here in Iowa for third, if you believe the polls, and they're kind of crowding each other out. They'll get more time to go into some of the policy issues that they talk about, and also, I bet, have some fireworks with others on the stage. If we do our job, we'll be able to get into some of the substantive differences so that voters by Monday will have a better sense of either staying with the guy or woman they have, choosing somebody different, or illuminating some policy they didn't think about.
All right, Brett, we're all looking forward to it. We can't wait. Brett, thank you very much. We're going to be watching tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern, and we, the Five, will be joining you guys in Iowa soon. The Five broadcast live from Des Moines this Friday, Saturday, a special show Saturday, and Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern. We hope you'll all join us. Greg Gutfeld has already made his way out there, and he's going to be joining us coming up next.
Well, you love him and you know him as one of the biggest stars in country music, but do you remember when Darius Rucker guest hosted Fox and Friends? Watch this.
There it goes. There's
Brooklyn Jam. And what about our guest host of the day?
Hello. I'm not making enough money in music, so I came to get a job, and I hope I don't make a fool of myself.
And now he's back joining us, Darius Rucker. It is so great to have you right here on our Fox and Friends Plaza. We love you.
Thank you for having me, Elizabeth.
What did you think of that day co-hosting?
Oh, that was fun. That's like 15 years ago now. That was a great time.
And you're bringing it back with some great friends behind you, 1,000 Horses. Tell us a little bit about this band.
Oh, I love this band. We've been touring for a couple of years now. They're great guys, and they got a hit just climbing the charts like crazy. So we're going to be touring this summer together, so they came out to play with me.
You're going to play something special for us right now. One of your top hits with 1,000 Horses. Wagon Wheel. Darius Rucker, everybody.
Staring up the road, we better I see headlights. I made it down the coast at 79, picking me a bouquet of dogwood flowers, and up over the ride I can see my baby tonight. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Around the round the gold, I've been waiting, and I would wanna be a fiddler in an old time string band. My baby plays the guitar, I think the bands are now. Oh, that comes through and I keep forgetting that down. Lost my money playing for me, so I have to leave now. But I ain't returning back to living out old house no more. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Yeah, rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Where's the walking through the south, out of Roanoke, I thought I drove around a Philly out of Nassau too. But either headed west from the Cumberland Gap to Johnson City, Tennessee, I gotta get a move on me for the sun. I hear my baby calling about it, and I know that she's the only one. And if I die in Raleigh, at least I will die free. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Hey, rock me, mama, like a wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey. Well, some days you carry my hand away. The heart should be filled in
Today, I am sitting in Greg Gutfeld's chair, very roomy, and that's because he's out in Iowa. We're going to bring him in now to give us some behind the scenes of what's happening there. So Gutfeld, are they giving you a hard time out there, or are they treating you like royalty? What's the lay of the land?
Iowa is a lovely, lovely place. I couldn't be happier. The food is fantastic. The people are great. I just avoid Sean Hannity whenever I see him.
I know you have a lot of dietary restrictions. You're sure the food is up to your satisfaction?
I just had a burger without a bun, but with some onion rings, and it was delicious.
Okay, good. So have you
almost as delicious. Go ahead.
Have you talked to any normal people out there, or you just holed up in the hotel by yourself the whole day? Have you gone out in the crowds?
Yes, I'm a man of the people, and of course the big conversation out here is Trump, Trump, Trump.
Right.
But to me, I don't think it's about Donald Trump at all. I don't even think it's about the debate. I'm with Juan Williams on this 100%. This is about a threat made against someone in the media. Corey Lewandowski made a threat, basically saying that, hey, Megyn Kelly, you don't want to see what happens to you again, what happened after that debate. I mean, this is no longer a campaign. It's a Sopranos in khakis. I mean, this is nuts. It's like saying, hey, Megyn, you got a nice gig going. It would be a real shame if something were to happen to you. And this is grotesque to me. And it's not about Fox News. It's about ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN. What if their anchor was faced with a threat because they didn't kiss the ring of a petulant king? This is a big problem. Because once you start bowing to someone because you don't please them, because you're scared, then you lose. You're no longer a journalist. And if you don't think this is a big deal, that she was threatened, if you don't think this is a big deal, you do not belong in this profession. Go do infomercials selling Flobies, because that's where you belong.
Yeah, I could see that. I definitely think Megan's a big girl. She could definitely take care of herself. In politics,
well, apparently, Trump is scared of her.
Yeah, he obviously went over the line there. But you know what? I don't want the mainstream media rallying to our side. You know what? We don't need them, Gutfeld. They can go, lob softballs at President Obama. They can go stage, forums with the Democrats. Let them do their thing. We don't need their help.
Oh, I have a question.
That's a good point. It's a good point. Sure, go ahead.
I was just going to ask you about, just moving on just a little bit, but kind of on the same subject. So, you wrote a book called How to Be Persuasively Right. So now you have 7 candidates who are, if Donald Trump doesn't come to the debate, you have 7 candidates who have an opportunity to try to make their mark. So if you were to give them any advice, do you have suggestions?
Well, clearly you now have more time, and you were able to distinguish yourself from everybody else. And I think it's important to be as clear and as jargon-free as possible. What you can learn from Trump is you speak in plain language. You don't use the terminology that other politicians use, but you also deal with specifics, because right now we're entering a serious phase where it's time to come loaded with facts and not feeling. The one thing that I'm critical about the left is that they traffic in emotion, and it's time to traffic in fact.
Right. Okay, I got something. I'm just staring at this screen with your face and those 2 ferns. Are you between 2 ferns? Did you on purpose do that with the plants in the background?
Those are giant pineapples. I travel everywhere with giant pineapples. After this segment, I'm going to eat them.
Okay,
they're quite
perfect.
delicious.
They look a little bit bigger than you, so that will be interesting. Now, I also want to know, I gave you some assignments, so I want to know, because I'm very interested in being the pork queen. And I want to know if you went in to submit me as a write-in candidate. I want to know kind of where I'm standing, because Dana and I are going to stay up all night making posters for my candidacy.
Well, I have to warn you, it's an interesting smell around the pork state fair. It's very, very pungent, but I don't think you have any competition. I think you are. I think you're leading the pack, and but you're going to have to eat a lot of pork.
Okay,
trust me. Pork is their vegetable.
Yes, it's my vegetable too. Have you heard of it? It's called bacon. So I love it with everything.
I've seen you eat it.
A drink.
It is quite arousing.
All right, fantastic. I'm kind of serious and excited about that, but I think I might be missing it maybe by a day. But other than that, I don't know. He's supposed to do the advanced teamwork on that.
Yeah, Phil Bowling is heading out there, and he's very concerned about where the bars are. That's all he's been talking about the whole day. Have you done any legwork? Bowling's very curious.
Yes.
Greg has done some legwork. What'd you find?
This is very important. There's a microbrewery across the road. There is an interesting alternative bar that we may have to go to later. I won't get in depth. But it's an interesting place.
Someone pulled that trick on me once before, Greg. Meet me at the alternative bar. I walked in, I go, I don't think this is the kind of bar that I would normally think with.
Juan's all in.
We should go together. We should go together.
Yeah, there you go.
Buddy system.
Can I ask you, have you seen our set yet? Is it amazing?
It's pretty nice. I'm actually at the set. I'm alone here. We're right in the lobby. Look at this. Isn't it beautiful?
You're sitting in your own seat, too. I see.
Yes, exactly. And like at the 5, my feet do not touch the ground.
Oh my God, well, looks like I'll be able to wear pants, because I'm not seeing a suitable shot for me there.
But it's a great place. This hotel is great. The food is delicious. You got a lot of signs, and you got a bar. You got a bar over there.
No, we're good.
Then we're all good.
Can you talk to them about keeping it open a little bit later instead of shutting it down early?
The concierge said because Fox News is coming, the bar is staying open much longer.
All right, great.
And he said that with
Juan is going to pay for all the drinks, he said.
Oh, yeah. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make sure that you get some ethanol. I'm going to make sure that you understand the value of ethanol, young fellow. You know what I was curious about?
I already have gas.
Yeah, but this will be ecologically more sustainable. I was going to ask you about the fact that you're going to have Mr. Gilmore on the 7 p.m. debate. And I thought, I bet Greg's got something to say about the idea that Gilmore, Santorum, that are now back in the game.
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, he is the only military veteran who is currently running for president. Am I right?
I think that's
so. It's good to see him there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, it's good to see him there. I don't know. I honestly can't remember what he was like. It's been a while. It's been a while.
He was a party chair, you know. He was the chair of the Republican Party at one point. But so I'm amazed that he made it 1%.
Well, his name is Gilmore, not Gil West.
Oh,
yeah.
With that, Dana, we have to go. Greg, we'll see you tomorrow. Have fun out there looking for the bars that are very alternative. Campaign Carl joins us next. Don't go away.
Well, come on and let me know. Should I stay or should I go? Christ the King, my everything. I put my trust in you. Christ the King, my everything. To you, yeah. Oh, Christ the King, yeah. My everything. I give my life to you. Christ the King, my everything. To you, yeah. Oh, Christ the King, yeah. My everything. Put my trust in you. Christ the King, oh, everything to you. Oh, Christ the King, yeah. My everything. Give my life to you. Christ the King, oh yes, everything to you. Oh, yeah, my life, my all. I give it all, everything to you. Yeah. Would you help me say my life, my all, Jesus, I give it all, everything to you. It's yours, Jesus. Take control. Everything to you.
All right, welcome back. We want to return to Iowa now because Campaign Carl is back with us today. He did not get enough of the 5 yesterday. He's in Des Moines. And Campaign Carl, one of the things that we've been talking about this month is that a lot of people in Iowa, a significant number, actually wait until after the last debate, which is taking place tomorrow night, before they make their final decision. How are the number of undecideds playing out there?
Big. While actually the polls say that there aren't a lot of undecideds, but what they do say is that between 30 and 40% of Republicans going to the caucuses come Monday are likely to change their minds sometime between then and now. And Rick Santorum, who was the 2012 winner, has been sort of testifying to that ever since 2012 when he pulled off a late come-from-behind win against Mitt Romney and found out in the exit polls that 50% of his vote came in on the last weekend.
Kimberly.
All right, so what about the enthusiasm level there? Are you seeing that more people are getting excited about it? And what's kind of the thoughts on the ground about people making up their minds last minute or wavering or narrowing it down to 2 candidates?
Well, when you come to candidate events, there's a lot of enthusiasm. When you walk out into the street in Iowa, it's cold, and a very, very small sliver of the population actually takes part in the caucuses. There's over 3 million people in Iowa, and the sum total between Democrats and Republicans will be right around 500,000. So about a sixth of the population actually participates in all of this. And frankly, you've heard it before, it's a cliche, but it's a big, long, cold Monday night, and it's a heck of an effort. So the people who are coming here have been organized. They've been getting phone calls and emails and direct mail and knocks on the door. And they're not just going to vote, they're actually supporters. When you commit to the caucuses, it means you're going to dial the phones, and they've got some Rubio supporters in the back there with their cell phones and lists calling while they wait for the candidate here.
All right, Eric.
So, Carl, you just mentioned 500,000 total caucus goers. If I'm not mistaken, there are less than 200,000 on the Republican side. And the reason why that's so relevant is, you know, Iowa's so important. It kicks off the campaign, kicks off the voting, it leads into New Hampshire and then on to South Carolina. You're talking 40 or 50,000 people can literally dictate the direction of the GOP race for the next few months.
No matter who the candidates are at the top of the polls on Sunday afternoon, it's a pretty fair bet that the gap between the top 1 and 5 candidates will only be a few thousand votes. It may even be a few hundred between, like, Cruz and Trump, if the polls that show that it's tight and continue like this. It's a very, very small number. By contrast, the Nevada caucuses have only about 7% turnout, and it's because it's just Republicans and just Democrats. No independents can participate here, and it takes an awful lot of work. There's no question that the amount of effort put into this is way disproportionate to the number of people who actually show up to the caucuses.
All right, Juan Williams.
So, Carl, what are you seeing from people that we haven't mentioned? You know, I'm very interested in what's going on with Ben Carson, Marco Rubio, who I hear has a so-called 3-2-1 strategy, 3rd in Iowa, 2nd in New Hampshire, and then a win in South Carolina. I'm very interested in how that back end of the field is playing right now.
Sure. Ben Carson, more than a year and a half ago, had representatives and people willing to commit and be his caucus and precinct captains in all 99 counties. He has some very, very effective Iowa organizers, a kid named Ryan Rhodes, who was one of the first Tea Party organizers here in Iowa back in 2010. And in talking with the Carson campaign, you know, he was leading in the polls about 3 months ago in Iowa, and then Donald Trump attacked him and said his personal history and his faith and some of the violence that he got over when he found Christ was all a made-up story, and Carson's numbers took a dive. But in talking to his organizers, they say they've got about 40,000 committed caucus goers, and as someone said earlier, that's a big number. You could win with that.
All right, Jesse.
Carl, tell me about the evangelical voters. They're a real swing block, and late deciders could break either way for Cruz or Trump. I know Cruz is ahead a little bit with evangelicals just recently, and now there's just a lot of drama going on. Where do you see the evangelicals breaking last minute?
In the past, to organize evangelicals and homeschoolers in Iowa, they sort of almost move hand in hand. About 60% of caucus goers in the past on the Republican side have been self-described evangelicals. That's about 90 million people nationwide. And any candidate who in the past 2 cycles won had mailing lists, email lists here in Iowa of tens of thousands of evangelicals and or homeschoolers. Carson's got that, Huckabee's got that, Santorum's got that. These are people who have understood that the evangelical vote is very, very important. Now, we've got a lot of candidates who changed their positions on this. Donald Trump was pro-choice. Now he's pro-life, and yet he's got a lot of evangelicals who've embraced him. A lot of evangelicals who say they don't really mind what his religion is, they just like him for who he is. The Ted Cruz evangelicals expect scripture quoted accurately, and most Iowa caucus goers do. There are a lot more of them who aren't going to show up, but the evangelicals who caucus, they can tell the difference between somebody who actually walks it versus talks it.
I have a question for you. First of all, an observation. There is an impressive amount of drinking going on at 4:43 p.m. in the afternoon behind you. I don't know where you are, but it looks like a party that Bowling and Gutfeld might want to join a little bit later tomorrow. I wanted to ask you about Rand Paul.
I thought you were going to say it was the New York green room versus the D.C. green room.
Oh, no, we don't even have that close here. I want to ask you about Rand Paul, the senator from Kentucky, because he was not on the previous debate, of the undercard debate in Charleston that Fox Business held, and yet you see some stories that he actually has more support and enthusiastic support in Iowa than people think. So could he actually be a surprise have a surprise placement on Monday night?
Sure. So Rand Paul has a strong support across the country in the university campuses. He's visited dozens of them in Iowa. His father, Ron Paul, ran here 3 times, twice in the Republican Party, and of course, one time he was running as a libertarian, so they didn't have a primary per se. His father has a big organization here in Iowa, and though we refer to Rick Santorum having won the 2008 caucuses, that victory was overturned by the Iowa State Republican Party at a convention a few months later, and Ron Paul was the guy who went to the 2012 convention with all the delegates at first. So Rand Paul does have some forces here, though he remains a pretty big long shot in the shadow of Trump.
All right, thanks, Carl. As the presidential race heats up, some of the candidates are lightening up and in some unconventional new campaign ads, and you're going to see them when we come back next.
Tonight, Sean's in Iowa, breaking down the all-important caucuses. How will the Hawkeye state shape the GOP race? Ted Cruz and Jeb Bush react on Hannity.
Hello, I'm Adam Shapiro, and this is Fox Extra. Getting what you want takes focus, but as we all know, bad habits can get in the way. In the book, 4 Seconds, All the Time You Need to Stop Counterproductive Habits and Get the Results You Want, Peter Bregman shares his strategy for success and says it can be as easy as pausing for 4 seconds. Hello, Peter. Thanks for joining us. And very quickly, what does pausing 4 seconds actually give somebody the opportunity to do?
It gives them the opportunity to think and slow down their process. That when we're reacting or responding in the moment, what happens is we get a shot of amygdala, right, which is the sort of reptilian part of our brain. And responding out of that part of our brain leads us to fight, flight, or freeze.
Okay, so one of the things I think in the book that you actually talk about is if you're in a managerial position and you're angry at a subordinate, you want to lash out, but your advice is to do what?
Take a deep breath and ask yourself one particular question. What is the outcome I'm looking for? So what you want to do with the deep breath is give your prefrontal cortex, the front part of your brain, enough time to gain control over the part of your brain that wants to yell. And if you can do that, then you can actually have a thoughtful response.
You actually talk about if you're in an argument or a difficult discussion with someone with whom you're disagreeing, what are the techniques you can use to perhaps reset yourself, is the phrase you use in the book, but also to perhaps persuade the other person to hear what you're saying?
It's completely counterintuitive, and most of what I write about is sort of counterintuitive and productive, which is we think that arguing is how to convey our perspective. It's the worst thing. The only thing that arguing does is it solidifies the other person in their perspective. Counterintuitively, the best thing that you can do in that situation is listen. And if you're silent and you listen to what they have to say, they begin to relax, and they don't feel like they have to push through their perspective as much. And you can create a little bit of space where they get to a place where they can actually listen.
So I have a simple question. Why? Is there some research that shows simply being quiet and not responding actually persuades others to change their opinion?
No, but if they're trying to get their opinion across, you've been in let's do this research here. Have you been in a conversation where the person's repeating themselves over and over and over again, and you're thinking to yourself, you've said this 4 times already?
Yes.
Right? Why is that happening? The reason that's happening is because they don't actually feel heard. And if they felt heard, and try this anytime. If someone feels heard, then they're not going to keep saying what they're saying.
So what are the 3 parts of the book, and how does each play a role in this strategy of yours?
So the first part is to change your mental defaults. And there's a tremendous number of ways in which we think, just things that go on in our heads that are really, really counterproductive. The second piece is to strengthen your relationships, which is what you do with that. Now you're at a point where almost everything we accomplish in our lives is in the context of relationship. And how do we use those relationships to be effective? And the third piece is about work and how we translate all of this into the work life. Most of my work is with CEOs and their leadership teams, and this is applying what I've learned in sort of the C-suite to the broader population.
And it's 4 seconds.
In 4 seconds.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you, Peter, for coming by. For more on 4 Seconds, visit peterbregman.com, and thank you for watching Fox Extra. I'm Adam Shapiro.
We've called and knocked 1,000 times. Stay disconnection. It's all gone insane. Everything's hardest time to board the train today.
Oh my, another candidate has turned to Adele to help boost his presidential bid. This time, as you just saw, Mike Huckabee put out a parody of the singer's mega hit Hello. He calls his version Hello Huck. We're seeing a lot of the candidates putting out videos to perhaps appeal to younger voters. Marco Rubio, for example, has a new one that makes fun of his infamous football fumble when he accidentally threw a ball and hit a child in the face last year. Even Bernie Sanders is courting the millennial vote using Snapchat to get their attention with some feel-to-burn images.
Yikes.
Oh my goodness. So you know, Peachy, this is an effort to get the youth vote, to energize that base. What do you think?
I don't know. Watching that just made me feel way less cool. I don't understand. Like, what was that? What was feel the burn and then the whole
Feel the
thing?
chafe.
I don't know. I just don't want to be Snapchatting back and forth. Bernie, don't send me anything. I don't know.
I don't
Send it to
know.
bowling.
What about
I take all the Snapchat videos, all the Snapchatters.
We know.
Take them all.
No, I'm jealous of the Snapchat.
Yeah,
I'm jealous.
it's really fun.
You keep Snapchatting me eating
But
food.
they honestly, that app, they really need to fix that app for a lot of reasons. This is amazing. I love this stuff.
You love
This is
that?
like the Super Bowl ads. I look
Yes,
at all
you
the
did
videos,
now?
and they're all good. Marco Rubio's ad is hilarious. It's funny. Huckabee's ad, you know, she was a little pitchy, and she clearly wasn't Adele singing the song, but
That wasn't Adele?
no, that wasn't
That wasn't Adele?
I love these commercials.
Jesse didn't know also what Snapchat was.
But they, so,
Why you
you
gotta
know,
blow me up like that?
there are other candidates that are doing the same thing. Jeb Bush has this thing where he's playing DJ Khaled.
Oh my God.
He won!
What
He's
about?
so white.
Yeah, that's it. I don't know. Yeah. What about that? What do you like? You think that's effective for Jeb?
I think that reaching out to millennials is so smart because if you look at what President Obama was able to do, he brought new voters and younger voters, and they're enthusiastic. And now they're a lot older than they were in 2012, meaning 4 years older. But that brought a lot more people into the potential voter rolls because they're over 18.
Well, what about your favorite, Jesse? Hillary Clinton doing the nay-nay. Remember that one?
Yeah, the Nay one, that's my dance. I like Rubio's ad because I was actually in it. If you re-rack it, I make a little cameo in the Rubio ad, so I think it's a fantastic ad, just on that alone. And so anything that you so Rubio, who wants to use my image? I'm sitting in your seat. You could have been in the ad.
You picked up one day, and then I picked no days. I
It's
picked
a
one day
one day off.
So Jesse
You can't sleep.
All right. My favorite's Rubio's boot thing. That boot thing. One more thing. Up next.
I'm taking it.
This is Fox Extra. I'm Elizabeth Cran. Hello to our fans watching in Colombia. Thank you for watching. Until next, for more Fox clips
on our shows, check us out online at foxnews.com. Is that the Air National Guard's famous Lieutenant Colonel John Platt?
Welcome. How you doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
Good out at the airport.
Well, I want to go flying.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Beautiful scenery out here, Jones Beach. We can go out there. I think I'd have a few surprises for you.
Perfect. Let's hit it.
Let's go. Jump in.
Fantastic. Let's do some tricks.
After getting suited up and buckled in, it was time to get airborne. And oh, what a sight to see.
Well, tell me, how did you get into flying?
You know, my dad took me to air shows as a little boy. My mom and dad were really supportive of my flying, and I wanted to fly airplanes since I was about 13 years old.
And what was it that inspired you to serve our great nation?
You know what? Initially, I was drawn to the military for flying, and then I realized how rewarding it was to be part of the team and part of the overall effort to serve my country. As I grew older, it became about service.
Before becoming a top performer on the airshow circuit, John served 3 tours in Iraq, flying F-16 fighter jets on numerous combat and support missions.
John, when you initially started flying, you were flying C-130 cargo planes. How did you go from doing that to flying F-16 fighting Falcons?
Well, you know what? Flying C-130s was amazing. I got to see the world. But I was a Top Gun kid, you know. I saw Tom Cruise and the F-14 Tomcats.
Hey, John?
Yep.
Can I be Goose and you be Maverick, or do you want it to be the other way around?
You know what? They were both a couple of cool dudes, you know that?
Then it was time to feel the need for speed.
You know what? I have a little surprise for Hannah coming up here following the cat tree. We're going to have a little fun. Still there, Anna?
Oh, I feel a little woozy. But I'm okay again.
This is me, baby. I'm flying right now.
John, what is your favorite trick to do for the air show? I hear you get the best crowd reactions of any pilot.
You know what, Anna? I like doing all kinds of tricks, but I like to roll real fast. You want to check that out?
Sure, let's roll.
All right, Anna, let's go straight up. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Straight up.
All right, our crowd loves it. You do good?
Yeah, I'm alright.
I feel like I'm defying gravity right now.
Hey, you ready to go upside down?
Yep, I'm ready to go upside down. You never know where a road trip will take you next. Lieutenant Colonel John Platt from the Air National Guard. Thank you so much.
It's time now for one more thing, dinner.
All right, do you want to join my book club?
Sure.
Okay, I have a recommendation. It is called The Industries of the Future. It is by Alec Ross, who is a technologist. This book is really good. I had a sneak peek at it. It comes out February 2nd. It's basically answering the questions that a lot of us have, especially parents, about how are you going to prepare your children for the future. It's coming, especially robotics. One of the things Alec tweeted today in response to a Q&A that I have up on foxnews.com was that it's not the strongest who survive or the most intelligent, but those who are most adaptable to change. And I recommend this book for everybody if you own a business, if you're in government and policy planning, but especially if you're a parent. And this finally, from the Drudge Report today, I saw this picture. It is called SoftBank's Pepper the Robot. This robot is going to replace all employees at a store where you can go in and buy a mobile phone. So this is happening, so you can prepare yourself by reading that book.
All right, who's in on that book club? Come on, Kate. Okay. I'm in. Bring good snacks. All right, so how long did it take for someone to recognize Martin O'Malley? This is so funny, Jimmy Kimmel. Take a watch.
Excuse me, who is this?
I don't know.
Who is this?
Not for sure.
Okay, hi, who is this?
Al Gore.
Yes, who is this?
I have no idea.
What's his name?
Gary Coleman.
Nope.
Must have been tinted glasses. All right, 1,
Well, some people come in and out of your life and you don't know what you got till they're gone. Connie Picciotto, as I knew her, Conchita, was always in Lafayette Park demonstrating for peace or against nuclear proliferation. Her protest vigil is considered the longest in U.S. history since 1981. She was a fixture out there and often called the president's closest neighbor. And I even got her into some movies. She was there when I covered Reagan, George H.W., Clinton, George W., as well as Obama. There all the time. She died Monday in Washington, and you know what? You can tell the town has a heart on some levels because there was an outpouring of sympathy for Connie. Rest in peace.
Very sweet. She was friends with Greta Van Susteren as well. We were looking at a video Monday when she had passed away. So obviously an iconic figure.
35 years. Long time.
Long time.
Okay, so tomorrow night after the big debates, make sure you log on to foxnews.com. There's going to be, after both of the debates, the earlier and the later, there's going to be an hour hosted by Melissa Francis Kennedy, Charles Payne, Meghan McCain, and Tom Shalhoub, and produced by our wonderful The Five staff. They're going to put it together, so make sure you tune into both of those for post-debate discussion or watch TV.
Oh, I thought you were going to give Porter a big compliment.
Porter's in Iowa. Porter, love you, brother. Love you there.
I know, exactly. I guess. Five stuff. Fantastic.
A television event takes place this Saturday night. It's not Cops. It's Water's World. The most talked about show of 2016. Even the critics love it. So tune in Saturday night. Now you guys got a lot going on. So, Water's World. Be there.
After the alternative bar or before the alternative bar?
After a few drinks.
Can you give us one of these?
All right.
Here is Water's World.
Right.
Here.
Okay, excited about debate. Let's get 8 for the debate. Make it happen. Fox News Channel is the best. It'll be amazing. Never miss an episode of The Five.
Welcome to Des Moines, Iowa, where in just 25 hours, the Republican presidential candidates will take the stage for the final debates before the first voting in the 2016 presidential campaign. But exactly who will show up and who won't, and how that'll go over here in the heartland is a major part of the story tonight. Coming to you live from the Iowa Event Center, site of the debates, this is Special Report. Good evening from inside the debate hall as we're putting the finishing touches behind the scenes for tomorrow night's big event. I'm Brett Baer. As you've probably heard by now, the big story for tomorrow's debates is who is not coming, at least as of this moment. Donald Trump is, as of now, boycotting tomorrow night's event over what he feels is unfair treatment by this channel. And Trump has left the state. He's in South Carolina for an event next hour in Gilbert. Most of the other candidates from both parties are here in Iowa. They're focusing mainly on the middle of the state from top to bottom. We have Fox Scene coverage tonight. Ed Henry as Bernie Sanders meets the president, and Hillary Clinton continues to run on his coattails. But we begin with chief political correspondent Carl Cameron in West Des Moines, and Donald Trump going from the art of the deal to what might be no deal at all. Good evening, Carl.
Hi there, Brett. Well, Donald Trump's decision to withdraw from tomorrow night's debate has unleashed a torrent of criticism from his rivals.
People have a right to be angry about the direction of our country, but they also have a right to know from the people that aspire to the presidency exactly what you're going to do if you're elected president. And that's why these debates are important. And that's why, again, I'm not going to get into the sideshows and theatrics that Ted Cruz and Donald are involved in.
Rubio's running third in most Iowa polls. Ted Cruz, who's battling with Trump at the top of the polls, was first to strike last night.
I think anyone running for president of the United States owes it to the people of Iowa to have the humility to come in front of you, to make the case, to answer the hard questions, to look you in the eyes. This is a job interview.
Rand Paul, who returns to the primetime debate stage, hailed Trump's absence.
The IQ of the debate went up a couple dozen points, I would say, and I think it's probably a good thing for the party. It shows sort of his delusions of grandeur that he thinks he gets to dictate everything.
I've been asked some hard questions. I like hard questions. It doesn't bother me at all.
Trump claimed last night that he was offended by a sarcastic Fox News statement yesterday responding to his threats on social media to boycott the debate because he says he was treated unfairly 5 months ago at the first debate.
I didn't like the fact that they sent out press releases talking about Putin and playing games.
The Fox statement read, "We learned from a secret back channel that the Ayatollah and Putin both intend to treat Donald Trump unfairly when they meet with him if he becomes president." Trump's rivals suggest he's hiding from something bigger than Fox and looks weak.
If anyone's scared of Megyn Kelly, is not going to be able to stand up to Hillary Clinton or Vladimir Putin, and we need a strong, principled, conservative president.
Instead of debating, Trump plans a rally for veterans. This morning, Trump was name-calling again, tweeting, quote, "I refuse to call Megyn Kelly a bimbo because that would not be politically correct. Instead, I will only call her a lightweight reporter." In the latest Monmouth poll, taken before Trump quit the debate, Trump leads in the 30s, Cruz is in the 20s, and Rubio and Carson in the teens, based on an estimated record-shattering turnout of 170,000 caucus goers. The record set in 2012 was 122,000 Republican voters. If this year's turnout is 130,000, which would still be a new record, Trump and Cruz would be literally tied for first, while Rubio and Carson would be virtually tied for third. Cruz last night challenged Donald Trump to a head-to-head debate with or without a moderator, anywhere, anytime. Trump today's pretty much dismissed it in a tweet, writing, "Where's it going to be, Canada?" Which is obviously a reference to Trump's questioning of his eligibility, having been born in Calgary, right?
Here's Pitney, Carl Cameron, live in West Des Moines. Carl, thank you. He may not officially be feeling the burn, but President Obama was pressing the flesh with Senator Bernie Sanders today at the White House. Hillary Clinton, meanwhile, did her best to characterize herself as the natural heir to the Obama presidency. Chief White House correspondent Ed Henry is covering the Democrats tonight from Adele.
Bernie Sanders went to the White House today to get equal time with President Obama, who's had a series of cozy lunches with his former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, though Sanders denied seeking either an endorsement or advice on how to defeat her. The meeting came after Mr. Obama appeared to be tilting to Clinton with gushing comments to Politico.
She is a good, smart, tough person who cares deeply about this country.
With a new Quinnipiac poll here in Iowa finding Sanders has now surged ahead of Clinton, 49% to 45%, they're in a desperate struggle to show who's the rightful heir to the Obama legacy.
I don't think President Obama gets the credit he deserves.
With little time to spare before the caucuses, Clinton went to a bowling alley today, trying to fire up her base by reminding Democrats she was in the Situation Room for the Osama bin Laden raid.
I was there as that small group advising the president whether to go after bin Laden based on the intelligence we had.
While Clinton's camp showed off a packed house by squeezing 275 people into the bowling alley, Sanders is already looking ahead to neighboring places like Minnesota, a Super Tuesday state on March 1st. The Democratic Socialists drew a total of over 20,000 people at 2 stops last night in Duluth and St. Paul.
My God, what a turnout!
These are Obama-sized crowds in part because Sanders is generating huge enthusiasm among young people. The Quinnipiac poll found that here in Iowa, among voters 18 to 44, Sanders is beating Clinton 78% to 21%. Perhaps trying to lower expectations, Sanders is brushing off questions about whether he will repeat the president's dominance in the Hawkeye state, where he generated record turnout.
If there is a large voter turnout, I'm not saying we can do what Barack Obama did in 2008. I wish we could, but I don't think we can. But if there is a large turnout, I think we win. If not, I think we're going to be struggling.
As she courts the left, Clinton did yet another interview today with MSNBC and said she's anxious to add another debate next week, a reversal from the start of the campaign when she was winning and trying to keep debates to a minimum, though the DNC still has not signed off on this new debate. Brett.
Ed, thank you. America's election headquarters in depth tonight, the tax plans for Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton. Sanders supporters call his a Robin Hood tax, while Clinton is promising not to increase taxes on the middle class. Correspondent Doug McKelway takes a look at both plans.
Benjamin Franklin is credited with saying nothing is certain, quote, except death and taxes. Bernie Sanders might agree and then some. His plan would raise over $19 trillion in higher taxes over 10 years for middle and high wage earners, according to a Fox News analysis. He claims higher taxes would be offset by better government services. It's almost 20 times the tax hikes that Hillary Clinton proposes, but it has not dulled his rise.
In the last 30 years, there's been a massive redistribution of wealth in this country. It's gone from working families, trillions of dollars, to the top 0.1%.
Critics say Sanders has tapped into a tried and true formula that has worked in times of economic hardship, looking for a scapegoat.
To the wealthiest people in this country who sometimes have an effective tax rate lower than truck drivers or nurses, yeah, you are going to start paying your fair share of taxes.
A message that rings true for many young Democrats burdened with college debt, poor job prospects, and who are heavily represented in the public sector.
He talks about raising taxes. His enthusiasts are not hearing that they'll be paying higher taxes. They think they're going to be getting more money.
Hillary Clinton has steered clear of a tax increase on the middle class while partially tapping into Sanders' class warfare rhetoric.
I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that the wealthy pay for debt-free tuition, for childcare, for paid family leave.
I think the tax proposals Hillary's proposing are closer to what the Obama administration has proposed.
Among Clinton's proposals, a new college compact to limit college costs paid for by cutting tax breaks for the wealthy, and an expansion of Obamacare with lower co-pays and out-of-pocket expenses paid for with a variety of new taxes on the wealthy. Sanders proposes ending Obamacare and replacing it with a single-payer system. Among the taxes to pay for that, a $6.3 trillion business health care premium tax and a $3.1 trillion tax on employer health insurance. Sanders' home state, Vermont, also had such a plan for a single-payer system until Governor Peter Shumlin shelved it in 2014 after learning just how much it would cost in new taxes. Brett?
No, thank you. So whose tax plan do you feel is stronger? Let me know at facebook.com/BrettBaerSR or on Twitter @BrettBaer, and you can use the hashtag Special Report. Tonight, the European Union is talking about major flaws in the way Greece is managing its border during the refugee crisis. EU inspectors staged a surprise check at several sites today, and they said Greek authorities are failing to properly register and fingerprint migrants or correctly check their travel papers. It's estimated that more than 850,000 people entered Greece last year seeking sanctuary or jobs. On Afghanistan policy, tonight, President Obama could be getting ready for a stunning reversal on his promise to bring troops home. Correspondent Kevin Cork has the story from the White House.
Amid growing concerns about setbacks in Afghanistan, the Obama administration has chosen Lieutenant General John Nicholson Jr., a veteran of multiple Afghan war deployments, as the next top American commander in Kabul. His nomination comes as Pentagon officials are quietly suggesting that not only will the longest war in American history continue, but the U.S. may need to maintain a presence in Afghanistan for decades to come. Citing top military commanders, the Washington Post reports that this latest shift in the administration's policy in Afghanistan could keep thousands of troops in the country for decades, representing yet another major shift for the American military, altering its planned exit strategy, which has already been modified 3 times since 2014.
Moving forward, the next commander-in-chief and his or her national security team, taking advice from our commanders on the ground in Afghanistan, we'll have to determine what sort of troop presence is appropriate for that country moving forward.
But after 14 years of spilled American blood and treasure, critics say it's high time the White House finished the job once and for all.
The military critics are saying we have to think in generational terms. Are right. We neglected the cancer. It spread. Now it's going to take a long time to root it out, if it can be rooted out.
In the heart of a tough European winter, an apparent thaw in international relations for the Iranian regime. Buoyed by the end of economic sanctions following the completion of the Iran nuclear deal, the regime's political leader, President Hassan Rouhani, has taken trips to Italy, where he met with the Pope, and later to France, notching business deals along the way worth billions. Even inviting U.S. investment in a country that remains the principal source of terror and unrest in the region.
It's possible that Iran and the United States might have friendly relations, but the key to that is in Washington's hands.
No surprise, Brett, the Pentagon is pushing back on that Post report, suggesting nothing has changed in the plan. About 9,800 American troops in theater for much of this year. That number eventually dwindling down to around 5,500 by the time the president leaves office. Of course, that's depending on the judgment of commanders on the ground, Brett.
Kevin Cork live on the North Lawn. Kevin, thank you. President Obama wants $12 billion from Congress to feed school children from low-income families while school is not in session. The White House says the request for summer meal money will come in next month's 2017 budget proposal. Nearly 22 million children receive free and reduced price meals during the school year, but only a fraction get them when school is out. Up next, the standoff between ranchers and the feds in Oregon turns deadly. First, here's what some of our Fox affiliates around the country are covering tonight. Fox 8 in New Orleans with a 6-alarm fire near the Roosevelt Hotel downtown. Smoke blanketed the central business district and lasted almost 8 hours. One firefighter suffered burns to his hand, but there were no other major injuries. City Fire Superintendent says the outside of the building is in great danger of collapsing now. The cause still under investigation. Fox 45 in Baltimore, where the city says it will start ticketing homeowners and businesses who have not shoveled their sidewalks after the weekend's historic storm. The housing commissioner says the normal 6-hour grace period was extended to 3 days, but it's time to get out the shovels now. Fines range from $50 to $100. And this is a live look at Miami from Fox affiliate WSVN. The big story there tonight, a tornado touchdown this morning in Broward County. National Weather Service confirms winds up to 100 miles per hour. Coconut Creek Fire and Rescue says winds caused a semi-truck to blow over on its side, blocking southbound lanes of the highway there. No reports of serious injuries. That's tonight's live look outside the Beltway from Special Report. We'll be right back.
This weekend, Neil Cavuto live from Iowa, covering the biggest political headlines and breaking down the business behind the caucuses. Don't miss Neil's special coverage.
Hello to our fans in Eretz Yisrael, Israel, and thank you for watching us on Hot. For the latest headlines, visit foxnews.com. And for all your financial news, check out foxbusiness.com.
I had no home to go to.
I gave up on myself.
How do I serve my country and I come home and I can't have any help at all?
We hear this from our vets all the time, but for Jack Downing of Soldier On, it's unacceptable.
If you listen to what veterans really say when they put on the uniform of the American military, I will die for you. When somebody says that to us, okay, it's such a sacred and powerful statement about maintaining our freedom. And then we say, no matter what happens to you out there, we're going to be here for you when you come back. And we build structures and systems that don't work.
His solution? Make it easier for our heroes to soldier on. Now his organization is the largest provider of support services to veterans in the U.S., reaching more than 3,500 homeless and at-risk veterans. And alongside counseling and medical assistance, Soldier On offers a real home.
We're the only agency that's ever built ownership units for homeless veterans to own, live, and manage for the rest of their lives. There's a huge number of needy veterans, and if we want to end homelessness among veterans, if you own where you live, you're not going to be homeless.
Welcome, man.
Oh, thank you. Show me around a little bit. This place is great.
Sam Bennett has lived in one of those units in Pittsfield, Massachusetts for the last 6 years.
I've never really had a home of my own. Coming from being homeless and sleeping on couches and sleeping in abandoned buildings, this is less like heaven.
Sam joined the Army straight out of high school in 1977, where he deployed to Germany. While there, he got hooked on drugs and alcohol and came back to the United States, an addict, a criminal, and homeless. That's until he came to Soldier On in 2002 and changed his life.
I think everybody gave up on me, but Soldier On, they never gave up on me.
Where would you be without Soldier On?
Probably jails, institutions are dead. That's where I was headed.
The organization helped Sam buy a home and earn an education, and with those resources, he's now extending a hand to help other veterans in need.
It's about giving back to others. Now that I'm a licensed alcoholic drug counselor, I can give back to give to me.
Thanks to Soldier On.
Thanks to Soldier On.
And it's giving that sense of purpose back to these veterans that ultimately helps them get back on their feet, which is why 60% of Soldier On's employees are formerly homeless vets.
I now work for Soldier On, taking care of the grounds here in Pittsfield. What the future holds up to me, but I have a place where I can set that up for success.
I want every veteran to be able to own where they live and have the services they need delivered to them where they live for the rest of their lives.
Dangerous criminal still on the loose after escaping from a maximum security jail in California was ordered deported in 1998, but never left. Immigration and Customs Enforcement says Bok Duong came to the country legally in 1991, but was supposed to be sent back to Vietnam after a burglary conviction. Vietnam reportedly refused to take him. Duong has since done prison time for a string of convictions. The nearly month-long standoff between the government and armed occupiers of an Oregon wildlife refuge has finally turned deadly. Correspondent Dan Springer is in Oregon tonight with what happened.
Federal agents are ratcheting up the pressure on those still occupying a federal wildlife refuge in rural Harney County, Oregon. Armed checkpoints now surround the compound. The move follows a fatal shooting last night and the arrest of 7 of the protest leaders.
It is the actions and choices of the armed occupiers of the refuge that has led us to where we are today. They had ample opportunity to leave the refuge peacefully.
Killed in the gunfire was 55-year-old Lavoy Finicum, an Arizona rancher who was the activist spokesman. The group was stopped on a highway as they tried to take their message of government overreach on public lands to nearby Grant County. Leader Hammond Bundy was among those arrested. While the FBI denies any wrongdoing, Bundy's father, who had his own showdown with the federal government over grazing rights, was told Finicum was not posing a threat.
The boy Finicum was murdered, a cold-blooded murder. They shot him with his hands up and just literally murdered him.
The armed protest began as an effort to keep 2 local ranchers out of prison for setting fires on public land. But that failed and shifted to an indictment of all federal ownership of lands in the West. The local sheriff is begging the remaining occupiers to leave to avoid more bloodshed.
This has been tearing our community apart. We don't arm up and rebel. We work through the appropriate channels. This can't happen anymore. This can't happen in America, and it can't happen in Harney County.
Over the last 3 weeks, the FBI used extreme caution with the protesters, not wanting to spark a wider militia uprising. But local officials and Oregon's governor criticized the feds, saying that they had to end the occupation now. Well, the FBI, all the way up its ranks, listened and finally acted. Brett?
Dan Springer in Oregon tonight. Dan, thank you. Michigan Governor Rick Snyder has named a 17-member group of medical experts to determine long-term solutions to Flint's water crisis. Flint's mayor says she has hired a Virginia Tech professor whose work helped expose the lead-tainted water to oversee all water testing. Also today, a federal lawsuit seeks to force state and local governments to replace all the lead pipes in Flint's water system. A coalition of states and utilities has filed an emergency request with Chief Justice John Roberts asking that the U.S. Supreme Court block the EPA's sweeping Clean Power Plan. It's been subject of much litigation, with opponents arguing it will decimate the U.S. coal industry. Roberts has asked the opposition to file a response by February 4th. The White House is referring questions to the EPA. There are growing concerns tonight all over the country about the Zika virus. It comes from Brazil, it's transmitted by mosquitoes, and it may be linked to a rare brain defect in babies. And we're told it's already here in the U.S. Correspondent Laura Engel has the latest from New York tonight.
This is very much of an evolving situation.
The Zika virus has developed into an urgent situation as well. Transmitted through infected mosquitoes, the virus is connected to a neurological disorder that causes some babies to be born with abnormally small heads, a condition known as microcephaly. OBGYNs say if a mother-to-be is bitten later in pregnancy by a Zika-infected mosquito, the baby has better odds of not being affected.
If she gets infected at 20 weeks or at 18 weeks, which is a very pivotal time for the brain to evolve, then that's where you may see the microcephaly.
As large numbers of cases continue to be reported in the Americas, over a dozen confirmed cases in 8 states have been reported here in the United States, a number that health officials say is expected to rise. though those testing positive in the U.S. are people who travel to the infected areas. Reps with the CDC say for now they don't plan on issuing a quarantine to those in the U.S., even though the virus can be transmitted if a local mosquito bites someone with Zika, then spreads it to the next person. For now, officials with the CDC say they'll focus on other means of prevention.
This idea of endemic transmission in the United States is certainly within the realm of possibility.
There is no vaccine or medicine to treat Zika. The CDC has issued a Zika travel alert for over 20 countries where the outbreaks are occurring and recommend pregnant women do not travel to these places. Some airlines are accommodating refunds to those with travel plans. President Obama is calling on researchers to step up efforts to fight and prevent the virus from spreading here in the U.S., though a vaccine could be years away. In New York, Laura Engel, Fox News.
The Federal Reserve is now raising interest rates. Last month, the Fed raised its key overnight lending rate for the first time in nearly a decade. But global economic jitters sent markets back down today. The Dow lost 223. The S&P 500 was off 21. The Nasdaq fell almost 100. Just what do Iowans think of Donald Trump's plan to duck out of the debate tomorrow night? We'll hear from some of them when we come back.
Airware is one-stop shopping built for the development and operation of commercial drones. While in San Francisco, I went to the company's lab and spoke with the founder and CEO about the innovation at hand.
We're actually building hardware, software, and cloud services for drones, of which the key element of the software is an operating system. So the hardware and software gets installed into the drone. It's a user interface that's used for planning missions and monitoring the drones in real time, and a cloud backend so that you can aggregate data across a lot of different drone flights and kind of manage your entire fleets of drones for enterprise applications.
And the idea here is that they're all unmanned.
Yes, and we're enabling greater and greater levels of autonomy, really removing people from piloting these vehicles in a very manual way, which has led to some black accidents and reliability problems, and greater levels of software automation as well as enforced workflows are two of the primary things that have enabled commercial aviation broadly to become one of the most reliable forms of transportation.
I know when you were at Boeing, you worked on the Hummingbird, this automated, fully autonomous helicopter, which actually broke a record for endurance flight. So I am assuming...
Longest helicopter flight in history. It was also one of the first completely autonomous systems to fly within the National Airspace System. We were flying out of a public airport in Southern California.
So the goal here is basically to manage airspace and manage traffic, and then, as you say, with a nod to safety and reliability.
Yeah, and our software is really enabling drones to be deployed at greater scale and for an increasingly diverse set of applications. We expect drones to be used for everything from agriculture to industrial inspections to land management and disaster response. And it's really coordinating those efforts in terms of the people who are operating the drones, who's approving the flight plans, how are the drones avoiding each other, and potentially integrating with the National Airspace System and getting approvals.
So you said a keyword I want to come back to, regulation. But first I want to ask you, how are you making this system hacker-proof?
Well, we're employing a number of safety protocols that are used in everything from financial transaction systems on the web to other best practices to ensure that people cannot access the drones. We have a user authentication and credentialing system so that not just people outside your company can't operate the drones, but you can even control which people within your company have access to fly which drones on which days at what locations.
When you're working and lobbying along with Amazon and along with Google, is that the number one concern that you hear from regulators, concern about hackers?
I mean, there's some concerns across the board about safety and reliability, I think, is the number one focus of the FAA, as well as a lot of the coalition members in the small U.S. coalition. Privacy being a concern as well, but that's going to be dealt with by other governmental agencies.
So how far behind, let's say, Australia is the U.S.?
Well, you know, the U.S. is pretty far behind the rest of the world, including countries like Australia, the U.K., France, who have been using commercial drones in a number of different applications. But the U.S. has also taken some major steps over the last couple of months. including release of the notice of proposed rulemaking for commercial UAS integration in the national airspace.
So Jonathan, I know you've already partnered with NASA. What are you doing specifically with NASA, and then how does that help your lobbying?
We're one of NASA's partners on the development and early use of a air traffic management system for small unmanned aircraft at low altitudes. And so that is a technology, it's going to be in development over the next 4 years or so, but it's going to enable drones to be operated at a much larger scale and in a lot more areas.
Authorities in Wisconsin say a Milwaukee man planned to carry out a massacre at a Masonic temple in order to defend Islam. 23-year-old Sami Mohammed Hamza has been charged with unlawfully possessing a machine gun, among other charges. Prosecutors say he conspired with 2 other men who turned out to be informants to go through the temple, kill everyone they saw, and, quote, terrify the world. The wife of the Northern Illinois police officer who killed himself after embezzling funds from a youth program has been indicted. Melody Glinowitz is charged with money laundering and disbursing charitable funds without authority. Authorities say Lieutenant Joseph Glinowitz staged his suicide to look like a homicide, sparking an intense manhunt involving hundreds of officers last September. As we told you at the top of the program, Donald Trump says he will not show up tomorrow night here in Des Moines for the final Republican debate before the caucuses Monday. Tonight, senior national correspondent John Roberts tells us how that's going over with potential voters here in Iowa.
If you want to find salt-of-the-earth Iowans who are passionate about politics, the annual Port Congress Trade Show is a good place to start. And most folks we talk to have pretty strong opinions about Trump's decision to snub the only Iowa debate.
My grandma always said the biggest thing in life is showing up. And him not showing up tells me a lot about, how he behaved as president.
I have a lot of times in my life.
Jordan Reed is a strong woman in every sense. Expects her candidates to be that way too.
I think it's really lame. I think it's a low blow, and that he's avoiding the debate because of Megyn Kelly, which I think is just childish and immature.
Hardcore Trump supporters say the pullout won't change their minds. Even some casual political observers say it's no big deal.
I think it's okay for him to not be there. I think he'll voice his opinion somewhere else.
But out of the campaign trail, caucus goers who are still trying to nail down their final choices think it will hurt the front runner.
I'm not thrilled about his failure to show up. It'll definitely cost him some support somewhere along the way.
I don't see a good leader who just wants to throw a tantrum every time, he has to face a household question.
If you could send him a message today while he still has a chance to change his mind, what would you say?
I would tell him he needs to show up and show us that he's always going to be there for us.
Here's the potential big problem for Donald Trump. One voter I talked to who didn't want to go on camera told me he had been torn between Trump and Cruz. But after Trump pulled the plug, he's now all in for Cruz. How many times will that be repeated across the Hawkeye state? Brett?
John, thanks. We're counting down the hours to tomorrow night's debates. We will set the scene with a panel here in Iowa and one in Washington when we come back.
So how far would you go to motivate yourself to work out? Would you humiliate yourself if it meant losing a few pounds? Well, there's a growing trend, a fitness trend called fitness shaming to help people get into shape. Things like this. Videotaping your workouts, oh God, to show exactly what you're doing wrong. A spin class franchise that measures riders' physical output and displays the results on a leaderboard. Ooh. And a workout studio that gives fat sonograms to measure your pockets of blubber. Ooh, sign me up for the last one. God, that sounds magical. I hate this idea, Andy, and I'll tell you why. I don't want some miserable sad sack who has to be intimidated or bullied to come to the gym to be standing next to me at workout class. I hate the people that don't want to be there. You don't want to be there? Go home.
I just hate the people who are there.
You hate me.
I don't want, they talk about the, with the cycling leaderboards and stuff like that. I don't want leaderboards. I don't want other people at the gym when I'm working out. Earbuds in, no eye contact. I'm no longer allowed. I used to go to the Fox gym. I'm no longer allowed to. They claimed it was about some inappropriate attire. I think it was because I was jealous. And that's a whole other section. And also, I now am just finding out you're supposed to videotape your own workout. I was videotaping other people's workouts. And evidently that's frowned upon.
Yeah, but Geraldo didn't care, and the bedazzled half shirt you had with the song was very cute.
That's what I said. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
What do you think about this, Rachel? Would any of these tactics intimidate you into going?
You know, I have to say that the times that, you stop working out, you're traveling a lot and you stop working out, and the times you start back up and you see a picture of yourself or you see, something. So I can see how, it could work, but it would be so sad if somebody was, this blubber, what did they call this, sonogram?
They would
That's
be
really
doing
weird.
sonograms of pockets of blubber genitalia on your body. Wow, I don't even. But then filming you at the gym, everything you're doing wrong. Or what about the leaderboard in spin classes?
Yeah.
That actually, if you're a competitive person, you may want to be on that leaderboard. But then who knows it's you?
Right.
I have to say, I do like a little humiliation in the gym, though. I get lazy.
50 Shades of Viva?
I was working with a trainer, and everyone would say, he's mean to you. He's being mean. And my friends would be around. I'd say, I want that. I want someone who, when I can do 30 push-ups, and I'm only doing 2 because I'm being lazy, I want you to call me all kinds of names to get me on my feet. I like a little mean, hard training. If I got a little fat sticking out of the side, you tell me I got a little fat sticking out of the side. I want to work
You
that
have
fat.
that sticking out of the side, I could kill myself.
Yeah, right.
That's somewhere.
Now, I don't intimidate and I don't bully you, but I lovingly invite you to the workouts that I go to.
She does. She does. Jenna Lee got me to go to my very first ballet booty bar class.
Yeah.
And I mean, wow, what a workout artist that woman is. And she really motivated me. And she gave me positive reinforcement. I could not keep up with the class, but she said, Harris, you're very flexible and I like your positive attitude.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm kind of the opposite. I don't need to be humiliated. I respond to that positive reinforcement.
Well, I've invited a number of the ladies to come to the booty bar classes that we go to Ainsley Earhart, and you're all welcome.
Right.
And Kennedy goes, and Andy, you can come.
I'll go. Now, it's not a booty bar, it's a workout bar. They just call it that. You're clear, right?
I wasn't clear.
Yeah, see,
That's
that's
what we want to go now.
I will now stay in bed.
We've had 6 debates so far. Every online poll said I won every one of the debates, especially the last one, by the way, with the New York values, which was horrible what Ted Cruz said. But you know what? The Democrats are all finished with their debates. They've had 6. They were hidden behind football games and every other thing. They're all finished with their debates. We're going to go on forever with these debates. At some point, you got to start doing other things other than debating. Well, there's Donald Trump today, a sneak peek at an interview with Bill O'Reilly that will air tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Donald Trump, as we said, is choosing so far not to come to the debate here in Des Moines, setting up another event. That's his decision now. We'll obviously be ready with a podium if he chooses to be on the stage. He did tweet today Ted Cruz, who suggested that they have a one-on-one debate. Trump tweeting this, saying, even though I beat him in the first 6 debates, especially the last one, Ted Cruz wants to debate me again. Can we do it in Canada? So let's start there. Bringing our panel from Washington, Jonah Goldberg, senior editor at National Review, A.D. Stoddard, associate editor of The Hill, and syndicated columnist Charles Kramer. Okay, Charles, how's this play out?
Well, look, he's gotten what he wanted to get, which is blanket wall-to-wall coverage of him, wiping out everything else going up to the debate. That, I think, was well played. But I think he loses if he actually doesn't show up. He needs to find some honorable way out, make a big donation to the vets and challenge Fox to match it and say that they do that, he'll show up. But I think snubbing Iowa, where they take their politics really personally, and also not having a good reason. If you just saw that on that clip you just showed, I mean, is it an argument to say we've had too many debates? That's not a reason for standing up America, Iowa, and the other candidates when you already have accepted and were listed on the list. So I think if this is a competition between his narcissism and his canniness, and I think I would guess that his narcissism, meaning staying out, is going to win over.
AB, we talked to people here on the ground, his supporters, loyal supporters, still with him. If you look at the RCP average, the Real Clear Politics average of polls here, he is still up roughly 6 points over Ted Cruz. This obviously before this decision over the past day or so. Thoughts on how this plays out here in Iowa?
Well, that's the thing. I think if you look at his inconsistent answers for refusing to debate, first it's Megyn Kelly, he put that on an Instagram video, then it was not about Megyn Kelly, then it's about too many debates. If you're an Iowa voter and you're on the fence about Donald Trump and this, someone who has not done hand-to-hand campaigning, he's just recently spent a night at a Holiday Inn and done a few diners, but he's mostly flown in and out the same day after big rallies and not really done the face-to-face campaigning Iowans are used to. If you were on the fence and he's risking, losing your vote, I think that's a mistake. In the end, it's going to come out to whether or not the energy of Trump supporters are going to, with same-day registration,